anywhere close to here. That's why you're dodging this meeting.
Saying.
Well, I asked you the same question, and you won't even tell me where. You tell me.
I gave it to you.
You said the North End.
Place I was saying.
You said the North End. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Say America. Yes, I did.
Bullshit.
You go look at your email.
I know, and it's bullshit. You don't think I didn't drive around there just like I drove around looking for other shit?
Drive around there. I don't have a car.
All right.
You're going to find me.
Screenshot me a receipt right now. Send me the receipt from your email because I know you got it because you always get them. Okay, so don't play me, homie. All right, send me the shit and then I'll believe you.
Second, do you think for a second that I pay for this? Do you think that?
All right. So, all right, fine. All right, back up. You give me the truth and I'll drive to freaking Extended Stay America right now. Give me the truth.
I gave you the truth. I walked you through what happened.
No, you walked me through 27 versions of a fake bullshit lie, okay? All right, tell me the truth right now.
So now you want the truth, but you just told me it was a lie.
No.
You're not trying to be on my side.
I am. I'm trying to meet you.
You literally just told me it was a fake bullshit of a lie. You just told me none of it was true.
Tisha, I got to ask you every day.
You just told me that.
I got to ask you every day, like yesterday was the bike accident. That was the first time I heard that one after 3 weeks. Okay, now today I call you back, willing to work with you for a lie detector test, and that's a bullshit story. Okay?
I already said I would do a lie detector test. I already told you I would do a lie detector test.
That's completely irrelevant. What's relevant is the truth. You get me at Extended Stay America.
That's what it is.
Listen, you get me at Extended Stay America. You can do whatever you want to with me, okay? I just want the truth, and that's what you get.
With you, okay? Like you're really gonna let that happen.
Listen, you give me the truth that we find my son.
If you wanted me, you would not be apart from me.
Tisha, watch your interview. You said you left because of Landon. You said that, not me. I didn't say Tisha leave. I said, everybody come together, be a team, let's find Gannon. That's what I said. And that's what I've said from day one. And you bounced on me.
Left from the house because you had her there in our home.
It sure did. And I'll tell every judge, jury in this country that I had my ex-wife, my mom, my 2 sisters, my uncle, Aunt Veronica, 2 other freaking women, Landon's brother. I had a team of like 15 people supporting the family, working as a team to do everything we could to find Gannon. That's the truth. Okay.
I'm sorry if it sounds selfish, but I hate that bitch.
Okay. But guess what? Listen to what I just said. I had everybody in the house, but you know who wasn't there? My wife and my daughter. They bounced on me. Okay. They bounced on me, but me being a good person, I'm still here willing to listen to you.
Mom, we had to turn the keys into you.
I told that you can come get your stuff after you said you didn't want to be there anymore. Okay, you left. You and Harley got in Harley's car, packed suitcases, supposedly going to the police station, and you never showed up until like the next day or some shit like that. Okay, so if you would have done what you were supposed you listen to me. If you would have done what you're supposed to do, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Okay, so don't turn this on me. I've been a team player this whole time for the entire team.
Would be together right now is what you're saying.
If you would have never left, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You got your shit and you bounced, okay? What we need now is the truth.
So you're saying if I wouldn't have never left, we'd be together right now.
I'm saying you bounced, okay? You bounced.
Okay, see, that's your point. You don't have any. You don't want to be with me.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not about our relationship. It's about Gannon. And you're dodging me when I keep asking you for the truth, saying I'm going to drive to you at Extended Stay America. She's hung up.
Have Special Agent Cronin back up on the stand.
Agent Cronin, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
What we hear in this particular phone call and then the prior phone calls that we heard while Mr. Stack was on the stand, were you present for all those phone calls as well?
Yes, sir.
Fairly consistent approach from Al in trying to get information from the defendant in those phone calls?
Yes,
Trying to get details about where Gannon may be?
yes,
Was it fairly consistent through all of these phone calls for the defendant to then distract away and cause a tangent discussion?
yes,
Is that what we hear when Al starts pushing her to give the truth and then it turns into a discussion about ex-wife?
yes,
At the time of this particular phone call, there's some discussion about extended stay America. Is that the hotel that the defendant was staying at right after Gannon's disappearance with family members?
yes, I believe so.
Is that on the north side of Colorado Springs?
Yes,
Did you know at that particular time of this phone call, so February 15th of 2020, where the defendant actually was located, and whether in the city or anywhere?
yes, we know.
Where did you know her to be at that time?
South Carolina.
How did you know that information?
We had tracked her purchases and then got video of her crossing the country.
Okay. So when she's agreeing to potentially meet, if information is given, was she implying that she was still here in the city?
Yes, she was.
In your opinion, was that a distraction attempt by her?
Yes,
Throughout the course of your involvement in the investigation and what you observed, was it fairly common for the defendant to try to manipulate the investigation the way we just heard in this phone call?
yes,
Was there any indication that Quincy Brown was involved in Gannon and Stouck's disappearance?
no,
Did you have a chance to look up who Quincy Brown was?
yes.
And who did that turn out to be?
He was a sexual offender that was on the most wanted list that week of offenders or fugitives in the Colorado Springs area.
Is that commonly published in this area by the media outlets, including the Gazette and I think KKTV and those types of outlets?
Yes,
And he was listed on that?
yes,
Okay. Did you learn, based on your knowledge of investigation, that he was not even in the country anymore?
yes,
Okay. I want to next jump to another phone call that occurs on February 15th, 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Were you present for that call as well?
yes,
Again, same process that you described yesterday about passing notes to Al and suggesting questions and coaching him up?
correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit number 52. This one is longer. It's an hour and 4 minutes long.
All right. We should be able to finish that, and then we'll take our break.
Yep, okay.
Okay. And Agent, you can step down if you would like to do so.
Hello?
Hey. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I just got off the phone with that Amber lady, and I don't know, I kind of feel stupid now because she's like, no, I ain't heard from nobody about nothing like that.
That's how I sent her a message.
I'm just telling you what she said to me.
Her landline, because I sent it to the number you gave me. So if it was a landline, maybe she didn't get it. But if it's a cell phone, then she got it.
Okay, I'm just telling you what the lady told me. I don't know. Like I told you, I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Is it a cell phone or a landline?
I don't know. I called and she answered. That's all I know. I mean, you want to hang up and try to call her?
Telling me it's got to be a cell phone.
Do you want to hang up and try to call her? I mean, I'm just so sick of this. I'm just listen. Things were great.
I hanging up to call the
No, you
FBI.
don't have to. I'm just saying, do you want to hang up and try to call her instead of message her? What I'm trying to say is like, I just want things to go back like they were like Christmas, like right when we got the 2 puppies. All the kids were there. Everybody was so happy. Kids were playing their Switch. We were playing with the puppies, and it's just life was just like happy as could be. And then and then here we are. I just want to go back to that, Tisha. Why can't we just get back to that place in our life?
Over.
What?
For a second, that is not on my mind every single day, and that's not what I want. I put in so much effort in Christmas, and what you're saying, how much effort I put into Christmas and holidays for everyone, and you think for a second. That's not what I want. I go out my way for all of our children to have tons and tons of clothing, so everything I saw that Elena has online. Who do you think bought it? Who do you think did all that? Don't you think I love doing that? Want that? And I pray every day. That's exactly. I wake up every morning looking for you. Then realize I'm not beside you. Then realize I'm not helping the kids get ready for school. You think I don't know that and want that? I wasn't going through some turmoil where, oh gosh, I don't love my life. I hate myself. No. We had a great house. We have a great family. Like, really? So don't bring up Christmas. Now you want the dog. You think it's about me that I don't get to be like, oh, gosh, this year was this. Guess what? 17th, I always tell you happy anniversary. 17th, month by month by month. Think that's not coming up? Think I don't want to do that? You think the kids? Think I don't think about that every time? Oh, because you know why? Landon pops up and gets to be the saint. This is the 100th day of school. I got the kids in the school. I kept them in school. I homeschooled them. You think I don't want that? Come on now.
Well, how
Like doing all these different things when Gannon finally gets to middle school, because maybe, just maybe, the whole point of us selling our printer was for him to get called to hockey. I'm so excited. Seemingly, he might be interested in the sport that I can be at the schoolhouse and be a part of. Miss all this and want it.
Well, how do we get it back? How do we get back to just a month and a half ago? That's what I want to know. Because a month and a half ago, there was 5 people and 2 dogs. Now it's just me. So how do we get back there?
Albert?
Like, I don't even have, listen, I don't even have Lena. She's in Texas right now. I'm freaking.
That's your fault. Let me just go ahead and tell you. Because you shouldn't allow that to happen. That was irresponsible on your part. Okay? And you can think that I'm wrong or for whatever reason you want to. I don't agree with that, because at the end of the fucking day, she's still a drug. She still don't take care of her kids, and she still don't have a place to live. I wouldn't have let my child live with her. So that's on you. That's not me. I didn't make that decision and would have never made that decision.
But she's coming back. Don't get me wrong. She's coming back. I'm just talking about this weekend. Okay, she's down there with them. But even then, how do we get back to the 5 of us? The 5 of us, me, you, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. How do we get back to that point? How do we have a family and 2 dogs and a 2-story house and all the things that we had and 3 cars and the American dream? Right now, I'm living the American nightmare. How do I get back to the American dream? I need you to help me get there.
Albert, the first step is we figure out what the people in this world are cruel. Okay, they are. People are cruel. Okay? You, in your mind, know better than us. That American dream you just talked about, we would have never had it if any of those 5 people in our home would have been cruel. If any of those 5 people would have been out to hurt people or do bad things to people. Okay, so that's the first step that you need to realize, is that this is not me against you. Yeah, of course, people always in marriages, you're gonna have disagreements. You know good well, we literally just got off a cruise for our anniversary. I made sure that the children were in the best care possible, with someone taken there, not only with Harley, okay, someone in the store that can make sure that they had everything they needed. Not a worry in the world. I've always done that. I had always security systems installed. Check the ring gap. Check the alarm. You know me as that person, so until you put that in your mind, that's the first step. Because you can't be against your wife on this, and you can't be thinking what these people are thinking online, that I'm this step, because that's not true. Without me, and God, the children would not be in our home. And without you and God, the children would not be in our home because they were in horrible situations. The corner, to get back the way it is, we need to figure out who can help us. Who can help us figure out the best way to get Gannon? Whether whatever it is. Do you want me to give him my leg? You want me to give him my arm?
No. Listen, I'm telling you, I told you this yesterday. I feel like this is all gonna be my fault in the end, okay? Because I was gone when this happened. So don't sit there and offer your legs and arms up when it's my fault.
I'm not gonna let you say that. Here's why. Okay? Let me tell you here's why. Because when you were in Oklahoma for 5 months, I had to be the one waiting and checking to make sure the kids were okay. I had to be the one driving, making sure this, that, saving people, barely getting time with them. I had to do that for you. I had to drive through the night to Orlando to catch planes, to a hurricane to get them to you in Oklahoma. Right?
But you gotta understand. Let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you my feelings. What is one of the most important things to me that I always say? Protection, right? And I failed in that because I couldn't protect my son and I couldn't protect you from getting your head smashed and all these other things. Okay. So that's how I'm feeling right now. But how do we get back to what we were with our 5 people in our family?
We are that. Why are we saying get back to it? That's what we are.
No, because I'm one person. Gannon's unknown. You and Harley bounced. Lena's with Landon. Okay. That's not 5 people. That's 4 people somewhere and 1 person unknown. So how do we get Gannon? How do we get Gannon back? Number one.
Let me ask you a question, okay? We're gonna sit for a second here, and we're gonna say, all right, we're gonna focus on 2 separate things here. First thing is we're gonna come back to getting Gannon back and all that. But let me ask you what you just said. Let me answer to what you just said. You can't in your mind that that's what you want to get back. Is you now. Let me back up and say this. Heath and Harley didn't leave. This is what happened. Heath and Harley came back after they took absolutely everything from me. I went in. You were laying on the sofa, and I tried to talk to you. I said, "Come to the bedroom. Let me talk to you." Okay? I tried. The next day, you helped them. You did instead of just calling to say, "Hey, listen, they want to take Harley's car and they want to take her." You didn't ever say that. Okay? You could have been trusting and said that to me. You know good and well. I have a lot that I worked hard for to throw away. You could have said that. Instead, they chased us down, and your child that you're saying you want back in your life and you want was put in handcuffs like he's buying underwear.
Listen, you're right. Hold on. I'll stop you right there. All that's my fault. You're right. I could have stopped it. I could have said, no, leave the girls alone. You're right. Okay. Keep going. Tell me the rest of it.
So when I come back, okay, after all this, we had the most important thing that you knew I needed, the most important thing that means the world to me and all of that was our items, specifically my diamond rings were in that car. I tried to reach out to you to say, can you please at least ask them, can we have those things? You wanted nothing to talk to me because that means the world to me to have my rings on because I took my vows for better to you. And I tried reaching out for you. Hey, they have my ring. They have my ID. I don't even have money because they have my card. You wouldn't even talk to me. So then you wonder why? I said, if my husband would not even talk to me, he would not even warn me that my child was the father could put in and not me because I was yelling at Harley not to move. I was threatened and told they were going to shoot me right there. It's on camera.
Well, listen, I'm sorry. That's my fault too. Okay. No, I want you to know I'm telling you, all this is my fault. Okay. I'm acknowledging that. Keep going. I'm just trying to be a team here.
But then you tell everybody I leave. So when the truth is, you didn't step in any of that and say, hey, babe.
Okay, all right, no, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you there. You told the world on camera you left. I didn't. So let's clarify that, and then you can go on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why I wasn't. They asked why I was not out there.
Okay.
Listen to me. In the situation, I'm sitting here getting my things taken, and people think I don't have feelings. Why this girl was sitting up in her house when she went cookies without no kids. She didn't even complain on her birthday, which was 4 days before. And you think I weren't angry? You think I wasn't sitting there mad, thinking you don't give a fuck about them? Yes. Call me. I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the blame for being if you would let that bitch run in our house the way she did our children. Sure as fuck did. After those times that she came to our house drunk and I had to let her stay at 4697 Farm Lake Drive, and you fucked me out about it and told me I was on her team because she was drunk and I wasn't letting her go high or whatever, and I was letting her leave with those kids. That's why. Because that was just, I don't care what the situation was. Could have been a fucking ass in a hotel if she didn't give anything to our children. I don't care what the times were. Because that didn't do anything but put a wedge between us. So yes, when I came back that night, I had no other choice but to get clothing. I had no intentions of getting but a few things of clothing. So then when I see this bitch or other people, I'm not going to name any names, but you told me who are not, with my motherfucking clothes on, and then I see people, you can say what you want to in a time like this, you should worry about that. I'm not worried about the material things. It's the principle in my home. Because I don't disrespect people's homes. If they disrespected me like that, there's no telling what they did to you or what they did to our children. That's why I was angry. So be mad at me and what you want, because I took clothes from there because I didn't want them burned. When I walked in that house the first time, that shit had been moved. That shouldn't have happened, Albert. You shouldn't have let that bitch Veronica walk around and move like shit. That was wrong. Where was this bitch at when we needed help? When I needed somebody to help sometimes. Where was she at, Albert? Where was she at when we needed help sometimes? When you would be working. We needed a babysitter. Where the fuck was she at? And you let her walk around and move her shit? And then you let her go downstairs and do what she did to Harley? Oh, that was it.
Who did what to Harley? No, I don't know. Who did what to Harley?
Well, why don't you ask Miss Veronica what she went there and take shit to Harley? And then we weren't, and my mother wasn't allowed to say a word for her because she wanted to make sure we got our things. You asked her that.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And you asked Harley what that, man. You let that woman stop it that didn't even step in to set up motherfucking hurt.
Follow her down. So, well, anyways, I don't know what happened. Harley can tell me later. I don't know.
Yeah. So my point is, so you could tell me I left and wasn't trying to be a part. You did not step in to help me to see any of the odds. Sit there and try to talk to people, to try to remember anything else, to try to go through the steps of it. I immediately had to go into a defense mode, fighting for myself with nothing. Nothing. I was told. I was locked in the bathroom to freaking piss in my own home. And you wonder why I was like, well, why am I going to be here for? You had no business even letting my brother even put his hand on one of our handguns. You had no business with that.
Hey, you better stop right there because no, I was in total control of those weapons the whole time. You will not do that to me. Go ahead.
You might have been in total control, but he had no business doing that. Okay?
Who gives a crap about that? Come on now.
The point is, Albert, you let these people come in during that time, the first few days, and you let them control things. And you can say you didn't, and maybe you were hurt, maybe you were upset, maybe your focus was on one thing. And I understand that, and I try to do nothing but say, okay, thinking about that in my mind, and I still love my husband, and I still know that he was not in his right mind there. But as it kept continuing, you could have stepped in and said right then, if you are not, or you are not related to me by blood, I know your sisters are, I know your mom is. If you're not a spouse and you're not related to me by blood, you need to leave this house.
Okay, all right. Tisha, no, stop. Listen, I'll tell you. Put all that on me. I don't care, okay? We can fight about all that for the rest of our lives. You're right. I let people come in that house that ain't got no blood relation to me. You're absolutely right. Okay, but the bigger issue here, and I've let you go on, so I'm trying to be respectful and let you talk and talk and talk, but all this is about you and your damn stuff, not a damn thing about Gannon. Yes, it is. No, yes, it is.
No, you asked me how. I said we're going to talk about two separate things. That's what I told you. So that's the first thing. Now, the most important thing is Gannon. You asked me the question how to have everything back, American Dream, like you said, in December. You just realized where your actions could have been different. You realized where my actions could have been different. So until we have put those actions back together and bring it back together as one, Albert, as one. You didn't marry me, or I didn't marry you in order to turn our backs on each other in tough times. That's not how it works in life. You know me better. I know you better. You know you've had to live with the past of the things that your father's done. I've never once said to you, I don't trust you with my child, and I feel like you're bad around them. Never once.
Actually, you have said that, which is bullshit, but go ahead. I'll listen to you.
No, I did not. You were talking about something Landon was trying to get me to turn on.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about in our home. You know good and well, if I went somewhere and Harley was there, I was never worried for a second.
All right, so stop. You're not okay. Stop. Let me interject, okay? Because this is supposed to be about Gannon. This part one was no. Listen, please listen.
So we can go get Gannon.
Okay, the problem is here. You said until we have trust. The problem is we're not there yet. Okay, because a few minutes early. No. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. And then I'll let you talk. Okay, please listen. I'm gonna tell you why. Because, okay, I've taken the blame for everything that I'm responsible for in this situation, probably more than I should have, but I'll take the blame for all of it. Okay, Quincy Brown's got the boy. Okay, but the part that I still don't have trust about is when I brought up the fact that there was a puddle of blood in the house, you mentioned a head wound. You didn't even say a damn thing about that. Not a peep, Tisha. You blew right past it. So fill in the blanks for me.
No. What are you talking about, a head wound? I never said to you about any kind of head wound. Now, see, this is where you...
No, you did. You said in the bicycle incident, which you later told me was not true, but you...
I already told you I made that up because you would never believe anything I said.
Okay, so how did the puddle of blood get there? Because it wasn't there before we moved in. So, okay, tell me about the puddle of blood in the corner. No, you said the wall. You said there was something on the wall. Who cares what it was? You cleaned it. I don't know anything about that other than what you said.
We cleaned everything from when Gannon. Okay.
Yeah, and no, you didn't, because we haven't talked about this. There was a puddle of blood the size of like one of those paper dinner platter plates. It's significant. And that was on the concrete, which means it had to be significantly bigger and more thicker, whatever. I can't hear you. Hello? I can't hear you.
You're talking about something.
I'm talking about something. No, it was not already there. Okay, that blood was not already there. How did the blood get there? Okay, it was a significant amount of blood. How did it get there in the corner of Gannon's room, under his bed, which you told me the beds were pushed together? So how did the blood get there?
Are you done yelling at me?
I'm not yelling. How did the blood get there?
You can tell all your little police people that are listening.
Did Quincy Brown bang Gannon's head up against the wall or something? Did he bust Gannon's head open? Did he hit him with a 2x4? What did Quincy do to Gannon? What did he do to Gannon that put blood on the floor?
Because I'm not stupid. I know you have police there. I know you have people there.
You can believe whatever you want, obviously, because I've had so many freaking stories that you believed that were true to tell me, and then you always back off of them. Okay, so you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. All I believe is what I saw.
because that's what you've done.
All I believe is what I saw, blood on the floor in my son's room, and my son is missing. Okay, that's the two things I know. Gannon was hurt in my house.
I don't know. How many times do I have to say this to you? I don't know.
You don't know how he got hurt, okay?
You asked me 15 times the same exact question, and I'm giving you the same exact answer. I don't know. Then you try to turn it, and you try to ask me another way, and then you try to turn around and you try to say something nice and sweet like you really care, and then you come back and ask me the same question again. And I've given you the same answer. If you're so concerned about
But you had no stop because you haven't given me the same answer. It's been a different story every time.
you sure aren't your ass to go find him to see what he did to Gannon. You are too busy worrying about something that you think you can solve.
I'm still waiting on the address. You were supposed to give me the address. You were supposed to give me the address from your lawyer's people.
Me.
Yes, because you said they had it.
You had FBI.
Now you're changing your story. You're changing your story. You called the police, not me. I wasn't there. I'll take the blame for not being there, for not protecting you. You called the police. Why did you call the police?
I am.
You call, actually, no, stop right there. You called the police and told him he ran away. Not that Quincy Brown took him. What the fuck, Tisha? Answer that for me. You know, without a shadow of doubt, Quincy Brown, and I believe you, Quincy Brown has my son. This motherfucker from somewhere up north of here, okay? But you called the police and said he ran away. Don't tell me you were freaking out. Okay, no, don't give me some bullshit. Don't give me some bullshit story, Tisha. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
Sir, if you're not going to listen to my answer, then why are you talking?
I'm listening. This is it. This is the line in the sand. Quincy Brown got my son, and you told the police he ran away, and there's blood in his room.
Guilty. Why would I call the police?
I said Quincy Brown was guilty. I didn't say you. I said Quincy Brown. Why are you talking about yourself? Why did you say if you were guilty? You told me you weren't the whole time. Why did you say if you were guilty? You said Quincy Brown, and I said Quincy Brown. You keep bringing it back to you, not me. There's no. I said there's blood in the room. Quincy Brown took him. You called the police and said he ran away. Explain all those things to me right now.
Albert,
What?
you calm down. I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, I'm calm. I'm as calm as I can be. I'm calm as I can
Because
be.
I'm not stupid. Yeah.
I'm not stupid either. You fucking lied to me and you fucking lied to the police. I'm not stupid either. So you better get right.
I told the police when I got there what happened.
Man, you told him he ran away and the whole neighborhood was looking for a runaway for days and days and days. You're lying. You are now lying, and I'm calling you out. You're lying.
That is not true. That is not what happened. When they interviewed me, I told them exactly what happened.
But that's not okay. I don't give a fuck what you said. You told me he was a runaway, so I called, and I cursed the lady out on the recorded line. Told her to get there for my runaway son. Okay, you never once told me Quincy Brown had the boy and there was blood in his room. So you better get it straight right now.
When you stop yelling at me.
When you start telling the truth, tell the truth and I'll stop getting upset. You lying.
I told you the truth.
You are lying, Tisha.
You call me back.
Go ahead and hang up when you call me back when you got the truth. You're fucking lying.
Are you done yelling and cursing at me?
I'm done. Go ahead.
So, for a second, for a minute, I need you to just breathe. Because you're yelling at me. And I can't even answer a question when you're screaming. And every time I go to open my mouth, you're screaming and yelling at me.
Every time there's a lie, I'm going to call you out. So let's go. Let's see.
There's nothing for there to be a lie.
Okay, I'm just going to warn you. I'm firing a warning shot right now. You lie, I'm going to tell you you're lying. Go ahead.
Look, I haven't even said that you're still running your yap.
All right.
You're still running your yap.
All right, I'm shutting my yap. Go ahead.
Still running there yet. If there was blood in Gannon's room, that would have been already from when he cut his foot. I've already told you that. Okay? I told you that his arm from him getting burned was bleeding some, and so was his foot. I've already told you that.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying. Stop. That's a lie. Change it again because that's a lie. Here's the game we're going to play. Every time you lie, I'm going to call you out. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a cut on your foot from a 2x4. I'm not stupid. You're lying. Go ahead. Change it again. You're lying.
Side. You said a plate side.
A plate, a dinner plate that, okay, that's what seeped through, Tisha. That means there was a puddle of blood on the damn carpet to seep through the carpet, an inch of carpet pad and onto the concrete pad where it looked like it had been sitting there for days. Okay. All right. That's what I saw. So tell the fucking truth.
Maybe you should ask the people who were there living, because I never was there and contaminated the crime scene. Maybe you should ask them.
Tisha, guess what? Guess what?
Bro, get your fucking asses on the contamination.
All right, good.
Who did that? You
So-
tell me who did it.
All right, nice. Guess what? Guess what? You're just telling on yourself now. You're worried about you're worried about a damn loophole. You're trying to find a loophole. Okay. Oh,
Contaminated it.
okay. There's another loophole. All right. There's another loophole.
Contaminated.
All right. There's 3 loopholes already.
Contaminated.
All right.
It sounds funny to me that they left protection with a child missing. Maybe they contaminated.
That's fine. Okay, fine. All right. So that's
Like it when I'm talking shit.
Landon, Lena, and Veronica, and me. That's 4 loopholes right there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you to quit lying. You just told on, hey, between me and you just told on yourself because you just said they contaminated a crime scene is what you said.
No, I said y'all contaminated, meaning y'all put it in there then.
Oh, we put it in there?
Say that back, do you?
Okay.
Do you?
All right. So you see, here you go. Here you go with the spin game. Oh, you were on
Maybe your brother did.
you were on the cut foot and the burnt arm. Now it's a spin game. Okay. All right. Keep going with your spin.
You the one said you know the answer, so I mean, since you know the fucking answer, I was going to ask you what the bullshit you said me.
Yeah, that's it's freaking, I know what the answer is. It's freaking Gannon's blood. It's Gannon's blood from a head injury. Now, how did he get a head injury? How did he get a head injury over there in the corner? I mean, you freaking told on yourself saying you pushed the beds together. You pushed the beds together. We've never pushed the beds together. You're lying.
Done it. Let me tell you something else. If you went in somewhere where there was blood and you were allowed to walk in there, maybe you did it.
Oh, maybe I did it, huh?
He wasn't allowed anywhere to see this.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You do it?
Wait a minute.
So you just said you walked in somewhere to see it. Did you do it? Because you should, if that was the case, what you're telling me is you shouldn't even been allowed in there.
Oh. I was in Oklahoma. That's what I got to say. That's my loophole. Okay. You want to try to pin it on me? Go ahead.
You walked in there the other day.
Yeah, I walked in there and saw it after. Hey, you told on yourself because you, hey.
Then you maybe you could have been there because you know why?
All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Okay.
In there then.
All right. Hey,
You was the United States and you could have walked in supposed crime scene.
listen, calm down.
Did you walk out? Did you walk in the room, huh?
What do you think is going to happen? Hey,
But also in there too.
what do you think is going to happen when they solve this crime? Okay. What do you think?
You must have walked in there too, huh?
What do you think? I don't know who.
Me and accused me of something? You said you went somewhere, so who the fuck done it? Did she do it?
Just tell. Hey,
That if this was a crime scene, y'all were fucking allowed to be in there.
Tisha. Okay.
Tell me better than this, because I know you're pretty smart. Tell me better than this. So you admitted to me that you were allowed to walk into a crime scene.
No, I said I saw it. Don't twist my words. I saw it.
Who else went in the cup?
Okay. You want to know? You want to know who else walked in there? You Gannon with a head injury, Quincy Brown, and a puddle of blood walked in there. That's who walked in there. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when they find that boy and put all these pieces together? Okay. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
If that's what you think,
You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Okay. Maybe this was a freaking accident. Maybe we can fix it. Okay. But the truth don't lie.
accuse me. Accuse me. No.
I didn't accuse you. I accused Quincy Brown, and maybe there's a part of this that's an accident. Okay. By the
Some head injury to Gannon Jacob South. I don't know about it, or I didn't do it.
or, why is it an or? Why is it an or? Okay. I mean, that's why I don't trust you.
Do it. What
No, you didn't say and.
say to you?
You said or.
You're going to do this to me.
Listen, all of this stuff doesn't matter because by the time I saw a puddle of blood on the floor, Gannon was already gone. Okay. He was already walking sluggish to the truck. Okay. And he's God knows where he is if he's even alive. And that's what matters. Okay. I'm just,
Sluggish to the truck.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure he was. Why did you, anyways,
To the truck? Really?
why would he be walking sluggish to the truck? He never does that when he has a tummy
Some sluggish.
accident.
How can you determine sluggish from a video?
The same way you can determine a shadow means somebody's getting out of a truck. Okay. The same bullshit. Okay.
Any different than walking?
You can listen, you claim a shadow. You claim a shadow means Gannon got out the truck. We never saw him. We saw him walking to the truck.
Against Quincy Brown, and you
Okay, good. I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger. Gannon was walking sluggish after he had a significant head wound with puddle of blood on the floor.
haven't seen Gannon walk sluggish.
Okay, I'm telling you, he was walking sluggish because he was hurt and there was a puddle of blood on the floor and it's probably his blood. I haven't seen no freaking evidence, but I guarantee you it's his blood because it all adds up, Tisha. And he was walking sluggish because of that, just like I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger off. You hit the nail on the head, honey.
Understand, like you're talking. See, this is what's not making any sense. You're trying to say that he got hurt, but yeah, I don't even know that he got hurt.
Oh, why? Oh, I'm glad you caught yourself.
Video. So you're saying he got hurt Monday morning?
I'm glad you caught yourself. Yep, I'm glad you caught yourself though. Hey, listen, let's stop, okay? Because this is going nowhere. We can fix this. No, I want Gannon. I don't want you in trouble. I'm blaming Quincy Brown, okay? I'm blaming freaking Quincy Brown. I want my son.
Just fail to tell me how we were supposed to be backed away in our American dreams, and you started screaming
No,
in the middle of the wall.
because of my son. It's my son's blood all over the freaking house, okay? My son's blood. If it was Harley's blood, you'd be screaming too. You're screaming, and it's not even your son.
You call this blood and it's Gannon.
I'm assuming who else's blood would be on the floor.
Assume.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got me. I'm assuming. I'm making a serious, legitimate assumption, putting all the pieces together. That is my son's blood. Lena, hey, is Lena cut up? Are you cut up? Is Harley cut up? No, Gannon's the only one missing, and we don't know. So yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm not cut up. I wasn't even there.
I'm going to tell you this, Albert.
You can tell me whatever you want to. Now is the time when we fix this. Right now. Okay.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now. You 30 seconds and listen.
All right.
And yelling back at me.
All right.
Gannon Stout was not sluggish other than if his stomach might have been hurt and his foot. There was nothing wrong with Gannon on Monday morning. He had his switch, was playing his switch, and there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired because the boy stayed up tonight with his stomach hurting, which I messaged you about.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired for that part of it, but you can't assume that someone's sluggish and hurt on Monday morning. That is not true. Okay? Gannon was under my care and was fine. If he'd been sluggish and hurt getting in your truck, there would have been blood in your truck.
Wait.
You tell people all online talking about he was looking like he was drugged. he takes his medicine. One, okay, his stomach was hurting. Okay, he had a lot of Miralax in his system, trying to lean him out.
So you did get, so wait, I want to stop you because you said you didn't give him anything. Now you say you did give him something. This whole time you didn't give him anything.
No, you're a fucking liar because I told you I gave it to him on Saturday night.
Okay, maybe, I don't remember that, but now you say you say you doped him up on Miralax.
I already told you this, so don't try to correct me and tell me I'm lying when I know for a fact. Okay? He was probably very tired. If you go back and look at your phone, I messaged you up until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Because we didn't sleep. I'm sure Lena went to school completely exhausted. So if he walked out maybe a little bit tired, and you saw that, then blame me. Because you know why? We didn't go to sleep.
So now he is tired and sluggish, and a minute ago he wasn't tired and sluggish.
If you think that, then that's why.
Okay, all right, I'm just trying to clarify because you said he wasn't, now he is, okay?
It would.
I can't hear you, I
said if he would have his head injury that you're talking about, okay, he would have had blood in your truck. Okay? He would have. There would have had to been something done to him. This head injury you're talking about. Just stop. Would have just stopped.
I agree,
Okay?
I agree with you.
Okay? Then there would have been blood all over your truck. Okay? That's just how it would have been. It's like, I understand as a father, you are freaked out. Okay? I understand at this point, you're going to cuss out the world because it's about your child. I understand that. When I thought Harley was lost on that freaking cruise boat, I felt that some sticks out. I understand what you're saying when it comes to mode, attack mode, protect mode, attack mode. Okay? But you want to know how do we get back to that? Then you have to believe that when Gannon Stout left that house that day, he was not in any shape or form had been bleeding, hurt, nothing other than him hurting his foot, okay, his stomach hurting. And you know what? I was going to leave him at home.
Wait, what about the burns?
You already knew this.
Okay, well, you said, I'm just clarifying, because you said in any way, shape, or form, and he had burns on his arms. Okay, this is my baby boy now we're talking about.
You said his head. I'm trying to clarify his.
All right, so I got you. All right, I got you. He didn't leave the house with, no, he didn't leave the house with a head injury. All right. So did you bring him back and then he got a head injury, or did you bring him back with a head injury? Okay. Then he ran away. Did he run away, or did Quincy Brown take him with a head injury? Okay. What version of that is the truth? Because the boy was bleeding in the house. So where did the blood come from?
Albert, I'm going to tell you once again.
All right.
You can say all you want to with these assumptions that you have. Okay? Gannon has already been bleeding from his foot. Okay? I had already cleaned it up outside.
Did he bleed in that corner? Did he bleed in the corner of the room? Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead.
He had already been bleeding from his foot. We had at that point in time fixed the room. The only reason I put the room, cleaned it up, or whatever, was because later on I did that before you got there.
So you cleaned up the room before I got there? Okay.
Fucking listen to me. As far as making the thing back up, fixing his Legos back right, I did that.
Cleaning the walls, right? Cleaning the wall, right? That was part of the cleanup?
Cleaning the wall.
You said?
Gannon and I had already done that.
Okay, I'm just trying to put the timeline together.
You're talking about cleaning something prior Like, it was prior to what you're even talking about.
Okay.
This is what you're not understanding.
Well, I'm trying to
Okay.
understand because you told me you cleaned up the rape scene in his room initially, and now, you know,
Yes, my clothing, and I've already told you that.
okay.
Okay? I've already told you this, Albert.
What about the corner where the blood was? Did you clean that up too? Okay, was that part of the cleanup? And that's fine if that was part of the rape cleanup. I mean, but was that part of the cleanup?
Okay, now you're trying to go up.
No, I'm trying to understand all of this. You never told me the rape wasn't true and the bang in your head wasn't true. You told me the bicycle wasn't true. You didn't tell me this part wasn't true. So did you clean up the corner too? Was that part of the cleanup? Because that's where the blood was. And if that's, like I said, that all adds up to an accident to me, and that Quincy Brown is responsible. Okay. And that you just got scared and freaked out. Or was it your blood from when you banged your head? I mean, what happened? What happened in that? Well, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm assuming it's his, but if you banged your head that hard to pass out, you probably were bleeding too. Maybe you fell into the corner because the beds were pushed together. I don't know. All right, I'm just trying to understand. And then you cleaned it up, and that was part of the cleanup that you talked about. Just explain to me what's going on here.
It is embarrassing to explain to you, Albert. It's embarrassing.
It's me. It should be embarrassing to me, babe.
It's not, don't call me babe, because you don't really want me as a babe. You're not trying to be loving to me.
I'm trying to find out what happened to my son. Everything else is part of the situation after we find Gannon. Whatever we decide at that point.
In Gannon's blood.
In the corner?
Where other would have been on the roof?
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna shut up because this is freaking me out.
Don't even start with the whole freaking me out like you care.
I care if I don't want nobody to bleed. What are you talking about? So you cleaned up your blood and Gannon's blood in the corner? Why didn't you tell me that?
I did. You just said I told you about the cleanup part and whatever about it. You're just like, it doesn't matter what I told you. You think it's funny. You just want to laugh at me. That's what you want to do.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to know. I want to know where my son is and what happened. How did your blood get there, and how did Gannon's blood get there?
Listen to
Okay,
me.
I'm listening.
I've already told investigators that.
Okay, all right. Well, tell me, because I don't know.
You went on this no. If they let you in on this supposed crime scene that you shouldn't have even been on if it was a crime scene, then they probably let you in on everything. Okay, or they did things illegally, whatever they did. My point is, it is embarrassing to tell you that. Okay? Embarrassing. Okay? Because you know why? You're not going to take my side, so what does it matter?
I am going to take your side. I'm
trying to put me on trial. Have you been in the car to go find this dude, or have you put me on trial?
Listen, you told me you were getting the address or the phone number or something from the attorney's assistant. Okay?
The reporter's got to do a whole report on it.
Okay, so why can't I have the address and go there and...
It's supposed to be on the TV in a minute.
Okay, so I can't do anything because I got to wait for the TV report, the breaking news story when you have the information. Come on.
You don't got to wait for the breaking news report.
Listen. Hey, back up.
You're trying to put Amber, she's protecting you.
No, all I know her is from a voice on the phone. Listen, what I want is what I told you I wanted initially. I want our 5 people in our family, 2 dogs, Christmas presents. Yes, that's what I want, okay? And if this was, I'm just talking about, that's the last time we were all together, happy, enjoying it, that I can think of that was great.
What could pick up?
I'm just talking about good times in our life. I said that's the last thing I can think of, presents. What?
That starts with you. That starts with you saying, I want my wife and my daughter here and Lena here. And we're gonna sit down and we're gonna all find Gannon.
Right, and we can fix this. As our family can fix this, all 5 of us, okay? Maybe it was an accident, I don't know,
Love it.
okay? All 5 of us can fix this.
Talk to Lena. That's how sorry that shit was. Sorry. That's how sorry that shit was. You could right now fix this. You could right now say, listen, my wife, my child, and my child, we're all going to be in this one location because our home is taken over. And we're going to write it down. If we have to wake up every morning and write down any new detail as we are pursuing this person
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do.
with you.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm writing down every detail. This adds up to an accident and Quincy Brown. No,
Not about your ability.
you said we can get together, write down every detail. We're on the phone together, Tisha. We can write down these details.
The way you want to do it,
I
right?
offered you a meeting. I offered you a meeting.
A meeting?
Yes.
Okay, make up your mind. 1 minute you offer me a meeting. Next minute you said, how do we have our lives back the way?
All right. And I also told you it starts with the truth. Okay. You still haven't told me. Oh, yes. Okay. How did the blood get in the corner? Your blood and Gannon's blood. How did it get there? That's the truth that we need. Okay. How did it get there?
It doesn't matter what I tell you. You're going to call me a liar.
No, just tell me what the truth is. That it does matter.
You're going to be a liar.
Tell me the truth and I won't call you a liar.
I told you.
Okay.
Call me a liar. I could tell you that I freaking got hit with a baseball bat and you would still be like, you're lying. And it'd be true.
Listen.
I told you that I can tell you that somebody was trying to stick something in my asshole and Gannon's asshole. And you would tell me I was telling a lie. You wouldn't care.
Actually, I would. If you told me the truth, I would absolutely care. Because if you got hit with a baseball bat, we wouldn't be talking right now. Okay? So that's why I just need the truth of how did the blood get there. Now we've established it's Gannon's blood.
I just told you, didn't I?
Tell me again. You didn't tell me. You said if I told you this or if I told you that. You didn't tell me anything.
You are all over the place that you're that blind. If you're that blind to it, then that's on you.
So somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat. Somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat and then molested both of y'all. So so it's blood from his butt.
Call for the baseball bat, like use it as an example how you wouldn't believe nothing I said.
So somebody raped and molested both of y'all. And that's blood from his butt is what you're telling me. And blood from your butt.
I'm telling you anything because I'm not gonna relive it.
Well, Gannon's out there hopefully reliving it every day. I hope he's out there living.
And he's not because you know why?
You hoping he's not living?
Get the
You're hoping he's not living? I said I hope he's out there living.
every day. Oh my God! You just see
No.
see what you did.
Yeah, I saw what I did. I took what you said.
He's not. I said I hope he's not living it every day, like as in living through someone hurting him. And you took that as me saying something different. You
Why? But why are you so worried? Somebody did something to you and Gannon, this Quincy Brown guy. You're not going to be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble, but you're talking about contaminated crime scenes. But I'm not telling you you're going to be in trouble. I don't even know. Okay, you're worried about all this stuff. No, you're worried about immunity. You're worried about contaminated crime scenes, but you didn't do anything.
that I'm telling you, you didn't like that I came back with you when you said something like that.
No, you can come back with whatever you want. Okay, it's not a competition. It's not a competition. Actually, it is a competition to find that boy. I can't hear you.
It's the Constitution.
What Constitution? I can't hear you.
It's the law. If someone deems something a crime scene, there's not a person is allowed to be in there breathing, walking, anything.
But why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about that? You're not on trial here.
When I come at you with the truth.
No, you're not on trial here. No, the truth is, well, how did the blood get there? Tell me, okay?
Oh, you're asking me again.
How did the blood get there? I'm not saying it's your fault. Listen,
Same question fucking 15 times.
because you won't tell me. So I want you to acknowledge for me that if what you're saying is true, I don't know the Constitution like you do. Okay, you went to law school and all that stuff, right? So if the police allowed somebody to go in there, that's the police's fault. Okay, that's not my fault. It's not your fault.
No. Do you ever let people talk and answer you?
Yes.
You should have been like this is why I told you all the time. You should have been a lawyer.
Right. Okay.
You asked the book. He's like, if now in my ear when I'm trying to tell him, you would not let someone answer you for nothing. Like you sit there at work and let people dog your ass, but you would talk shit to me.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm asking you for the truth.
It doesn't even make any sense to me. You won't even like protect us in freaking Burger King, but you'll talk shit to me.
I'm not talking shit. I want my family. I want my son. He was bleeding when he left the house. You told me that. You told me he was bleeding. You told me he was bleeding when he left the house. You just told me that. There's blood all over the floor and he left with Quincy Brown.
When?
I didn't ask you that.
I know that I'm getting messages. I know that I'm getting whatever saying something about money. I sent it to you. You didn't acknowledge that, did you?
I did acknowledge that.
Fucking me.
But you got to understand.
That's no fun.
Okay, fine.
You believed 100%. Believed 100% that I did not hurt Gannon South. You would not be interrogating me like you're a police officer.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, but I'm going to go over you exactly what I know from what you told me. I'm going over it. You called 911. You reported a missing child. Okay. Then when I got home, no, you called. Let me rephrase that because you said he was a runaway. You said he left, and the cameras prove he didn't.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
The police said
You said that. You told me he went to a friend's house. You told me that. Okay. He went to a friend's house and didn't come home. All right. You told me that.
he was hiding.
Okay. Then you changed the story to the cops and to
No.
me and everybody.
He was hiding.
Okay. Fast forward. Then I see blood. Now you've confirmed you also saw blood. Okay. And then I ask you to tell me the truth over and over and over again, and you don't. Then I even offer I can help you fix it. It could be an accident. Quincy Brown could be at fault. I could be at fault. Okay. But you just keep going down this road. And how do you expect me? How do you expect me not to blame myself because my son's missing and nobody can find the truth and it's in my household? Okay. How do you expect me
To tell you, like, what do you want me to tell you?
where the blood came from and how it got there? That's what I want to know. You did not.
We keep saying it 15 times.
You didn't say how it got. Or you didn't say how it got there.
You believed. Come on.
What? Say what?
If you get hurt, you bleed.
Okay. How you got hurt?
Common sense.
You got hurt and you bled and you and Gannon bled in the same puddle? There was one
No.
puddle, not two. There was one puddle. So you sat back to back and bled together? Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Well, then,
That's where you go again about interrogating.
I'm not. I'm trying to put together what happened to my son and my wife. So tell me, where's the second puddle of blood if you were both hurt equally and you remember all of that now? Okay.
So I'm sitting back here as you try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm
I
trying
know.
to understand. I'm trying to understand. Well, tell me what happened then. Tell me where the blood came from. How it got there. Tell me.
I can only go on what I heard.
Okay. Tell me what you heard then.
I told you I am not. Until you guys can stop trying to make me to be the criminal when I'm not.
I'm not. I told you I'm taking blame for it. No, let's clarify. Let's clarify.
You got mad and
Let's clarify.
guilty for asking to clear your name.
Let's clarify.
Be stupid enough to clarify to you.
Because I'm not blaming you.
Saying that I'm clear.
Just
not a criminal. I did not.
Okay, you're right. You're not a criminal for hearing things. Nobody is. So what did you hear?
Testify.
What did you hear?
I did.
Testify to your husband about this, our son. It's our son is missing.
Did you just say that? You won't even let your wife and daughter and your other daughter be with you right now.
Because you won't tell me the
You
truth.
worried about family?
Just tell me what you heard, please.
Yeah, but you better believe Lena was with you. But yeah, Harley's supposed to be your daughter too, right?
You took Harley.
Wait, right?
I want my family. You and Harley chose to leave, and I never asked you to leave. Okay, I wanted it the whole time.
If she was trying to worry about you, she was about you wanting to pay her car payment. You changed clothes on her. Why?
Because I had to do that because I'm responsible for it. Yes, okay, but that doesn't matter right now. You can make the car payment all you want to. That doesn't matter right now. Listen.
But you want your family, right?
I can't hear you.
I said you want your family, right?
Yes, I do.
You want your family?
I do.
17-year-old who worked their fucking ass off to pay for the car?
Okay, and I worked my ass off to be able to finance the car for her. Okay, but you need to tell me what you heard. Because that
But then you should have gave her the option to get it back herself and finance it.
she can get it back whenever they release it.
Man,
She can get it back whenever they release it.
situation.
All right, you said earlier, listen.
And Stan would have treated her in that situation.
Yes, exactly. And a father, hey, don't tell me how a father is supposed to feel. You're talking about what you said is most important to you, which is things. You said that. Items. Okay? I'm talking about what's most important to me. What's most important to a father is his son. The most important thing to a father is his children. I want my son back, and you have the information, and you won't give it to me. You won't tell me what you freaking heard when he was bleeding to death.
Said the most, I called you. You said the most important thing to you is your son.
And my son, my children. I said that, my children. My son is missing right now. My two daughters are not missing. My two daughters are not missing.
Talked to her and said, listen,
Lena is safe and sound. Harley is safe and sound.
they need love and care.
Okay.
Just said you put Lane in the bed last night.
Right. Where's Harley at?
You wouldn't let us come.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. You won't tell me where she's at to protect her and keep her safe. She wouldn't tell me that. Tell me
Albert,
what you heard.
Albert, can I come say?
Listen. You're worried about you now. You're worried about you. This is about Gannon. Gannon's bleeding to death, and you heard it.
Gannon's missing and you want to do something.
No, Gannon's.
With the motherfucking FBI, but you ain't.
I'm on the phone with you. You want togetherness. I'm giving you that. Okay? You said Gannon's bleeding.
Fucking FBI on the phone.
You said Gannon's bleeding. And
Make this a priority then. You want your family? And you mean that? You're not trying to be a got to throw me under the bus.
all right, you want to get the FBI on the phone and tell them what you heard? I'll call that lady right now. And tell them you have the key piece of evidence. Amber, I'll call that Amber lady and tell her you have the key piece of evidence that they're missing. What?
Call her on that three-way then.
Call her on three-way? All right, I gotta go to my message and look up the number. Well, you can read the number to me. Hold on.
What did she say when you called her?
What?
What did she say when you called her?
She said that you hadn't that.
So I'm trying to understand why FBI needs to call.
I don't know. Okay, no, I am telling you. She reached out to me and said, "I'm with the FBI. How can I help you?" That's what she said. We're to the point now where the FBI is involved. So if somebody's saying they can help me, then they can help me, and that's what I want. So I reached back out to her. You didn't message her. You lied to me.
Yes, I did. I'll see you right now.
All right, I'm gonna add her on the call right now. You ready? And you better tell her what you goddamn heard, Tisha, about that boy bleeding to death. All right, I'm adding the call. Hold on, right now. 719-240-2516. All right, three-way is starting. Don't go nowhere.
This is Amber.
Amber, hey, this is Al again. I got Tisha on the other line. Can I merge you in? Tisha, are you there? Tisha, are you there? Tisha,
Yes, I'm here.
Amber, are you there?
I'm here. This is Amber.
Okay, Amber, Tisha, tell Amber whatever it is you got to say about what you heard when Gannon was bleeding to death. Because that's what you've been telling me.
I did tell you because Quincy was beating him up and hurting him. Can you hear me? Yeah, you say Quincy was beating him up and hurting him? Yes. And that's what I was just telling. I've been telling everybody this for days. Mm-hmm. So maybe, because obviously I am FBI and not El Paso County, I'd like for you to kind of go through this story with me. I know it's awkward. I know it's weird. I know it's hard to talk to strangers, telling strangers things like this. But, every detail helps us. That's why we try to ask you as many questions as we possibly can. So I'm sorry that you're going to have to go through it. Many times talk to different people, and no one has ever tried to help me. So I haven't tried to not tell you anything in the FBI because there were 3 people already called. Okay. Well, and I'm sorry that, here I am. I'm another person. I'm talking to you. I'm making you live something again. And I know it's a very personal situation, but I want to get as much information as I can from you because every detail does matter and it counts. So, I'd like you to let me just call you back. Can I call you back? I don't have a phone. I'm gonna walk and get someone's phone because I like credits off of one so that if it's gonna be a long conversation. Okay. Is it the same number? Because I text that 719 number that he gave me. Well, the 719-240-2516 that you guys just called me on is a cell phone. So, and I didn't receive any text messages. Okay. Because I'm on this text app because they took my. You just give me a minute. I'm gonna walk and grab another phone and call you right back. Okay. Okay.
Are we gonna do a 3-way again or what?
Hello.
Tisha. Okay, she hung up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone return at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I just want a housekeeping matter. Yesterday you referenced 4 phone calls, exhibit 51, 52, which was just played.
Right.
And 53. I thought you also referenced another one.
Yeah, that one's not admitted yet
Okay.
because it's only a call between the defendant and Special Agent Cronin.
Okay. That's what I wanted to check on.
Yep.
Okay.
And that is exhibit 333, Judge. And as far as timing, these last 2 phone calls are just short of 30 minutes each. So some questions in between them and then those 2 recordings. So just to give you an idea on timing.
Okay. When we come back, I take it then that you will have Agent Cronin back on the stand for a few minutes are you going to play 333 next, or I don't know what the timing is.
Yeah, 333 is actually next. So I need to get her back on the stand, ask her some questions as it relates to that last call, then do a foundation for 333 and then play it.
Right. And that should, let's see, probably put us mostly towards the noon hour. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
What's up, guys? Sorry, I'm still setting up here. Just walked in the house. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. So as I was saying in the chat, listening to that phone call all over again. Listening to that phone call all over again, it's kind of a different perspective, isn't it? When you think about it, because at this point, the jury's listening to it a second time, which is really cool in the sense that now they're listening to it from law enforcement's perspective, which I like a lot. It also not only does it give them the chance to listen to it from law enforcement's perspective, but it's also it's evidence that's really apparent about her dishonesty and lying, and gives the jury a sense of the type of person that she actually is. And it's kind of beaten into their heads because they get to listen to it a second time. I'm wondering if that's just a bonus or if it's also a bit of a tactic from the prosecution in order to get the jury to think that or make sure the jury sees what type of a person they're dealing with, how manipulative she is, that she's not crazy, she's just a liar, someone who does not want any responsibility but wants all the recognition and credit in the world for being such a great mom and being such a great person and blah 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 blah. So I find that very interesting. I mean, he's from what, South Carolina, right? He's from South Carolina. So for him to refer to his son as that boy, it's not uncommon for Southerners to refer to their sons as the boy. It's not uncommon for anybody to refer to their son as the boy when at least older people anyway. All right, so what we'll do while we wait, let's watch this. Well, no, because then I'll get. That's annoying.
I wasn't sure like what you were gonna be in. Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
Now, this is the recording of the interview that took place at Starbucks with Al and Leticia.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way. Okay. This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little.
Yeah, I felt that. I guarantee you, okay, probably down there. So. So we were just notified about what's going on in Gannon, and so I just want to start from the beginning, to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. And same last name, so. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am?
The beginning.
Which school?
I don't know. I don't like if I think it's for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about Gannon. How old is he? 11?
Switch, I'll put out. That's, come our attention, and that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing our mindset on. Based on that.
But someone actually takes.
Yeah, checked it last night. Texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. And I had to come home emergency. But like he texted me last night. He's like, "Yeah, we saw him on the camera. Came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot." I mean, I can show you the text if you want to see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So we have Braden,
Braden, what? So they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know, but Connor is the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to Webster initially, like because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them.
Ian,
So like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
but that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him.
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
It would have been last week. right?
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
Came home like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
they changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days over there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of mine, because he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have a like them.
There's one more. This So Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well. And they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because I hear playing with Sale all the time.
So they live on the next street over. And sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with.
Okay.
I just know their mom.
Campbell.
Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CAMBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
But one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, they're all, these kids are like, they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one another.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. I'll show you the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we got hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah,
She's about the stump. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, yeah, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on it. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through that. And it was, you were either on the plane,
yeah, so that's
something,
on the way
we
up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was all this stuff coming out of his body a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him to go to school like that, scared because of like multiple underwear.
Okay.
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
So,
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went and got good dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada, went to Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat and I made sure some eating a light and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Petco came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you wanted.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever, he was, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
They turned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma. So he told me my tummy hurts, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, So he's worried about, Leticia said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, what's going on? Or where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So let's look at that.
Yeah.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday? And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. That's kind of the end of it, though. We need some more haze. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her
Okay,
he was going to play. So,
which he does.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why, like she said, I always like to walk over here and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with a car.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't anybody that had
Yeah.
an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we were aware of. So
But there's
we, from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with. And so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't, they hadn't seen him. And then they were like, well, this kid has an older brother or whatever. And they went to their house and they're like, no, we haven't seen him. So that's when it really was
gave us
alarming.
information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course, we all went,
I
you
mean,
know.
we think it was
around.
putting people together. You know.
So then Jimmy's dad answers the door and they show the picture to Jimmy. Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter, she's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, you know, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He'd rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, you know, watching cartoons. You know, sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, you know, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why, I mean, I had to come to grips because I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of, between ourselves, kind of broke it down to, we either feel like he's at a house where some of this good stuff is going on.
All right, court is back. Give me 1 second here.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Agent Cronin. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Arnold. As it relates to that last call that we just heard, is it fairly consistent through all the different phone calls? Seems like she's more focused on herself than on trying to help find Gannon.
Yes.
Fwakata.
Was it consistent that there would sometimes be nuggets of truth that she would give wrapped in things that were untrue or distracting points?
Yes, it seemed that at times when she'd be specifically talking about Gannon, she may tell you something to explain away evidence that was advertised that we found, or maybe hadn't been publicized that we had found.
So when you say hadn't been publicized, so pieces of evidence that only somebody involved would know about?
Yes, like the talking about the blood in Gannon's room.
Okay, that was never put out in any social media or in the media at all?
Correct. The blood on the wall or the blood on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, but did Al mention it first or
yet,
did she?
Was she then exhibiting some pretty strong knowledge of that blood being in existence in these phone calls?
Yes, she was providing explanations for why the blood might be there.
Okay. Was that similar to the board that was found up on the S curve in southern Douglas County?
Correct. Talking about the board, it was in the news media that we were searching in that area, and that's when the discussion of the Craigslist looking for a bicycle story came about.
So another way of trying to explain away why she would be in that area and explain why maybe GPS is showing her there.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed in that phone call, and want to have you comment on it, that in the portion of the phone call, the vast majority of it's just her now, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end, it sounds like there's a three-way call where you're actually brought into the call.
Yes, when they were talking about bringing me into the call, I stepped out of the room so that way I could take the call.
Seems like demeanor changed quite a bit. She's getting very confrontational with Al throughout that phone call, and then when you get on, very calm. What was your take on that?
Your Honor, I'm object to speculation.
No.
No, I understood the question. You were asking the witness what her understanding of it was.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, overruled.
The significant pause in her speaking when they hooked up the three-way call gave me the impression she might have been reluctant to speak with me.
Okay.
I'll put you on timeout, Cherry.
Do you ever notice in your experience as
Again.
a special agent with the FBI that
Make you sit in
when
the
you're having
corner.
interactions with people, when they find out you're an FBI agent, that they treat you differently?
Yes.
Is that sort of what happened there?
Yes.
I put on the desk in front of you People's Exhibit 333. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is 333?
It's a recorded phone call that I had with the defendant.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of that disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that phone call?
Yes.
And did that phone call occur on February 15th, 2020 at 1:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 333.
Defense,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 333 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your
I'm
Honor.
just gonna play it.
Yes. And this one is the 27 minutes and 44 seconds.
Agent Cronin, you can set that. Go ahead.
And Judge, just before we start playing it, you can step down. As far as volume, I'm wondering if you want to inquire with the jury, is it too loud or too, I doubt it's too quiet, but I want to make sure that it's not too loud.
That's probably a good question to ask because the speaker is right next to me and there are parts of it that are really loud for me, but oh, all right. You guys can hear it from over there. I didn't realize that. Okay. Is it loud enough? Let me ask, is it too loud for anyone? No.
Yes.
It's a, we're gonna turn it down a little bit, or maybe I can turn it down.
It's only because she's so damn loud.
Okay, give it a shot.
This is Amber. Hello? Hi, I'm calling you back. I had to get someone's phone. Sure.
All right, Tisa. Well, like I said, I know that this is an awkward thing for you to have to keep going through this over and over again. But I would like you just to kind of start me at the beginning of this whole thing and try to walk me through it as to what happened.
So, I mean, am I just supposed to start from Monday? Because I've already went through the whole everything else 15 times. And Monday is when, you know, last thing. So is that where you want me to start from?
Yeah, sure. Start there. I mean, honestly, like I said, you know, we're in the detail business, so it's always every little detail you can think of. It may be a help.
Okay. So on Monday, we were going to go get a bike. Our agenda was to get a bike.
Okay. And I'm going to be one of these annoying people that I'm going to, you know, try to get as much detail from you as possible. Because like I said, so Monday you're going to go get a bike. Did you get the bike from somebody? Were you talking to somebody? Where were you going to get the bike? You know, details about stuff like that.
I was gonna get to that.
Okay, sorry.
I was just gonna tell you our agenda before we left all that off.
Okay,
The agenda was to get a bike that day. We were gonna trade in some sports equipment and then just, go shopping a few times, few places here and there, and then come back home. So then we set up for the day that I was gonna leave Gannon at home because he stays at home sometimes by himself or whatever, like if we're at work and yada yada yada. But he wasn't feeling well because he had already hurt his foot. He had some burns from the fire that he accidentally set, and so I didn't feel comfortable leaving him by himself. Typically he does, but I didn't feel comfortable because I didn't want to get so sad about him being home, by himself, if he needed someone, yada, yada, yada.
sure.
So I told him, I said, hey, you have to ride with me. I decided to stay home with him that day because Albert was out of town. And I said, you have to ride with me. And he was like, okay, can I take my switch? He wasn't feeling that well, as far as he was not complaining with any kind of pain or sickness or anything like that. He just kind of felt down just because he had stayed up the prior night on Sunday, probably till about 3 or 4 a.m. because he has a lot of problems using the bathroom when he takes his medicine and then don't take it, and he takes 5 amps. So sometimes his stomach would get really backed up, and it had already gotten that way. So we stayed up a lot that night after I had put the fire out.
Okay.
And he was in and out of the bathroom, so he's kind of tired, exhausted, a little bit, whatever. But I was like, hey, you want to just ride with me? So we did. But I think it was about maybe 10 o'clock-ish or so when I set the alarm to leave. So I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first. We went somewhere to get coffee. I'm not real sure. We got gas because there was no gas in the truck. I don't remember exactly where I got gas because they looked it up on my credit card, but I wanted the Exxon, but I don't remember exactly. So then we got gas, then we just went on our little way and we went to Petco, which was on Nevada. I think it was, I don't know the exit. I'm not real familiar to give you that quite detail. I just know it was
Okay.
the Nevada exit.
And is it easier for you to just kind of run through the whole story and then I can go back for the details? Or is it easier for if, in trying to think about it, if you can give me the details on the way? Because obviously we want to hit all of these points. Like you said, you went to Dunkin' Donuts, so I'd want to know where that was to get gas, where you stopped there.
I mean, yeah, I don't have access to give you exactly.
No, and you don't have to give me the exact address because obviously I can look that up. Like the Dunkin' Donuts,
Right.
which one was it? Do you know what the street was?
No, it was in Fountain, the one near the house.
Okay, so Fountain near the house is the Dunkin' Donuts. And what street was that on? Or do you know?
I think it's Mesa Ridge.
Mesa Ridge?
Or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys get up.
I want to say that the gas store was right across the street too. It was one of the gas stores that was in the area right there. I feel like it was the one across from Dunkin'.
Okay. So the Dunkin' Donuts near your house on Mesa Ridge, then the Costco across the street. Then you guys hit Petco.
Not, I didn't say a Costco. I said the gas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I said I can't read my own handwriting. My bad.
That's okay. Yeah. And then we went to Petco, and I went in Petco. He was gonna go inside Petco with me, but he was like, "Can I stay in the car and play the Switch?" And I said, "Yeah." And so I go in Petco, and when I was getting out the car, I was like, "Well, I probably should make him go in," but then I was like, "He probably don't want to shop with girls because he never shopped with me." So I was like, "Yeah, okay, he'll be fine."
Yeah.
I don't ever worry about him in the car or anything, but because he wasn't feeling that well, I did going to go look and check and make sure he wasn't, looking for me or wanting to go to the bathroom, getting out or whatever. He drives his pet, but at the same time, he knows I'll go somewhere and I might say I'm in one store and go to the next store.
So did he go in with you at Dunkin' Donuts too then?
We went through the drive-thru at Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. All right, so he stayed in the car there at Petco.
Right.
Okay.
So then we had planned on going to look at some of these bikes.
Mhm.
So I was like, okay, I have the information's on my phone, so I don't know. Like, they have my phone, so it's
Okay.
just in there.
So
But-
you said you were going to go look at these bikes. Was that it? Were you going to a store? Were you going to meet, a specific person, or were you going to look at the bikes?
That's how I looked up a bunch of things online. So I had the people's information where they said they had emailed back and said just when you get close, you can come by and look at it.
Okay, so where all did you search online? Were you looking at, again, was it like stores, or you're looking at, was it Craigslist, or what was it?
It was local Craigslist to Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Like just Google Springs, Craigslist, or whatever.
Okay, so you were looking up for Craigslist. Did you find, was it a lot of them, just a couple of them?
I didn't never
Like,
make all these
she's gonna
things
look
to
this
do it
up.
yet. That's
She's gonna
why
search her
I
phone
got
for
to
this,
start
for these
to stuff.
searches.
So you're looking up a bunch of places on Craigslist as to where you might do it, and then did you arrange to meet somebody?
No.
Okay.
But you did,
So
according to
what happened next? You looked on Craigslist.
I didn't look on Craigslist that day. I had already looked prior. I was saying that the conversations back and forth was whenever you're in route close, you just call and someone could look at it. That's
Okay. Well, and
want you to mistake it.
okay, no, I got you. So you already arranged with somebody to go meet them. Who did you arrange to meet? How were you in contact with them?
I said prior, I had looked online on Craigslist to find some different bikes. On email, when you reply to Craigslist, you know how you have like
Yeah.
emails? And I got their information in my phone.
this
I
FBI lady's
messaged,
smart.
And they said, when you get close, if you plan on coming up as in north,
Okay.
message whenever you wanted to come by.
Okay. So you were emailing with them back and forth, and they tell you to call them when you get close. So they gave you their telephone number.
But I never told them for certain what day I was coming. I just had it all, hey, we're going to go on Monday to me and Gannon. There was no specific person that I was like, this is not even relevant to anything. I
Well-
just wanted to let you know that was on our agenda.
Okay. Well, and it's just, we're trying to recreate every moment that we can, because you never know what's important. So you were going to make this plan to go talk to somebody at Craigslist. You were emailing with them. You're going to call if you get close. What happens next?
So then we were going to run out of time because we had already been in town for a little bit.
What
and
had
we had
happened
to
was,
make sure we were heading back to get Lena.
Okay.
Because Lena would get off the bus. So I ended up not meeting with anybody. I just thought I would go another day. So that's why I said it wasn't really relevant.
Sure.
That was on the agenda.
Okay. Well, and the last thing you had told me was you were at Petco. So were you just like hanging out in the parking lot doing that, or did you drive somewhere? Or
You know,
what?
I bought things in Petco.
Well, yeah. It's just, as you were saying, you were kind of out and about. So I didn't know if you made another stop or what was going on there.
You know, I went to Petco twice. So by the time I went to Dunkin' Donuts, the store, Petco twice, and I don't even remember if I went in another shopping store because it's already been how many days.
Well, what'd you go to Petco twice for? I mean, did you like go to Petco and then have to head somewhere else and then come back?
I mean, I always do that. Like,
Yeah,
go somewhere and I'm indecisive and I go back and decisive enough.
sure, I get that. But, so after you leave Petco, where'd you head there?
This lady's awesome.
Man, I don't know exactly. I just was going to different stores. I mean, I don't even know if I even did anything else. I feel like I went to the TJ Maxx, but I don't remember how to tell you where the TJ Maxx was at.
Okay, well, I mean, was it still in Colorado Springs? It's on the north side, or?
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know.
so,
I mean, there's only stuff on the north side of us. So I mean, I don't know.
okay. All right, so you were at Petco, you went probably to somewhere else, maybe TJ Maxx, and then back to Petco again?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you guys were, it was getting to the time, you're probably gonna have to pick up Lena.
Yeah, we were gonna have to go home to get Lena. So we drove home. I remember I went inside the house. I get out. Walk inside the house. Gannon walks inside the house. I was gonna work out, so I had put like my headphones on. I was gonna work out till Lena got there. I don't remember like if we ate or something between there. Not really sure
Mhm.
exactly what we did between there.
Okay. But it's the three of you there at the house? Or
No,
just the two of
Lena
you?
hadn't got there.
Okay, she hadn't got home yet, okay.
Yeah, no, Gannon went to his room. He was doing stuff and playing or whatever because he was going to have a sleepover. So he kept, moving his room around or whatever because he's always going to have sleepovers.
Mhm.
And then I had my headphones, like, they kind of like smashed their head a little bit. So I pulled them back a little bit and was like listening and doing my thing or whatever. And then I heard something really loud. It sounded like something fell over, but also you have to remember, it's upstairs, downstairs. Sometimes if you can like just walk loud, it'll echo and sound like it was something loud,
Mhm.
One of the dogs started barking, so of course I walked downstairs. Gannon had his door locked, and I knocked on it. I'm like, what you doing? And I need to tell you everything word for word you said, or
Well, I'm just trying to get whatever happened. So, I mean, what was he saying to you? You guys are just trying to,
nothing.
I have two boys too, so I totally get that there's the doors locked.
Yeah, so he was saying he was trying to keep Lane out, and I was like, Lane ain't even here yet. Like,
Yeah.
he has this thing going where he's been trying to build this like memory box because I always told him I kept a memory box for my daughter.
Uh-huh.
In like elementary, and then I also had one for my, growing up, and I gave it to my daughter as a box. He's been doing everything with these boxes where, he even put pieces of paper and trash in there.
Yeah.
So, say you buy the Nintendo thing that's like the cardboard, because you got boys, like the cardboard box that it come in.
Yep.
He would put it in.
Okay.
So he was being all secretive about, like this. And I was just like, you're silly, I'm laughing, whatever. And then I come back upstairs, and when I come back upstairs, so like I had the garage open. At that time, I think I might have closed it. I'm not really sure. Time I went back upstairs again, and then I heard another loud noise, and I was like, oh my God, Gannon, what is he doing again?
Mhm.
And Lena hadn't gotten there quite yet.
Yeah.
And then when I go down, I realized that someone was in our house.
Okay.
And so they asked me, what the description was. So, at first, all I remembered, was what he looked like or whatever. So I'll get back to that later. So I'm just going to tell you that I remembered it first. When I initially called the police, I thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay. Well, and we've kind of skipped a lot right there. So you heard somebody, or you found out somebody's in your house. Were you downstairs? Were you upstairs? I'm sorry. I think you're cutting out.
I'm sorry. I might have said it and it was going out. It's just hard. I'm trying to get off the Wi-Fi or whatever.
Sure.
Let me try to get it.
Yeah. So
So
you were in your story and you basically had said the last thing I was hearing was this, you're sitting there, you heard a loud noise downstairs, and then you realized somebody was in the house. So
I realized somebody was in the house.
how did you realize somebody was in the house? Because it's like, if you're upstairs, I mean, that Gannon was downstairs. Did you go down there and see him?
Told you, but I just told you that. I said I went down there and
Okay.
Did
Wait,
you not hear me say that?
No, I'm sorry. It's probably cutting out. So you went downstairs and what did you see?
Well, I went downstairs immediately and I saw that this guy was standing at the storage room, which is in between Gannon's room and our downstairs basement.
Okay. And as you're looking at this guy, what does he look like?
He was dark skinned. Like Hispanic, maybe mixed. You know, I'm not real sure, like as far as to give you a nationality, more darker skin.
Okay.
And about 5'7" and about maybe about 108 pounds.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Did you say 100?
Now, in my mind, I didn't just go over those,
Yeah.
those stats. Originally, I got scared, and then I just kind of.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's terrifying. I mean, I can imagine it would be terrifying to see somebody in your house. So, so you had said he was about 5'7", 180 or 108? Did I mishear you?
No, 180.
Okay, about 180.
I say 180 because my husband is like 200,
Sure.
like smaller than him. So that's why I would say 180.
Okay, and do you remember anything else about him, like his hair color, what he was wearing?
Yeah, he was very like
Think of something.
cut beard.
Mhm.
He had a tattoo on his arm. I don't remember what it was. I just vaguely remember that.
Uh-huh. What was he wearing?
I don't really remember.
She knows she's full of shit.
I've had so many like bad dreams that I've pictured so many different things now.
Sure.
What?
I don't remember.
Hey, and as you're looking at him, I mean, could you, which arm was his tattoo on?
I don't remember.
Okay. I mean, was he
Oh,
facing
come
you? Was
on.
he facing away from you?
Right. So he was coming out of our storage room, which I assume, I don't want to make any speculation, that's where he was hiding at. And now, so let me tell you what was weird about this so that before I finish. When I got there, the alarm was set the alarm away when I got there.
Uh-huh.
I mean, when I left, but it was on arm stay, but it didn't dawn on me at the moment what arm stay meant that someone, there's no, sensor
Inferior
on the back.
motion sensors. I know what that means. I gotcha.
So like, it didn't dawn on me that I didn't have to put the alarm in when I walked in. So none of this runs through my mind that, until in the moment, all this is running through my mind. Like, this is why, because I was thinking, dogs, whatever. This is why all of a sudden happened in my mind. This is why the alarm didn't trigger on away. Or whatever.
Yeah. So do you think that somebody reset your alarm? Is that what you're getting at?
Do what now?
I'm sorry. Were you thinking that somebody reset your alarm? Because you said your alarm's weird that it was a stay instead of away.
No, you don't reset it. If you have, way that ours was set up because of how that door didn't have a sensor on it. Like, say for example, if I set it on arm away
Mhm.
and I left for the day,
Yeah.
and the dog, say one of them got out of the crate and moved, it would go to arm stay first.
Okay.
Because somebody was like, there was already motion in there.
Okay. So when you left for the day, did you set it as stay or away? When you and Gannon left at 10?
Sure, I said it. I'm pretty sure I said it as arm away because this is something I had to like show later on. So if we were talking about that was just, I'm not a positive if that's why. I'm just saying
She's
this is
confusing her
something
with her own lies.
when
She's
we went through
this
everything
FBI
that
lady
we
knows
noticed
exactly what
that
she's
it went
doing. She's great.
Okay.
Anyway, so at this point in time, I'm just like thinking he's gonna like just completely rob us because he had one of our guns. So at this point in time, I knew he had already been in our house somewhere, somehow, sometime, because in order for him to have obtained a handgun, he would have had to already, be in the house.
Okay. Did you guys normally lock your weapons up?
No.
Okay. Where do you normally store them?
So they're all over the house. So prior to this happening, my husband and I went on a cruise. And so when we went on the cruise, we had hired a lady, and my daughter wouldn't have to stay at home with them, but we hired a lady to come stay as well.
Mm-hmm.
on rover.com.
Yep.
And she just kind of stayed in the hopper. So when she came, I could pull the handguns downstairs. And like Albert, we were talking about making sure we weren't just leaving them around the house, you know, even though she had been like checked through Rover and stuff like that. We don't want to leave them.
Sure.
So I had took two of the handguns downstairs. So that was the only reason
Mhm.
the two of the guns would have been downstairs because we had just got back from our cruise and we had hid them down there in the storage room.
Okay, so he came out of the storage room with one of the weapons that you had previously stored in there, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and when I say hid, they weren't like put away somewhere. They were just in the storage room, like they were inside.
And which weapon was it that he had with him?
One of the black ones.
Okay, like, was it a handgun, a long gun?
Yeah, a handgun. The big guns were upstairs.
Okay.
So at first I was in shock thinking, whatever you want, and I'm not gonna go through screaming what I said. I'm just gonna tell you because you won't understand me if I get.
No, please go through the screaming of what you
I've
said.
already been on the phone like 4 different times telling people, so if I can't go through screaming and all that again.
Yeah, and obviously you don't have to scream at me. I understand.
Yeah, no, I just don't want to like to think I, you know, word for word verbatim to tell you what I said and this and that and the other. So I immediately Gannon was in the room, like about maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 feet from his door or whatever, and just yada yada yada, doing his thing, whatever.
I'm sorry, Gannon was in his room or Gannon was outside of his room, so he saw this guy out there too?
No. Gannon was still in his room. I was just giving you a distance of how far, because Gannon's door was open at this point.
Okay,
I guess open the door.
okay, so you said his door's open, but you could see Gannon in his room?
Yeah, and I could see Gannon in his room.
Mhm.
So I don't remember exactly what the guy was saying to me. I just remember I was like yelling, and Gannon was yelling, and Gannon saw that I was like freaked out and scared, and I told him he could have whatever he wanted. All this. So it went about 1 hour of us just sitting there, me and Gannon sitting in his room, as this guy was asking questions. He was asking, do we own this? Do we own that? All I remember was about weapons and did we know anything about these people? He said somebody named Terrence, and I don't even know. I didn't have no clue who he was talking about, what he was talking about. My assumption was he had the wrong people that he was looking for because we haven't even lived there that long and I don't even know these people.
So what kind of possessions was he asking you about if you had? I mean, was he asking you about your possessions or somebody else's or what?
Yes, he was asking, was there a safe? Like your typical theft, you know, like things that a theft would want. Did we have a safe? Was there any money in the house? And I swear to you, we don't keep any, like, I swear to God, we don't keep any money in the house. We barely keep our cards on, you know. Oh crap, this is at 2%. Hold on 1 second.
This FBI agent, she's very good at what she does. This is what she does. On a federal level, she deals with this all the time as opposed to the local law enforcement there.
This is at 2%. 1 second, I'm gonna get the card charger.
Sure.
Should be right there. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Do I need to turn it on? Here. Thank you.
Agent Cronin, if you would proceed with the stand, please.
I guess her phone died because she was only at 2%. I mean, she would have still had a couple more minutes. Maybe she used that
Were
as
you
an
aware of what
excuse
happened
to
that-
run
where-
from the
where that phone call
conversation.
just ended abruptly, where she's not talking any longer?
Yeah, she had called back to Mr. Stouch again.
So there's another call after that. Right? So at the beginning of this call, that's where that discussion comes in about getting a bike, and this would be up in that southern Douglas County, northern El Paso County area,
Correct,
where that bloody board was found.
correct.
And you mentioned earlier, but what you described as her explaining away why she would be in that area.
Correct.
Were you aware during the course of the investigation that her movements around town and essentially across the country would be tracked using different methods?
Yes.
What methods were used to do that? Do you know?
There was the telematics on the vehicle, and then there was also a GPS placed on a rental vehicle that she had had.
And we heard about that from other folks earlier in the trial. What about phone records? Do those also give that information?
Yes.
Okay. You used a word that we haven't heard yet in this trial. Can you just tell us, just generally speaking, what telematics is? Not an expert description, just a general description.
Basically, it's tracking your vehicle's movement, sort of GPS on your vehicle.
Do new vehicles come with that sort of built into the software these days?
Yes.
In this particular phone call, we get a description of an intruder being in the house when she's describing going downstairs and there's some guy standing by the storage room. You remember
Yes,
that?
that's going back to her second story, which was the intruder in the house.
Okay. How many different stories have we now heard in this investigation?
There were multiple. I couldn't probably give you a number.
Right.
Because some were major differences, some were minor differences.
This intruder version of the story, was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and attacked her?
No,
Was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and kidnapped Gannon?
no.
I want to next, Your Honor, we can have Special Agent Cronin step down and play that last phone call. It would be People's Exhibit number 53, phone call of February 15th, 2020 at 1:49 p.m. So roughly 30 minutes after that last call started.
All right, Agent Cronin, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am.
And this one's 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
Bye, Agent Cronin.
Hello.
Hey,
What is it? I'm freaking beat, Tisha.
what?
I'm beat. What? What do you want?
Are you like, okay?
I'm just beat. I'm just telling you I'm tired. Go ahead. Whatever.
Al's done with her shit.
Are you tired?
What do you
This
mean,
is
why am I
freaking
tired?
stressful. My son's out there missing, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
We have people who are looking for the guy now.
Okay. The Quincy Brown guy.
Why do you keep saying the Quincy Brown guy? Like it's a joke.
I'm not. No, I'm just.
What?
What did the FBI? What did the freaking FBI say? Are they looking for him now?
Well, I gave her my information.
Okay.
I also got a call at the same time, which the attorney said he had just talked to El Paso. And he was like, you do not need to say another word to them. So you need to hang the phone up because I've already clearly gave them this information. And at this point in time, he was like, if they're not reaching out to help you, then they're doing nothing to help the investigation. He said, so he's getting back on the phone with El Paso. And El Paso is supposed to be doing the job because they're the lead agency, even though the FBI is taking over. FBI was working, they're not the lead agency. So he said to communicate with El Paso. And that's exactly what he did.
So the lawyer is communicating with El Paso.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to keep it all straight. But you did talk to the lady? That's what you've been doing
Yes,
the whole time?
just her.
Okay. Okay, you talked to her?
Right. I talked to her, and then the attorney was emailing me back and forth because the lady, this investigative reporter, went back out there to his house and he told me do not say another word
Okay.
because El Paso is the lead agency, and they could potentially be messing up the investigation. And at the same time, as much as, you know, he's going to be wanting to find Gannon, he's also making sure that no one else is interfering, because he said if I'm the head person, that's who needs to be doing it. He's already sent the information to them.
Okay.
He also already forwarded Nicole's going out there to his house and everything.
Nicole.
That's the investigative reporter that we hired. Nicole. Her name's Nicole.
Okay.
You hired an investigative reporter?
You hired an investigator.
Hire investigative reporter. This is what whoever the attorney is in contact with. Investigative reporter.
There is no attorney.
I don't know if you hire him. I don't know if you pay him. I don't know what you do. I just know she's an investigative reporter.
Okay.
That is not even remotely believable.
Why do you keep talking to me like that? Like, okay. Like I'm on trial with you.
I'm just trying to listen to what you're saying. So they went to find this Quincy Brown. Did they find him?
I don't know what they did. El Paso is in charge. They should be communicating with you, the father.
I haven't heard anything from these people. Have you talked to El Paso too, or just Amber?
I was instructed by the attorney that everything had been sent to El Paso,
Okay.
who is the lead agency, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do.
Okay.
And I was on the phone with her, and he said, "Do not say another word," because I made sure that he was on the other line when I called her, which is why I told her I'd call her back.
Okay.
That's a damn lie.
All right. Did
So do not say another word.
okay.
No reason. You should be answering any questions that are not coming directly from El Paso.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody? But you said you forwarded the information, but have you talked to anybody at the El Paso?
Would I talk to, if I have an attorney, do you think I talk to them or my attorney talk to them?
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to piece it all together here. You're talking to this lady, you're talking to that lady, you're talking to Bethel, you're talking to Kate, you're talking to Amber.
The investigative reporter is for me. Like, they are on my side.
Okay.
The attorney obviously is on my side.
Okay.
So that's who the information will go through.
Okay.
We reported it.
Okay. Now that you got people on your side, what can I do for you? What do you need me to do to help you get this information or whatever?
To help me get what information? I was just done that. I done it
I'm-
when I told you.
Okay. Okay. I mean, what can I do to help you? What do you need me to do? Just in general, nothing specific. What do you need? You tell me.
I need you to be with your family so that when Gannon comes home, we can all be together and stop putting me on a trial. That's what you can do for me in general. You can show me some love. You can show me everything that I'm showing you. I showed you love. I told you, hey, I missed you. I love you. Oh my gosh, I want to be there to hold you. I want to hug you. I want to do all these things to you. That's what you can do in general, is to treat me that same way back, because I have done that to you. I haven't found you, talk crap to you. I defended myself, just like I told you. You know good or well.
All right. So,
You're going through. I understand the pain.
right.
I don't know what you feel in those times, but I tried to be here for you, and that's what I want to continue to do, is be here for you.
Okay. Well,
And also, let the attorney know that I would, because you have to hire a private person. They said that police don't even do that because it's not even admissible. You can hire a private person to administer a lie detector test if I wanted to give those results to you.
okay. So your attorney told you not to answer any more questions, but does that mean me? Because I mean, what if I still have questions and we can just work through those like we've been working through? Does that include me?
No, you told me if I called the lady and if I reported everything, You told me that you said I will have a meeting with you, and your exact words were that we would go from there.
Okay.
And we would start trying to find Gannon. That's
Okay.
exactly what you said to me.
Okay.
You said
Fine.
we would move forward.
Okay.
And be looking for Gannon. That's what you told me.
Okay. So what about the meeting?
Okay. So here I am about the whole meeting part.
Okay.
You're in this with me, and I'm in this with you or not. That's where I'm at with the meeting because I have done nothing wrong. I am not a criminal. I'm not a monster. I'm not someone that needs to be.
Okay. All right. Well, all that being said, when can we meet and where can we meet?
The meeting will be deciding where we are staying at together to protect each other.
Okay. I didn't say what the meeting was about. I said when and where, Tisha.
The meeting. Okay. Where are you staying? Why come we can't come stay with you? If you have a place to stay that you've already paid for, why are we sitting here having to be like, okay, let's stay at this person's house, let's go here, let's go to this hotel? Why?
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Where are you at?
I just need the honesty answer. I don't need any more bullshit. You talked about honesty and what you wanted from me. Okay. So my honesty is from me.
Okay.
Not from you.
All right. All right.
Why come get our clothes? I know we can't bring them home because the rest are in storage. Okay. Well, why come we can't get together a week of clothes? We decide where our family is staying. Okay. And then we get on the mission, whether we got to get in the car, whether we need to be out doing it ourselves, finding whatever. That's the plan I expect to hear from my husband.
Wow.
Not just like I'm some side piece that you're gonna meet. That's not who I am.
No, I didn't say side piece of meat. I said meet up to talk about the truth. And actually, I mean, I told you initially, no, please listen.
Stay on task, bitch.
I'm not putting you down. I'm not being mean to you. Okay. Initially, we talked about what the standard was. And you know how I am about, my standards. The standard is the truth and a meeting. Okay. No, I'm not. Okay. That's why I said, what about the meeting? That's why I started this conversation. Let's talk about the meeting. But then there's a truth.
You just said the meeting to get the truth.
No, I know. No, listen to me. I'm trying to clarify for you, okay? There's another part of the truth that you haven't told me, like where you are. You're not in the north end of Colorado Springs, okay? We've established that. Okay, where are you? That's some truth that you can let me know.
I will tell you. But if this gets out, I swear, it's because you told it.
Okay.
Where we at or where we were at.
Okay. Fair enough. And I'll stand by that. Okay, fair enough. If somebody finds out where you are, then you can blame me all day long and tell your lawyer that I'm some kind of criminal. Okay.
I'm not going to tell them that you're a criminal.
I'm just saying. Okay.
I stayed in Extended Stay America on the north end.
Okay.
Region.
Okay.
We switched from one hotel. What did you say?
I said okay. Okay.
We switched from one hotel to the next hotel. Then at that point in time, I had no more money. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing at all. I had people reach out to me on Instagram, and they were like, hey, why don't you come here? Why don't you come here? I don't have a car. I don't have anything. Why do you think people are missing you, want to know where we're at? Because nobody fucking knows. We're nowhere near this. So, Michelle, she reached out to me on Facebook. She's a girl that I always talk about when we go up to Monument. And I would always pass by right up the street. I'd say, hey, my friend Michelle stays there. She sells cleaning products.
Yeah, right. Remember.
Michelle has a big ass house out here in Monument, and she has a building. That's just a building. It's like an apartment. A garage. And she let us come here 2 nights ago.
Okay.
That's why you're a dog, because she has dogs and we have dogs. Oh. I can't stay here forever. I can't stay here long.
So
I can only stay here just basically for the time being because I've been trying to work this out with my husband. And you think like I mean, where do you think I got money at to like stay all these places? Like you act like I'm just like just living at large, staying in all these, oh man, I'm up at Hampton and Hilton. I mean,
All right, listen.
you haven't had anywhere?
Hey, listen, I'll get in my rental car and I'll come to Michelle's house and get you. Just send me an address.
And where are you taking me? Because I know you. You'll try to play me. And you'll try to be like, well, whatever. So am I coming to stay with you? Or are you coming to Michelle's house just to meet me? And I need the truth.
My intent would probably be just to meet. I don't know if staying together is the right answer now because of all the unknowns. Okay.
Okay, well, if you don't want to stay with me, then that tells me that that's not in the, you don't want to be that picture perfect that you said back in December. That's not what
No, don't tell me what I want. I am,
Give me the damn real truth why you don't want me in Harley with you.
because I want my son. Because I want my son. Because I want my son. The bottom line. And until we get him,
Did not do this. Why would you punish me?
why is it an if? I don't want to do this. I want to do this. You wouldn't tell me what you heard. You
Mind
wouldn't tell me the whole
blowing.
truth for days and days, for 3 weeks now. I'm willing to meet you, to stick out the olive branch as an effort for peace. Okay. Because yes, peace, because you haven't given me the truth until today. You've gotten closer to the truth. Okay. Or maybe you gave me the whole truth today. I don't know. We'll take it at that. But I'm offering you a moment of peace, a time to meet, a time to talk. We can hug or whatever. Okay. I don't want to stay together right now because then it's going to be constantly on my mind. It's going to be a fight. At least this way we can meet and talk, and then we get time to cool down, think about it. That's what I've been doing every day, trying to talk to you and then cool down and then answer you on the email if I can, if I feel like it, and then give it another shot the next day. That's exactly the same model I'm trying to teach you. I'm not teach you, try to do right now. Okay, that's it.
It doesn't bother you that, hey, I should be providing somewhere for my wife, daughter, and my other daughter and my son to live while we're going
Wow.
Right, but we don't know where.
through in your brain.
It does. It does. There ain't no sugarcoat it. It does bother me that my family got ripped apart when my son was taken away. Okay? Yes, it absolutely bothers me.
So if you know, okay, that this dude has Gannon, took Gannon, why are you blaming me? Why
I didn't blame you.
Nobody blames you.
Listen, because the only reason, no, the only thing I blame you for, okay, the only proof I have right now to blame you for anything is you called in a runaway when you knew he wasn't a runaway. That's it. Okay. We can move past that. You were scared. You freaked out. What? I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's it. Right. But you called it a runaway. Fine. I understand you were scared and freaking out. Okay.
Man, that's
I'm just
something.
saying.
to hurt anybody.
Right. And I didn't want to get lied to. Okay. But I did. So that's something we got to work through. And that's what I'm saying. We meet, we talk, we hang out, grab a bite to eat. I don't know, something stupid. And then we take a breath. Okay.
That's a
Just like we've done
long
the past couple
2% on that
days.
battery.
Working our way up to a meeting now. All right. We've been talking. We didn't talk for 2 weeks. Okay. It's baby steps here. You got to understand that my son is missing and I've got to get through this little by little until he comes home. And that story, okay, the runaway story, the only thing that I know to blame you for right now, the only blame I point in your direction, okay, that caused a gap between us. And I've said that numerous times. There's a gap between us. And the only way to get back is baby steps. Okay. And you've got to respect that.
And a little honesty
Okay.
too, you know,
have to
like
also realize if someone's terrified, they act in the moment and do what they think. It's scaredness.
I'm not
Don't you have compassion?
I do. I have compassion for that. Listen, I have compassion.
Rather sit in your room by yourself and not comfort each other every night. You would rather that. And then when Landa comes back, you'll see her every day and not your wife.
But you got to have compassion for me, a little bit of empathy on my perspective, okay? Because of the runaway story, the cops, the neighborhood, everybody searching, spent days and days and days, and we lost valuable time trying to find Gannon because of that story. And now, okay, 3
But
weeks,
I was still
no,
thinking,
now 3 weeks later, okay, I find out Quincy Brown, a sex offender, has my son. And the last story you told me was that somebody was trying to stick something up his butt. And now I got to think about a sex offender has my son. Okay. So now you got to have some compassion for me.
I do have compassion for you. That's why I wanted to be with you, to hold you.
No, that's what you want. Okay. What
No, I just said that.
having compassion for me is not telling me what you want. Having compassion for me is respecting what I need. And I need baby steps right now. And the next baby step is I'm willing to meet you. Okay. I'm willing to meet. That's the baby step. But, you know, you need to send me an address of where you're at, and I'll come to you and we can meet. And if that's unacceptable, then
You kicked me off the insurance and you got a car?
listen, I'm talking about baby steps to get us closer to Gannon and to family. Okay. Meeting me is that next baby step. If you can't send me an address where you and Harley are, or at least you're at,
Your question how you got a car. Why?
I told you I got a rental car. One of my family members helped me out with the rental car so I could search for Gannon and I could do what I have to do. Okay. But if you can't,
Why is this claim on the insurance then? Why is this
If-
claim?
if you can't, we could talk about all that. That could be part of our meeting. Okay. But if you can't meet me, if you can't tell,
She just tell me why is this two claims?
okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I want a meeting. You keep changing the subject. So we're going to have to take a 3 or 4 steps backwards from this point. Okay.
No, I'm gonna do the meeting. I just want to know, did you let them take the car?
Who take what car?
What?
Two rental cars.
I don't have 2 rental cars. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Why is she worried about the cops having
You
the
got
car?
somebody, you got somebody trying to PI me or something? What 2 rental cars are you talking about?
No, you said they had a rental car and you had a rental car.
Who's they?
You said Landon had a rental car.
Oh yeah. Oh, Landon. Okay, listen. I don't know what the hell Landon's got going on. Her Aunt Veronica's got all that money, and they went to Texas. That's all I know. Okay, whether they still got a rental car or not, I don't know. That's all been from her Aunt Veronica.
Why
I
are
had
you
to
worried
get my
about
family
Landon?
to help me out? Okay, and that's all that matters here. So I'm giving you the truth. I'm ready for the truth about where you're at, the address of where you're at, so we can have the meeting. If not, like I said, we're taking some steps backwards, and we'll try again tomorrow. And that's kind of where I'm at right now in this moment.
We would take steps backwards because if I just wanted to be with you, that would be second. When you just told me to have compassion, so I'm just sitting here trying to talk to you.
Okay, listen, Tisha, listen. Here we are.
Backwards, what I'm just asking. Just tell me, are you trying to be with somebody else? Just tell me.
Am I trying to be with somebody else when my son's out there missing? So here we go. Change the subject. We change the subject back to Tisha now. All right. All right.
No, I just want to know the truth because I want.
Well, I want to know the truth. You never answered my question about what you heard. Okay. So I want to know the truth too. But you know what? I bent a little bit. I bent a little bit more, and now I'm bending. Now I'm bending again. No, listen. Now I'm bending again and saying. Now I'm bending again and saying, listen, I know you're just not going to answer my question, so let's meet. But that's
Okay, I'll answer your question if you don't yell at me.
Okay.
Don't yell at me and
What-
don't scream at
the
me.
question of what you heard.
When you answer a question, you let me answer it and stop interjecting and treating me like I'm on trial with.
Absolutely. You got it.
Now go.
What did you hear in the moment that there was bleeding and everything going on? What you heard. That was the question you didn't answer.
I'm trying to finish.
Okay.
So the police had left. Okay. I put Harley and Lena upstairs in the room. Told them don't come out. Nothing terrible, bad, nothing had happened at that point in time. I was still terrified. If I mentioned the police, if I sent a note, if I said anything, I didn't know what was going to go on. I told you this 17 times. I told them this. You could ask me why didn't I do things differently? Fucking scared. Okay? Scared. Went back downstairs. Okay? We didn't have a safe. We didn't have money. He swore up and down we had a safe. Swore up and down we had money. Kept saying, no, we don't have a safe. And I wasn't saying it in this tone, like, no, whatever. Just not going to be reliving all of it like that. No, we don't have a safe. No, we don't have this. I couldn't get your gun upstairs to work. I tried. There was no bullets for the shotgun, and that couldn't get the other gun to work, or I was going to run back downstairs and freaking light his ass up. That was my mind. That was what I was going to do.
All right. Okay.
Couldn't get it to work. Came back downstairs. Girls are upstairs. I knew I had 2 of our 3 children safe. And if I would tell you this, you'll be like, well, why was it 2 of them and not all of them? Or why was it not this one and not that one? People are not realizing that I didn't pick and choose. Okay? Come back in there. Plead again about I would do anything. Money, whatever it may be. Okay? We have this. Jury. I offered every single thing that there was. He kept saying we had a safe. And I kept saying we didn't have a safe. He grabbed me, pulled me back into the storage room. My hands were tied. I already told you this. 17 times again. My hands were tied. Completely. Harley, Lena, upstairs, either sleeping, whatever they were. It was late night at this point in time, 11, 12, midnight, whatever it may have been. I left Harley a note on the counter that said, please recall police. Gave her the word that we always say is a code word. What is the word we always say that you've always picked out whenever there was trouble?
Desperado.
Right. I always pick with Harley about it. You ever hear that word? It's something Albert had, right? She didn't catch on to what I was saying, which I can't blame her. She's sometimes ditzy. Didn't catch on to what I was saying. Nothing. I called you back. Called you back with him sitting there. You didn't answer. Not your fault. So now I'm in my mind thinking, if I say to Albert a code word, he might at least think something. Anything. So no, you could have been on the phone. I don't know. All I hear is Gannon screaming. He's yelling at me to shut up. Except he said it in a worse way than that. I did hear a loud noise as if Gannon hit something. I'm screaming. I'm sitting there trying to make noises because if they're above me, then maybe someone will hear it on the wood pieces. Nobody helped. Nothing came. No one. No one came for anything. When I came back from hitting my head, which was hit on that wood piece that's in our storage room, Gannon was gone. I freaked out. I get in my car, which I'm sure that they've probably seen on camera. That I get in my car, drive maybe once or twice around the neighborhood, thinking, what in the hell am I going to do now? Albert's going to fucking kill me. Everybody's going to kill me. That's all I kept thinking. And Gannon's gone. If I haven't slept in how many days reliving how if I could have done something. I'm not going to fight somebody with a gun, with a knife. I don't know how they live. I don't know. And the only reason I would have known who it was is I told you about the badge. more and more, I kept remembering, as I had nightmares every flipping night, who it was. Images in my mind, pictures, over and over and over and over and over again and again and again. Can I do anything about it? No. It didn't matter whether I said someone was something happened. It didn't matter what I said in that moment. My mind immediately went to, oh my God. You hear about this? I look on the neighbors all the time. Shit goes down and you don't, like, in your brain, you plan if something was to happen, what you're going to do. And then you can't. Your body don't let you. I'm not a person that even remotely tries to be a badass with a gun.
Ooh, I could hear him like talking to the FBI agent. I wonder if she heard that.
How am I going to go find him? How am I going to go do this? We got to get help, resources. And then if I say, you know, the fucker was in our home, all they're going to tell me is I'm fucking crazy. I need mental health. I need to see a psychiatrist or some fucking shit. That's all that's going to be told to me. So I went the very next day. So there was no wasted resources. I went the very next day, that afternoon. When I talked to them, I explained to them exactly what I told you.
Hey, Tisha, hold on. Listen, this is the worst fucking story yet. All right, I'm done with this shit.
Agent Cronin, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
I'm not sure as far as scheduling, we're pretty close to the noon hour, Judge, and I was wondering if you want to have her come back. I'm not going to finish with questions before that time. I'm sure defense is going to have cross.
Counsel approach, please.
He almost blew it there for a second. I could hear him whispering
Agent Cronin,
to-
you can go ahead and step down.
to the FBI
Ladies and
agent.
gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, like each one of those jurors is walking out of there shaking their head going, that bitch is guilty as fuck. They're like, this woman is so guilty.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the court. Is there anything else we need to take up from the prosecution?
Not at this time, Judge.
No, sir. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So, yeah, that was something. That's a phone call that we have not heard yet. We did not hear that particular phone call between Al and Leticia. It was interesting how, because I was surprised that at first I was surprised that Al wasn't saying, let's stay on where Gannon is. Why and not calling her out on why aren't you worried about Gannon? Why are you so worried about me and you right now and you're not worried about Gannon? If you're so worried about me and you, why don't you understand that my concern is Gannon? But it seemed like at that point they were trying to establish where she was at. They were trying to get a location on her. I don't think that they knew where she was. So that at least that's what I was thinking. So because his focus definitely seemed to be like, well, give me your address, give me an address of where I can meet you. Baby steps. I'm not saying that we're going to stay together, but what I am saying is the baby steps. The first step is let's meet and talk. And she seems to be extremely adamant on avoiding anyone knowing where she is. Why not just simply cooperate with law enforcement? I mean, I get that she was already pretty spooked about the fact that she was detained and then ended up in the hospital and then managed to escape from the hospital and evade detection by doing that. But at the same time, you know, why not just simply cooperate with law enforcement? Why not just simply say, hey, you know, all right, you know, what do you guys want? I've gone over it. Let's go over whatever we need to go over, whatever it takes to find Gannon. None of that happened. And she's on the phone with Al without any empathy towards him, as far as that's what's really fascinating. No empathy towards Al and the fact that his son is missing. Nothing at all. Everything is, I need you right now. Me and Harley need you right now. We need you with us. We need you to spend time with us. We need you to hang out with us. And the truth is, I mean, I'm getting the vibe that all she wanted to do was be with him so she can monitor him and control how much he talks to law enforcement. I think that's the only reason she wanted him. I see a lot of people in chat saying, well, she's just thinking about sex. I don't think that she brought that up. Maybe I missed that or something, but I was getting the indication that she was just simply wanting to control that aspect of of the entire situation. If I have Al near me, she's thinking, if I have Al near me, then I can control and I can have some level of control and I can at least monitor who he's talking to, what's going on. And at the same time, he's threatened about the idea that he's with Landon, his ex, and she's jealous of this. Meanwhile, she's Googling like how to find a husband that she could just live off of and watch their kids. So I mean, I don't know why she thinks that she can control this situation the way that she thinks that she's going to control it. Like that is pure delusion. Pure delusion. And I mean, again, I'm not a psychological or mental health professional. I'm not in any way, shape, or form. And I hate overusing a word that is overused in this community, which is narcissism. But I mean, if it quacks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And she is completely and totally focused on she's completely and totally focused on herself and how she's going to end up in this situation, how things are going to turn out for her, which is clearly a sign of guilt. Sugar Crisp, that's an interesting question. You're saying I need to ask you something important. Why weren't her rights violated when they kept her against her will? I was curious about that too. And as a matter of fact, let me see if I can find something here. Somebody referenced something. I'm going to see if it's even, if it exists. So there's this guy, the lawyer, and I like this guy. I'm just not sure what video it's on, but someone told me that he gave an explanation as to why he believes that her rights were not violated when they detained her after telling her that she could leave. Now, I speculated before I even try to find that, I speculated that it's because she reported a rape. During that interview, she reported a rape, and since she claimed that Gannon was kidnapped, and the entire goal is to find the person who kidnapped Gannon. The entire goal is to find Gannon, find out what happened to him. To identify this person, the best thing to do would be the best possible evidence would be DNA. There's a good chance that they can collect DNA from her person in order to get that. So that makes her body basically a crime scene, more or less. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I don't know the law. I'm not an attorney, but it makes sense to me that they would be able to at least detain her, and not necessarily put her in handcuffs, but at least say, hey, you're not going anywhere. We need to find out. There's an 11-year-old boy missing. His dad is freaking out. His mom is freaking out. And you have possible evidence on your person, on your body, that we need to collect in order to possibly identify the person that you claim took Gannon. So that's what I'm thinking possibly happened. And so, okay, so Deborah's saying that it's legal to detain someone. I don't know how much this is true. I don't think Deborah here is an attorney either, but it seems to make sense because I thought about that too, that it's legal to detain her while they're filing for a search warrant, while they are requesting a search warrant. So I don't know, but, and these are pretty short live streams. So this is just a trial update and questions, and this is from 8 days ago. So let's just see. And let me go ahead and put this guy's. I'm going to put his link in the chat. So if you're not subscribed to the lawyer, please subscribe to him. Real quick, I just put his link to his channel in the chat. So Take a second, if you can, please, to subscribe to his channel, because he's been doing some coverage of this case as well. I always like to hear the perspective of attorneys. So this is from 8 days ago. Let's see.
So, a bit of a mad rush to get to the video today. We said it earlier in the day at 3 o'clock. Usually time for the Leticia Stock trial. However, I guess they got through the witnesses a little quicker this morning than they were expecting. And therefore, they took an early lunch, and it's finishing at 1 o'clock their time, which is 3 o'clock Eastern, which is when we were going to do the video. So I just got off my last call and we bumped the video up. So anybody who wanted to listen before the trial got back going after lunch could come here and listen for a half hour. And anybody who wants to jump back can, of course, do that. And then anybody who's going to watch instead of the trial will be able to do that as well, because we're going to be going past 3 o'clock. And I'm going.
Yo, listen, I am very secure in my masculinity, and so secure that I could tell you that this dude is a fucking Greek god. Look at him, bro. This guy's walking into a courtroom and owns it just by his looks. Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm going to save the discussion about juror questions. I have, honestly, it may be the number one asked about topic in the last 2 months is, why are these jurors asking questions? Why is the judge allowing jurors to ask questions? I've answered a bunch of you on DM. I've answered some in tweets. I've answered a bunch of different ways. I think, tweeted the answer and posted on Instagram and things like that. But we're going to do a deeper dive today on jurors asking questions so that I can just share this link to anybody that asks me in the future. We're going to do that at the end. But also, we're going to talk about different jurisdictions, how they allow it, why they allow it. And we are also going to do a poll to ask you all, the audience, whether or not you think it should be allowed. Additionally, we're going to talk about how lawyers react to it and what lawyers can do. So a lot of that's going to be at the end. But first, we're going to give a trial recap. I'm going to play a couple short clips just of relevant parts to what we've been talking about on the Leticia Stock case. So if you guys are following this case along with me, then make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the case. We are talking about Leticia Stock trial that's going on right now. If anybody wants the details, I'm sure the chat will fill you in. We are avoiding some of the facts in this case because they are gruesome, but they are also basically agreed to, the factual portion, because she is not necessarily saying she did not commit these heinous acts, but instead she is saying that she is not guilty by reason of insanity, that she did not understand right from wrong, that she had a mental disease or defect that did not allow her to form the criminal intent necessary to commit the crime, dude. And therefore she cannot be guilty, and she should be sentenced to a mental health facility as opposed to prison. So let's give an update as to.
Right, Kelsey 206. Right. You watch him because he's impartial. I see you.
Some of the witnesses that have gone since last we spoke, we have heard from a lot more fact witnesses. And the fact witnesses have come on and testified to exactly what they're there for, facts in the case. What happened? Where were you? What did Leticia tell you? Why didn't it make sense? Things like that to prove that she did commit the acts that she's charged with. So they have testified to, at this point, where the body was, how it was found, the condition that it was found in, how they did testing. They posted some stuff up on the TV screen that we could see that I fast forwarded through and did not watch that portion because that's miserable. And I can't believe they put that up there. That is not necessary for the public to view, in my opinion. We can listen to the testimony. We can understand what's going on in the case without seeing the gruesome photos, in my opinion. So there was that. Then we had the hotel clerk in Florida, which is where the body was found. She lives in Colorado. They all live in Colorado. Law enforcement was following her. And they had a hotel clerk in Colorado say she checked in at like midnight and checked out less than 12 hours later. What the heck was she doing in Florida? Well, that's where they found the body. And again, this would have been a smoking gun type of witness if the facts were in dispute in this case. But you're also maybe seeing why they went with the defense that they went with, because it seems like they have a rock solid factual case of what exactly.
No, for real. Like, dude, if I was sitting next to that dude, as contestants on the dating game, I just get up and leave. I would just be like, all right, yeah, you got this, dude. I'll see you later, bro. Like, I'll be like, peace, dude. Have a good time.
Happened. So while it would have been a big witness in this case, it wasn't a huge witness. And a lot of people are asking, why isn't the defense attorneys, why aren't they asking a lot of witness or a lot of questions on cross? Seems like the jury is asking more questions than the defense attorneys. Well, when it comes to the facts in a not guilty by reason of insanity trial, the defense attorneys are not going to harp on them. They're bad for them. They get it, but they are going to focus on the insanity defense. And I'll take this second to pause. We did drop our first podcast, Opening the Door, on iTunes, SoundCloud, Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcast, you should be able to find it on the Lawyer You Know podcast. It's a totally new series, so go check that out if you guys haven't already, and give us a rating and review and stuff, because we don't have a ton on there. We did film it as well. We're going to drop the new podcast every Monday. Maybe we'll drop the video of the podcast on Friday or something, but we want people to go listen to the podcast if they like that medium. Okay. So what other witnesses did we get to? Well, we get to Lieutenant Jason Hess, who was one of the investigating officers in this case that spoke to Leticia Stock. And I thought that part, it's kind of the end of his testimony, was very interesting when it came to mental health, to the questions he asked, to her reactions when talking about her missing son. And then the defense had a very short cross. And I just thought that would be interesting for us to listen to together. So let's get to it.
Now, keep in mind, this is from 8 days ago. So he's
missing or had run away.
He's got a bunch of updates.
How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
It'd be hard to put a number on it, but over my career, a lot, probably in excess of 30 runaway or missing persons style calls.
When you go out
I've been leaving. I'm going to keep leaving his link in the chat because I would absolutely behoove all of you if you're trying to get a better understanding of what's going on in the trial, if you're following this trial and you're trying to get a better understanding of what's going on in this trial, the best thing to do is to get a perspective from an attorney. So this dude is an attorney, and he's a young attorney, obviously. So he's probably very into what he does. And I would absolutely encourage anyone to get the perspective from an attorney if you're following a trial, any trial.
To those types of calls, have you had opportunities to observe people's emotional reactions to that sort of an event?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Yes, it is.
Okay. From 6 days ago. All right, I see it right here. And at 31, let's start it at 30. All right, so I guess he's going to be, thank you so much, Team Brittany. I guess this is going to be what, like I said, I wanted to get an understanding of why, because Sugar Crisp was asking why her rights were not violated when she was detained against her will before she escaped from the hospital. And I guess this is where he has an explanation for that.
Stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems. This is something that will be highlighted by the defense, that she even knows she has mental health problems. I've had some of you that suffer with the same diagnosis that she has, telling me
And I'm sorry, ladies, his camera is blurry, so you know.
that. Okay, this is interesting here. I'm gonna start that one. Telling me that you deal with this and knowing that you have it and dealing with it and talking about it is a really important part of the process. Leticia began crying with her head in her hands, then said a few times, "I don't want to dream anymore." She said she's trying to block it out and doesn't want to be specific. The interview then continues. So again, that's going into kind of the mental state. Leticia was then asked to describe again what happened when she found the carpet guy in their home. She said the doors to the gun cabinet and her room were open. She didn't think much of it.
Bangarang Daphne, well done.
They talk about the assault. They talk about asking where Gannon is. And she would do anything for them to find out who Eduardo is, who we know now. Not true. So it's one of those things like Murdoch, where she admits lying in the police interview to try to get them on her side to say, look, I was lying, but I'm not lying now, which I can prove because I'm telling you I lied before, right? And then she's not in the room and they're out in the hallway, and a member of the sheriff's office took her phone out of her hand. She became frustrated and asked to see a warrant for taking the phone. The member of law enforcement said they're applying for a warrant now. The detectives told Leticia that she has evidence on her body after the assault and they cannot allow her to just leave. They explain why she can't leave yet and she's being held until they have a search warrant. So this is all interesting. And a lot of you also asked, why can they take her phone? Why can they hold her if they don't have a warrant yet? I don't know the timeline of the search warrant versus the warrant for the arrest versus when they had probable cause versus when they had a reasonable suspicion to detain her. So
that's a great question, Dietz. I don't know if he specializes in criminal law, but I would assume that he does. I would assume that because I don't see this dude kicking it with the Law Tube crew, what's his face, Ricada and the likes of those guys. But I would think that if he didn't know about criminal law, he wouldn't be discussing it.
That could be part of the equation. But one of the interesting things is when we have exigent circumstances, when there is a missing child, when that person has evidence on their body, law enforcement officers are allowed to search and seize things in exigent circumstances, which can be to prevent destruction of evidence, continuance of a crime, if they're in hot pursuit, things like that, or if it's a medical emergency where there's smoke in the house, they can go in, to the house. So there were probably exigent circumstances at this point. I would hope her lawyers filed a motion to suppress this evidence and anything they got from it as fruit of the poisonous tree. But I will just say it doesn't really matter.
Interesting. Now, not to brag or nothing, but I got to tell you guys, those of you who know me, I love when attorneys on YouTube, they validate the shit that comes out of my mouth. I said something along those lines where I would think that her attorneys would have filed some sort of motion to suppress that evidence. Whether it was, obviously it wasn't, but I would think that they would have at least tried to suppress that evidence in some way.
It doesn't really matter once you plead insanity. If they proved, and she basically admits to the facts, then unless there's anything proving or disproving insanity on the phone, maybe it doesn't even matter. Very interesting. All right, a couple more questions and comments here before I have to take off. I've got about 5 minutes left. Good vibes, Stacy. Do you think she'll take the stand? If she does, I'll throw up. I don't think she will. Many times in insanity cases, the defendants do not take the stand because They have had so many interviews with mental health counselors that the mental health counselors will be able to explain what they said, how they said it, how it applies to insanity defense. And, even if she admitted committing the crimes or whatever it may be, we're going to get so many of her statements through the mental health experts. I think that would make me think she's not going to take the stand, but who knows? Cynthia, welcome.
Now he's an attorney, but I figured that she's not going to take the stand because it would just be a bad move. It would just be dumb to put somebody as unstable as she is and as stupid as she is and someone who is as bad at lying yet prone to it as Leticia is to get on the stand. I can't imagine any attorney on the planet that would be defending her that would think that it's a good idea to put her on the stand and let her address a jury. That is insane.
Azam, happy birthday, Tori, one of the OGs. Creighton Writer, insanity doesn't go for days with many exclamation points. Maybe Creighton Crayon, sorry. Creighton Waters is what this makes me think of, but maybe Crayon is angry. No need for all the exclamation points or to get angry. It's temporary. Covering up the crime isn't part of insanity. Well, that's very interesting, Crayon, because I think what's going to come out in evidence from the state's mental health experts is that it is exactly that. And it exactly sheds doubt on whether or not she was insane at the time of the commission of this crime. And we have had insanity cases.
And again, I'm not an attorney, and I'm looking at you guys, your comments here. Nicole B is saying they aren't trying very hard to defend her. I'm not an attorney, so I can't speak to an attorney's ability and performance of whether or not they're doing a good job defending her or not. But with an insanity defense, that being said, I don't think that there's much they can do. The thing is there's so much evidence against her. Her attorneys have access to all of this evidence. So I just don't see, I don't see them having much of a defense for her. I feel like the insanity defense is absolutely reaching, especially since the mental health disorder that they're claiming that she has, which is dissociative identity disorder, which is very hard to prove, which is a very, very rare mental health disorder that's ever diagnosed. It's very rarely diagnosed. I just don't see how you could do much, they're objecting here and there, but most of their objections are overruled. So it's not like they're not putting up a fight for their client. The defense attorneys, I believe, I'm trying to say, I don't think that they're not putting up a fight, and I'm not going to, in theory, as a layman, they don't seem very well qualified, and they're public defenders, but I feel like every decent lawyer started off as a public defender. Every decent criminal attorney started off as a public defender at some point. So, who's to say that they're incompetent? I don't know if they're incompetent. And I'm not going to suggest that they're not doing their job. I'm not going to suggest that they're being unethical. I just don't think that there's much they can do. I just don't see how they can actually put up much of a fight in that courtroom, considering all of the evidence that's being presented against her. And the prosecution seems to be extremely organized, despite the confusing time frames in which they're presenting their evidence, because it's kind of all over the place as far as the timeline goes. It's not in order of the timeline of events where they're calling witnesses and presenting evidence. I other than that, it doesn't seem to matter because the evidence seems incredibly compelling. All of the evidence that the prosecution has presented seems incredibly It just seems, yeah, it seems quite damning. So I just don't see much that the defense can actually do. Again, you have to understand, Nicole B, that it's not like she hired attorneys and these attorneys were like, well, we can beat this thing. She wanted to defend herself. This is 3 years ago. COVID only slowed things down so much. She slowed things down and stalled things with her antics and her behavior so much that I just don't. I just, like I said, I don't see that the defense can do much. I don't see that there's much that they can do. But the point being is they're there because they were instructed to be there. They were assigned to the case by the court. They didn't go, Leticia didn't walk into a law office, give them a retainer and go, hey, I didn't do this. And then they're going to go, hey, well, yeah, we don't think you did it either. And we can totally disprove their case. That's not what happened at all. She decided to plead not guilty because it's her right to plead not guilty. It's not up to the attorneys as to whether she's going to plead guilty or not guilty. That is not their choice. That is her choice because it's her right. She's the one on trial. So she can absolutely say, nope, I'm not guilty. And then once she says, I'm not guilty, the court appoints her attorneys. So they're just doing what they can with what they have to work with, which doesn't seem to be much at all.
And I will tell you, many times it works out considerably more favorable for the defendant if very shortly after this happens, when they realize that they had a temporary moment of insanity and did something horrible, that they fess up and explain how they had a mental break, a blackout, a block, whatever it may be. It usually goes much better in proving insanity. And sometimes we've had the state actually agree with us. And we actually, saw a case in Florida, the face eating guy, where that happened.
Wait, what? Oh, the face eating guy. That's the bath salts case. Okay, so I'm really interested in hearing what he has to say about that. Because I don't know what happened to that. Like, did this dude, like the person who ate someone's face high on bath salts, did he claim insanity? What?
Everybody knows it's an insanity type of case. Very, very, very rarely, I can't think of one, does somebody win a not guilty by reason of insanity after they ran, tried to hide, tried to lie, tried to cover up,
right,
and do all of this showing consciousness of guilt.
Right.
Ask for immunity. I can't think of a single case where what you're saying is true and it doesn't matter at all that somebody tried to cover up the crime and then later pleads insanity. That may be in your mind, and as a juror, that'd be fair. If you were on the jury and they put all this out there and you said, listen, I think she was temporarily insane that day, or, however many hours or minutes or whatever, because temporary insanity does not need to last for days. You're absolutely right about that. But what a jury considers as to whether or not somebody is legally insane in a case like this, they take all of this evidence and make their decision.
Right. Not just the crime itself, but
thank you, Azam,
all
for
the events surrounding the crime.
All right. We're going to call it here. So Lynn said temporary insanity is not applicable here. That is what they're trying to argue. That is what they're trying to argue, is temporary insanity.
But they're trying to argue temporary insanity.
That's all we've got. Crayon.
Okay. They're trying to argue temporary insanity, but they're trying to argue a specific type of insanity in that temporary time period, which is interesting. They specified dissociative identity disorder, and yet since the prosecution knows that this is what the defense is doing, the prosecution is very, very careful and calculating when they're asking the character witnesses, the people who are in Leticia's life, such as Al, such as Harley, anybody that knew her. They're asking, well, did she ever go by a different name? Did she ever, like, basically asking questions if she showed symptoms of somebody who would have dissociative identity disorder, which, yes, Noah Hammonds is saying multiple personalities. In layman's terms, that's what dissociative identity disorder basically is. If you've seen the television movie that was super famous back in the late 70s or early 80s, I don't remember exactly, with Sally Field, called Sybil, that was supposedly dissociative identity disorder, and she had all these personalities. If you've seen a more modern reference would be the movie, oh, I already forgot the name of it, the one where Glass was a prequel to, the one with James McAvoy, and it was an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Oh my God, it's killing me now. Yeah, the movie Glass and the one before it. Right, I just can't think of the one before it. Split. Cherry, who has never seen a movie in her life, remembered the name of that movie. Incredible. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa! I just got. No way. Hold on. Okay. Wow. Cherry, I'm gonna DM you. Let me send this to Cherry real quick. I just had a very interesting update on something here, and I want to get it confirmed before I talk about it. All right, Cherry, check your DMs, please. Shut up. Do as you're told. Anyway. So yeah, so the movie Split, where this person has all of these different personalities and whatnot. I mean, you'd think that some of this might be triggered by stress. Again, not a mental health professional or an attorney, but I feel like when someone gets that trigger and then they switch personalities, it's probably like most other mental health disorders that some sort of stress might trigger that. But we're not seeing a difference in Leticia's personality at all. We're not seeing any display of dissociative identity disorder or split personalities. We're seeing somebody who's just struggling to keep up with her own lies, which I find very, very interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and break for lunch myself. I'm gonna leave this running and leave the chat open for you guys while Cherry looks into this and gets me some facts on this. And And I'm going to eat some pizza. And I'm not going to do that with you guys here because, you know, this is not MGL's channel. This is the Glarer. So I'm not going to sit here and chew like a cow while I talk to you guys. So I'm going to eat some pizza and I'll be back hopefully before the court resumes. And I'll have an interesting little update on a separate topic. Yeah. So, but yeah, I will see you guys in just a little bit. Like I said, hang out and talk amongst yourselves and enjoy the chat while I do that. Hello, hello. Yeah, we should be returning back to court in just a couple of minutes, but I have some interesting news. So apparently, I'm not an attorney again, but there is an update in the canceled Karen, aka Critical K, lawsuit in regards to that was filed by Ray Andriacchio, who is the mother of Christian Andriacchio, for defamation. And according to this, it says here, in conclusion, Andriacchio's motion for default judgment is granted, and evidentiary hearing is necessary to determine an appropriate amount of damages. One will be scheduled shortly. Canceled Karen is invited to participate. So yeah, she lost that lawsuit. That's over. We knew that was going to happen. And I'm surprised that it took this quickly, but at the same time, I'm not surprised because she's done everything she can to avoid it. Somebody who is always going online and talking as if she's an expert in the law and knows everything and blah, 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 blah. But she knows nothing. And she's done everything she can to avoid having to even face these accusations against her. And now what that tells me is that the amount that she's going to have to pay, now the lawsuit is for $10 million. Okay. And the lawsuit is for $10 million. Give me 1 second. I just want to be ready for this to start when it does. The lawsuit is for $10 million. And, you know, as I've been saying since I started talking about this lawsuit, Kay doesn't have $10 million. Now, I figured that's probably going to be, it's going to factor into the judge's decision of how much she's going to have to pay. But so I doubt that he's going to make her pay or order her to pay $10 million because, I mean, she doesn't even have $1 million. She doesn't even have $500,000. She doesn't have nothing. So I'm pretty sure she's, you know, the judge is likely going to factor in the fact that she doesn't have the amount that is being filed. And that she's being sued for. The judge, canceled Karen doesn't have that. So I'm sure that's going to factor in some way, shape, or form. But based on that, I'm sure she's going to get the maximum of what the judge is allowed to order her to pay. Which I have no idea is going to what it's going to be. I honestly have no clue. But I doubt it'll be $10 million. Just whatever the maximum in consideration of her income and what she's going to be capable of paying Mrs. Andriacchio. Since she has made absolutely no effort to even acknowledge this lawsuit. She's made no effort to even go out to Mississippi to show up to court. I mean, yeah. I mean, she could try to sell those cankle pics, but it's not going to happen. So, yeah, the inevitable has happened. She is on the absolute losing end. It is final. The judges made their decision. The judges made their decision that she is lost this lawsuit and she's going to have to pay. It's just a question of what she's going to have to pay. Court is back, so let's see what is going on.
Only thing, Judge, is that for our next witness, when we finish up with Special Agent Cronin, I'm going to be running our display computer from up here. And so I think you need to change something from there.
I do.
Okay.
So you're gonna be hooked into the wire there.
It's hooked in
Yep.
now.
Okay. All right. And Special Agent Cronin, where, there you are.
Right here.
If you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. And I think we're good to go. Go ahead and bring the jury in.
Oh, I don't.
It's all plugged in.
Do anything by number.
All rise for the jury, please. Oh. So we're still missing two?
No. You only have. I know. I'm working it. That's okay. We need a good old fashioned psych after each one of those.
Apparently. It's good you have so much help.
You can probably say, bring him in again, he'll hear it.
All right, Todd, go ahead and bring him in, please.
There's only two cameras up. I'll show them Sherry. Back up yet.
That'll be fine. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Leticia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Special Agent Cronin. That's where we will resume. Mr. Adam?
Special Agent Cronin, do you remember the portion of time when in that particular call, Mr. Stout was asking the defendant a location where he could go meet with her?
Yes.
And asking about, send me an address and I'll come up there.
Correct.
Do you remember how she responded with conditions before giving any information? Well, did she?
To say that
Yeah.
I recall her saying that she wanted him to agree to allowing her back into the house.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is like she set conditions before she would give any information.
Correct.
Was that fairly consistent throughout this too, that she would do those types of things?
Yes.
There was mention of Michelle and Monument. Was there any Michelle that became of interest in this case, or any real person by the name of Michelle and Monument that was associated with this defendant?
No.
In that particular call, does she basically describe what happened to Gannon, but cloaked in all kinds of misdirection?
Yes. She had mentioned she was using it in the term of saying what she would do to Quincy Brown by saying she was thinking about getting a gun and shooting him or having a knife. And then when she says after the incident, she was driving around thinking, oh my God, yeah, Al's going to kill me.
So when you talk about the gun part, the quote, take a gun downstairs and light his butt up, she used a different word. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know that there, or was there evidence that Gannon was actually shot in the basement?
Yes.
Do you remember when she described all she could hear is Gannon screaming?
Yes.
And then the next thing she remembers, according to her quote, is Gannon was gone.
Yes.
Were you aware at that particular time where Gannon's, whether he was alive or dead, first of all,
At the particular time,
of this call?
he was deceased at that point.
But at that time, his body had not been recovered yet, correct? So when you say that he was deceased at the time, when we go back to that actual call, had his body been recovered yet?
No.
Okay. Was that part of the reason for doing these calls, was to gain evidence that would potentially lead to Gannon's location and discovery?
Yes.
You mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony yesterday, your experience, and you mentioned that you work with Fremont Correctional.
I work with the Bureau of Prisons, so
Yeah,
it's the
that's what I
federal
said.
system.
That, I said it wrong. The Federal Bureau of Prisons. Do you have occasion to interact with people that are dealing with mental health issues?
Yes, there's some inmates that have mental health issues.
Have you had experience dealing with people that have severe mental health issues?
Yes.
What does that look like from your perspective?
It's different. They may not have logical reasons for what they do.
Did this particular defendant appear to have logical reasons for doing what she was doing during the pendency of this investigation?
Yes.
In your observations of her, did you ever hear her say anything about having severe mental health disorders,
No.
diseases?
No.
Did she have consistent personality traits throughout the time that you were able to observe her?
Yes.
During your observation periods with her through these phone calls, you mentioned also going to South Carolina for her arrest. Did you have personal contact with her there?
No.
Okay. Did you see her though?
I did see her.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to hear her refer to herself by the name Taylor?
No.
Did you ever hear her refer to herself by the name Maria Sanchez?
No.
What about Jasmine?
No.
What about Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
She ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No.
What was, based on the time that you were with, not necessarily with her, but able to observe her, what is your opinion as to her sanity?
Well, I'm not going to allow it from this witness unless you can lay more foundation that she has personal interaction with the defendant. My understanding is that most of it was observed through a phone call, and she's not had personal contact with the defendant.
Well, I think that would be the basis of it, Judge. She was present for every single one of these individual phone calls, which is, I think, 16 total phone calls, some over an hour long. And then also observing her in South Carolina.
I just don't think there's enough foundation laid for that. I'm not going to allow it from this witness.
Okay. All right.
Ask
That's,
the other foundational questions, but I won't.
well, I've already asked those. Yep. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Just a few. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, sir.
Should I refer to you as special agent? Is that
That,
your working title?
yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you get to view Miss Stout when you were in South Carolina, special agent?
With her, I wasn't personally interacting with her. I just saw her after the interview that Mr. Grusing had with her.
So just like walking down the hallway?
Yes,
and
sir.
Just for a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were with Gannon's father in the room during these phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Allen had stated earlier you were sliding him notes back and forth about what to say.
Periodically, he did the majority of the phone calls and he would have the conversations with her. It's just periodically, if there was something we wanted to know, we would give him a note and ask him.
Did what you were looking for as far as answers go change from the first phone call you recorded to the last one as the investigation involved, I guess, so to speak?
Our point was to try to find what happened to Gannon and get the straight story from her because it did keep changing.
Okay. When did the warrant for the defendant's arrest go out?
I couldn't probably tell you the exact day
Okay.
as to when that happened.
How long after the warrant for the defendant's arrest went out was it before she was apprehended and actually taken into custody?
Probably within the week, if I would imagine. But that's just a guess. I really can't recall. We got the warrant and then a team of us had to travel to South Carolina to arrest her out there.
By plane or car?
We flew by plane.
Who cares? Like, what's the difference? I guess maybe time matters.
If you had a defendant on all these phone calls by, I guess some of the phone calls we've heard were, I keep pointing there because that's, I'm used to looking at, but my speaker is, but if you had these phone calls from February 15th, 16th, 17th, mid-February 2020, you've got a defendant who's telling a lot of different stories, admitting that she knew there was Gannon's blood, admitting that something happened and Gannon was possibly dead. Why not make an arrest then, mid-February?
It's not really our decision. It would be the decision of the district attorney to determine when we have enough to get an arrest warrant.
Okay, so that was the call of the DA?
Mhm.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't
Channel
have anything else. Thank you, Special.
Mr. Allen?
Channel 9 probably
Do you
finally
remember if
got
the
their
arrest
shit
warrant was
together.
issued on February 28th, 2020 at 1:26 p.m.?
I don't remember the exact date, so I can't confirm that.
Okay. What day did you travel to South Carolina to effectuate that arrest?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact date as to when we did.
Okay, was it early March,
Yes,
which would be very close in time to February 28th if the arrest warrant was issued that date?
yes, sir, it would be.
Okay. We've already gone over this with another witness, but from your perspective, what do you have to have before you can determine that somebody's able to be arrested?
Well, we'd have to have probable cause that the person has been murdered. So without Gannon's body being found, we don't know that he actually was murdered at that time.
The lack of a
good.
body, can that cause difficulties in both the investigation and then ultimately the prosecution effort?
Yes, because if he'd actually been kidnapped, we wouldn't have a homicide investigation, obviously.
But you issued an arrest for his murder.
Investigations?
Yes,
Are there inherent difficulties present because there's no body?
yes.
How's that helping the case?
So
Like,
thank you.
Do any
she,
of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Cronin?
they issued a warrant for her arrest for murder
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
like weeks
Prosecution,
before they
commence
found
arrest,
Gannon's
please.
body.
We call Johnny Grusing.
And last name again?
Grusing, sorry, Grusing.
Mr. Grusing, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little further. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Grusing. Last name is Grusing.
Mr. Grusing, what do you do currently for work?
I am Director of Safety and Security for Douglas County School District.
How long have you been doing that?
What?
Not quite 2 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a special agent with the FBI in Denver.
How long have you
Oh,
been with the FBI?
Almost 25 years.
oh, he wants that
What kind
quiet
of
life.
training and education did you have that allowed you to do that job?
I Got an undergraduate
No, I
degree
can't.
in management, Texas Tech University, got a master's degree there as well in business. I worked in Dallas for 4 years while I was basically biding time to try to get into the FBI.
What kind of experience or positions, I should say, or roles did you play with the FBI?
So I was a special agent the entire 25 years. For my first 2 years, I worked terrorism matters, and for my last 23, I was primarily violent crime matters.
What kind of cases did you work on as far as violent crime investigations?
Up until 2006, I primarily worked kidnappings, fugitives, bank robbers, some federal jurisdiction crimes, like if there was a homicide in the prison. It was mainly that until 2006. And in that year, I was assigned a serial killer case. It was an informant of ours who the FBI did not know he was going around killing people and enjoying it. And I spent 15 years working that case. And that got me working closely with the profiling unit, which is called the behavior analysis unit. I worked with them from 2006 until my retirement.
Behavior analysis. This is interesting.
What is the behavioral analysis unit?
It is a unit of supervisors with the FBI. They've also now incorporated homicide detectives, other federal agencies like ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. And they are basically a consult of experts in different categories. Like we'll have cybercrime is a new one, terrorism or threats, crimes against children, and crimes against adults.
How is, I guess, either that discipline or that unit, how is it used in criminal investigations?
So for my serial killer case, since I had never worked anything like that before, they consulted with me of how to approach someone like that, how someone like that functions, and how we might be able to find his victims, because we just had missing people at that time. So they taught me how behavior works. I went to a lot of their in-services. I eventually became the coordinator for Colorado as an arm for the behavior analysis unit to both assist local agencies in some profiling type matters, but also to hook up local departments with the profiling unit. So I was basically an extension of them to Colorado. And following that case in 2006, I kept getting assigned other cases where I could utilize the profiling unit on whether it's missing children, missing adults, strange homicides, serial rapists, those sorts of things.
I guess, how do you use that behavior patterns, or however you want to use the term, in trying to determine or help you as you're interviewing people?
So, in attending a lot of their in-services, but even more so in working with people who did awful things, took other people's lives, the profiling unit had taught us that people follow a certain pattern of behavior. And knowing that pattern assists us in how to approach them and possibly get them to talk to us. It's not an accusatory manner. It's more of a manner on where we try to think like the offender, someone who's done an awful thing, and try to help that person wrestle with what they've done, and even almost explain to them what they've done and assist them in moving forward. So it's looking at the crime as best we can from the offender's viewpoint and trying to understand that person.
Does thinking like the offender work in a generalized sense, or is it better to know something about the investigation itself and things that that person may have been doing or saying while the investigation is unfolding?
Yeah, it requires a lot of homework. That's what they taught me, because when we would send a case to the profiling unit, they would digest it completely. It's not some magic formula where they know how people think. They would read the entire case reports. They would ask a lot of questions of the investigator. And then they would just give the investigator some thoughts on how they might move forward. It's not, they would never dictate, this is what you should do. They would say, here are some considerations you might have in dealing with the person like you're dealing with today. The transition for me out of the FBI and really towards the school district was in 2013. This was after the Sandy Hook attack on the first graders. I started getting yearly training, and it was more in depth on pathways of violence. Because we as the FBI were trying to prevent school attacks in particular. So every year we would do more in-depth study on behavior patterns, and we as people, how we go down a pathway of violence before we do something. And so that got me talking to a lot of school districts for the next, 8 years or so, which eventually led to the job that I'm doing today.
So when you're talking about pattern of behavior, you're not talking, then it doesn't sound like a generalized pattern of behavior. This would be a very specific pattern of behavior for a specific person and case.
Yes, they call it the pathway of violence, and both the FBI and the Secret Service have studied that for years and years.
What do you mean when you say that phrase, pathway of violence?
It means that we as human beings exhibit almost predictors before we do something we're going to regret later. It starts with a grievance. A grievance means something that you perceive is done wrong to you. And so then you have to wrestle with how you're going to deal with that. And you have an idea of how to deal with it. And that sometimes for us is not a healthy idea. If we have stabilizers in our life, we'll go back and figure out a better way to deal with things. From there, we go to planning. And that's if you're going down an unhealthy or a violent pathway, you'll start planning what you're going to do. You take steps of preparation. Then you do what's called a breach. A breach is that you enter into almost a point of no turning back, and then you do an attack. And we studied that for years and years to try to prevent school attacks. And that's what I still do today with the school district. If we see a student or even an adult struggling with that pathway of violence, we try to find out what that grievance is and if they're on a pathway to harm themselves or other people.
So in your experience, have you actually seen this pathway of violence go all the way through that pathway where it does lead to some violent act?
Absolutely.
Without question.
How did you get involved in the investigation of Gannon Stout's disappearance?
I had been assisting the Colorado Springs FBI resident agency. It's a smaller satellite down here I was stationed up in Denver on numerous cases if they involved missing adults, missing children, just to come in and assist them with whatever help I could give from the profiling unit. And the supervisor, John Cronin, had asked me to come assist with the Gannon Stout case.
What was your role in the investigation?
I didn't come in till about a little over 2 weeks later, and the investigators, both FBI and El Paso sheriffs, just asked me to listen to one of Leticia's phone calls to, I believe it was Al, and see if I can assist, because they had no idea where Gannon was, and to see what we could do as far as where do we go from here, because they believed that she was misdirecting the authorities and wasn't assisting in the investigation.
Can't you just say lying?
So after listening to the phone call, I spoke with Al, the dad, and with the investigative team and said, I do believe if we don't accuse Leticia of killing Gannon, that she would continue to talk with us and maybe give us clues to what happened to him.
Fascinating.
So did that become a strategy for you as you proceeded to help out with this investigation, to not accuse her directly?
Yes.
Why did you believe that if you avoided making an accusation that she would continue to speak?
She had already shown a propensity to change her story to fit the facts of the case. And I had seen that in prior offenders as well. And I figured that if we could just keep...
Just a second.
Dude, yeah, this guy totally knows what he's doing. I
Yes.
love it. This guy spent 15 years trying to catch a serial killer. 15 years of his career focused on catching a serial killer. And the last 2 years, he's been working leading security for a school district to prevent school shootings. This guy's awesome. So it's really cool that this guy, it was his call to, like, he was coaching Al on what to say during those phone calls in order to keep her talking. I don't think that he said he was involved in the Sandy Hook massacre. I think what he was saying was that it inspired him to want to try to work in preventing school shootings after the Sandy Hook massacre. So that inspired him to actually want to be more proactive in that specific area of law enforcement.
So, Mr. Grusing, so we were talking about that pathway of violence and how you used your experience to guide your strategy with this particular case. What about this jury's heard a bunch of phone calls already, heard testimony that you were involved with both the planning and carrying out of these consensually recorded phone calls. Was it also part of your strategy to get her to just keep talking because she would give information sort of on the margins?
Yes, she was the last person to be with Gannon, and she was our best source of information. But we being the FBI, had different teams looking at computers, phones, cars, her travel, but our best source to find out what happened to Gannon was to maintain communication with Leticia. And that was my goal, was just to have Al keep talking with her so we could find out what happened to him.
On all of these recorded consensual phone calls that involve Mr. Stout and the defendant, is it fairly consistent that the defendant would show more concern for herself than helping find Gannon, or would might even have happened to Gannon?
Yes, it was.
Was the defendant at the center of her own universe in that regard?
She was.
Did you have, prior to the phone calls, had you ever had any interaction with her before?
No.
During the phone calls, did you have any chance to see her?
No.
Did you eventually have a chance to see her?
I did.
What was that?
It was once an arrest warrant was drafted, and we being an investigative team with El Paso County Sheriff's Office and FBI on March 2nd, arrested her, and I spoke with her in South Carolina.
The person that you went there to arrest and then interview, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you identify her, please, by pointing to where she's sitting, describing what she's wearing?
She's sitting at that table wearing a red shirt.
Between the two defense attorneys?
Correct.
All right, this time I'd ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Grusing, was it also consistent that this defendant would mislead the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Give us what you mean by that.
Well, in her conversations with Al, she was pretending to be in Colorado Springs when we knew she was in South Carolina. Her stories changed, and it really affected the law enforcement response for her to say Gannon walked away to a friend's house versus being abducted or something that would cause a greater and more intense law enforcement response initially. And then, as I'm sure the jury's aware, the stories kept changing.
How does that dynamic where the last person to see an 11-year-old child alive is giving these sometimes very wildly divergent statements as to what happened? How does that affect the investigation?
Well, it makes it difficult, but someone like Leticia can't help but giving out facts in the case while she's making up these stories. The stories are to avoid punishment for her possibly being responsible for what happened and being found guilty. And in my experience, that is what, both in my experience as an interviewer with the FBI and what I learned from working with the behavior analysis unit, that's what we as human beings do, is we fabricate and we misdirect to avoid punishment.
I love this guy.
Was it consistent in this case that different times during these recorded phone calls that she would try to shift blame to other people?
Yes,
Did that include Al Stout?
it did.
Did it include Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother?
It did.
Did it include Landon's ex-husband, Mike?
Yes.
Were there other people that she would try to shift blame to that were known entities, known people that were real?
Yes.
I want to jump into now, I'm sure everybody's very excited about this, but some more of these recorded phone calls. We've previously had admitted and published a number of these phone calls through prior witnesses. But before we jump into that, how were you involved in this specific process of preparing Mr. Stout for these calls?
So I would meet with Al along with our team in the morning early before we knew the phone calls would happen. First of all, to check on how he's doing, see if he got any texts through the night, and then to prepare him mentally for what would be a very difficult day of getting news stories of what happened to Gannon. And to watch him was difficult on us as investigators because Leticia was describing a lot of trauma happening to Gannon through this. It's forms of blood gushing and injuries to face and knees, and it just would keep coming, and it was difficult for him to take that in as Gannon's father, but he maintained a very even keel, and I think we were able to help him do that. It was very difficult for him not to accuse Leticia, but Al was also able to refrain from doing that as well.
Wow.
Would you see physical reactions in Mr. Stout as these descriptions are coming out?
Yes.
Was it important while you're doing this with Mr. Stout to protect the viability of the investigation, meaning instructing him that he couldn't talk to people outside the investigation about these calls?
Yes, he knew that, and as far as I know, he adhered to that.
Okay. So I want to jump into People's Exhibit. Hold on just a second.
This guy's just awesome. So this guy was basically Al's coach the whole time, like his support system. Like, this is how we get her. We know you're mad, but you gotta be cool and you gotta
People's
keep her
Exhibit number
talking.
54, which was previously admitted through Mr. Stout's testimony. It's a or these consensual calls that was recorded on February 16th, 2020. This one is 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
Right. I think the witness can stay in the stand for that one. And from the podium.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And he still wants to be like, he did a good job, you know, like he didn't ask.
Yeah.
So I just got off the phone with your girl Nicole, and then I talked to the investigative reporter. You know what I found out? I found out where Quincy is. So
Okay.
we're making progress. His family at the house believes he's been in Mexico for over 2 years and hasn't been back.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's not true.
How do you know?
Okay, whatever. If you're not gonna listen to me.
I did. I listened
now
to
you're
you.
gonna
I just called you.
And make up these stories. Really?
No, I listened to you. I listened to your contact of Nicole. I listened to her, the person she sent, okay, who was the investigative reporter that you were referencing. So all that was true. So thank you for telling the truth on that, okay? The part that's not true is Quincy Brown. He's been in Mexico for 2 years. Quincy Brown is not involved in this.
Mexico? No, Mexico.
That's
Mexico.
what his family said, not. Yeah, that's what his family said.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the family said Mexico?
Yeah, because they've been looking for him too, believe it or not. Go figure.
Yeah, sure.
So why the misinformation? Why are you telling me not true? Okay, the news people said this was misinformation. That's why they're not running your story. Okay.
I didn't give him.
Yeah, you did. You gave him Quincy Brown. You gave him misinformation. You gave him a story. Okay.
I didn't give it any news story.
Yeah, Nicole's a news person. You know that. You called her and did an interview with her or statement or whatever. So yeah, you did give her misinformation. That's what they called it. That's what they called it, Tisha. Call them back and cuss them out. Don't talk to me like this. You gave them misinformation.
That's who the ID said. That's what it is.
Okay, that's who the ID said, and somebody's took his ID from 2 years ago and is now.
You need to figure that out because it's not Mexico.
So that's what I'm doing, trying to figure it out. Okay, and you're not working with me here. You said you want to be an involved parent.
In Mexico.
I'm just blown away because you say you want to be an involved parent. You sent me a picture of this dude. Okay, where'd you get the picture from?
Where'd you get the picture?
Nicole, send this in. I said yes.
Okay, so Nicole sent you the picture. You've also got messages from this dude. Okay, he never says who he is. Yeah, I got it, but it never said, "Hey, this is Quincy. Send me my money." You know, I'm the guy.
What his ID said, that's what he looks like.
Okay.
And he has been in Mexico.
For 2
He's a stupid Mexico. That's perfect. That's just what people do.
Okay, but you said that he wasn't in Mexico. Now you're saying he's in Mexico. They said he was there for 2 years.
I said people can go back and forth to Mexico. Well, should be an indicator to you right there.
Yeah, but you know what? But check it out though. Check it out though. He's been wanted for over 2 years. If he came back and forth across the border in the past month, they would have stopped him because he's a wanted man. Okay.
No, they would.
And you just said it's perfect that Gannon's in Mexico. That's one of the worst places on the world right now.
Wow.
For who? What's wrong is my son's missing and you keep lying to me. Okay. That's what's wrong, Tisha.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's wrong.
Get her.
Okay, fine. Give me my son back. Tell the truth. Give me my son back.
Ooh.
Where's he at then? Who has him? You haven't answered not one of my questions.
To do that.
Well, guess what? I don't want you to call me back because you're not doing nothing but lying to me and sending me in a different direction than what you know is the truth.
Okay, whatever. Good for you. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, see, he slipped right there.
So, Mr. Grusing, just a couple of preliminary things. There was a word of Nicole in this particular call. Were you aware of who Nicole was?
Yes,
Who is that?
she was a local news reporter.
Okay. And then Quincy, we've had some prior testimony on this from other folks as well. But this is that Quincy Brown.
Correct.
Any indication that he was involved in this case?
No.
What is important from your perspective as an investigator with your years of experience regarding this particular phone call?
Again, Leticia is not taking any responsibility for Gannon being missing. She actually, as Al was able to catch, was almost relieved or pleased that he might be in Mexico, that might even be a possibility. And we had already found out by this point that Quincy Brown he was a fugitive on a wanted page. And like I think you'd said prior testimony, it had already been vetted that he was in Mexico.
Okay. When we talk about misdirection, is this an example of that misdirection as applied to the investigation by the defendant herself?
Yes.
Next, want to jump into People's Exhibit number 55, another one of these recorded phone calls admitted previously under Mr. Stauk's testimony. This is 18 minutes and 42 seconds long, and it's occurred on February 16th, 2020 at 2:34 p.m.
And you said 18 minutes?
Yes, sir. A little over 18 minutes.
Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down and sit in the back. This is played. Are you still playing it from there?
February 16th.
Are you still playing it from there, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is about that other. Been wrong. Yeah.
What?
Do what?
What?
I'm just trying to help get to the bottom of this, teacher, like you said in the message. Like, I'm just trying to do this for Gannon.
Yeah, but this whole time, for 3 weeks, you've been just like all these people. So you know what? I'm gonna be just like you. Full of speculation, full of lies, full of craziness. I'm gonna be fucking crazy as hell, just like them.
So you're starting that now?
The truth, huh?
You're starting that now is what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you, no, that's just what, I mean, that's how you treated me. So
No,
you think
no.
that I've been sitting there playing into your game and all the listening and people, you think I'm silly?
No, I'm just trying to like I said, I'm just trying to get to the truth and get to Gannon. I mean, you think I'm stupid.
And you wanted to get to Gannon?
Yeah.
And you think I'm not gonna fucking be a fucking crazy ass? You think that for a second? You think I'm not smart enough now? Oh, I invested a lot because, oh my God, I worked at the ground you walked on.
Okay, but that being said, why would you give me Nicole's number?
I don't
Okay. No, well, that's fine. That's fine. We're miles away from that. So, but
Miles away from what?
miles away from the truth. First of all, because this Quincy
Right.
guy's been gone for 2 years. The news said that, not me. Okay. All right. The news said that. They also got a confirmation from the sheriff. Okay, that this guy was not involved. Period. It's misinformation.
That's what they say then.
Translation, lies.
Okay, well, but between me and you, why can't we just move past Quincy? Okay.
Because you're not trying to move forward in your life with your wife and your family.
Wow.
And as long as you treat me like that, act like that, I'm gonna be the same damn way.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out.
You like shit.
Okay, all right.
Do you think I'm supposed to come be your hero?
Okay, listen. I am trying to get past that point because
Wow.
Quincy being involved in this.
You don't have anywhere to live in those fools. You still been lay up in a hotel.
Yeah, but you had me believe in Quincy until the news in the El Paso told me it wasn't true.
No, you don't care.
I do. I no.
It matters to you.
Okay, so you've been telling me stories
Wow.
this whole time. Is that what you're telling me? You've been lying to me intentionally?
Why not?
What?
So but you got to know. I think you're freaking out because you know. I don't even have to tell you. You know that Quincy being not legit anymore is not good for you, and it's not good for Gannon.
Okay.
All right. So listen, I want to start over with this. Okay, I want to start over, and I'm. No, I got you. I got you, and I want you.
If you had me, you wouldn't have dated me for 2 weeks.
Okay, but listen, when I started talking to you, on the phone, the most honest you've been to me in this whole freaking process is when you asked me and you showed me that you cared and love for me. You asked me, you said, Albert, do you love me? And then I answered and I said, yes. Right?
No, Albert, you don't.
No, but no, listen to me. I said yes. Okay.
Get on the phone and tell them all how many. Tell me.
I said yes. And what you said, okay, what you said, if this was an accident, will you stand by me? And I said yes. I said I will stand by you if this was an accident.
Many people did you start texting and telling them that I'm lying? I just want to know because this is where I know. This is why I know you never were trusted through the whole 2 weeks.
I didn't get on the phone and text nobody about this. And I know you're surprised by that. You can be, okay?
Whatever. You ain't told a soul about no names or nothing.
Oh my God, dude. Who
The
cares?
only person I've been talking about is the fact that Quincy Brown, with this, whatever Nicole Fiaro told me, okay, that the El Paso County Sheriff, you said, call. I did exactly what you said. I trusted in you. I got in touch with them. See, you don't even want to talk about Gannon. You're not talking about Gannon. You're talking about you, okay?
No, this is not about
It is about you. That's not true, Gannon, because you're somewhere, you're healthy and talking to me. Gannon's not. That's why it's about Gannon, okay? All right.
Exactly.
Like I said, I want your honesty. The most honest you've been.
Even understand any of it. If I try to tell you that your baby mama has something to do with it, you're not gonna believe me, but she did.
Okay, then let's prove it. Give me the proof.
So you fucking laugh at hotels with her.
I'm not. I haven't once. I've told you that. I don't care. You could accuse me all you want to, like you've done for 5 years. Okay, I don't have nothing to hide.
How can somebody yell and say nothing?
Anything. You haven't had the decency to tell me anything about nothing. You started kicking me off, kicking me out of the car, but you saw her every day, though, didn't you?
Not really, actually.
No, because she's your children's mother, right?
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And you have information that you're not telling me, and you have the chance to show that you're better than her. Okay? If she's involved in this, if she's involved in it, let's take her down. If she's
You go make a statement that you are standing by your watches and then see what you did.
okay, if you sit right here, do that. Okay? If you sit right here. No, absolutely not. I'm not putting you down at all. You told me the closest we've been to the truth. I'm gonna keep saying this is when you asked me if I loved you, and I said yes. Okay, and then you said if this was an accident, and then you said stand by me. Okay, so I think that's the closest to the truth we've been. That something happened. It was an accident, and that's the most.
Something happened. It was an accident. Where the hell did I put Gannon? What you think? What the rest of the people think? You think it was an accident that I heard and did away with it?
Listen, hold on. And I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm not worried about Gannon right now. Okay, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about standing by you. The only way you're going to go. I'm not telling you what you want to hear. The only way to move forward with this is that it was an accident, which I think is the truth, and that you freaked out. And I told you that over and over and over again. Accidents happen. People freak out with accidents. They will understand that. Okay, but the fact that you sent me on a 3-day chase of Quincy Brown, which is misinformation and not true, okay, that's not good for you. What is good for you is that we can make it through this, going down the road of an accident. No, I'm telling you the truth.
10% of people don't make it through. If I had to save Gannon's life in a fire, you'd still be treating me the same way.
You saved his life from a fire?
If I didn't, God knows, because I couldn't figure out where the hell the fire was coming from. And I went downstairs, you haven't dumped on you for a second. If that house was on fire, Gannon would not be alive. Oh, but
No, I said you that from day one that you did what you had to do there. But how did you save his life? Okay, what was it from? The accident of the candle that Gannon did, or what? That's what.
Out, had I just laid back down because I'd already cut the darn alarm off, I already cut the alarm off.
Yeah, but you're a good person. You're a good mom. That's what good people do. Okay, so
Drink
that's
up,
never been in
Judge.
question.
Drink up,
Okay, the
Judge.
fact that you're a good person, that just comes natural.
I
Okay?
hope that's bourbon.
The fact that what happened
You deserve it.
subsequent to that, what happened after that was just further like made the accident 10 times, it compounded it 10 times, 10 times, 10 times, and now it's got way out of hand. But that's the only way we get out of this is to figure out what the accident was and go from there.
On the weekends, the judge coaches the Chicago
I
Bulls
can't
in the
hear you.
90s.
Announcing somebody because we don't have any food.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I see. All right. Thanks. That's really great, right? Albert,
Yeah, I'm here.
told you every single day. I woke up every single day and told you. I want to tell you that I'm this bad person and something bad. I want to tell you all that. I do.
Why?
Because that is what you think. You have trashed me to everyone.
I have not prove it. I have not trashed you to no one. I have not put anything out in the public intentionally so we could get to the bottom of this, me and you, okay? And here we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
I'm sure you had your family thinking I'm a murderer.
My family's not even here. I'm all alone again. I told you that. My family just wants to find their nephew, their grandson, their cousin, okay? That's what they want. How about Lena, their brother? Lena's losing her mind because her brother's missing.
You think I don't want to see Lena?
I didn't say see Lena.
What
I
the
said
fuck are
Lena's
you
freaking out
talking
'cause
about?
Gannon's missing. What are you talking about?
No, I said I do want to see Lena.
I didn't say you didn't want to see her. Why? Where did that come from? I said grandma's, my mom's worried about her grandson. Okay. My siblings are worried about their nephew. Their children are worried about their cousin. And then I said Lena's worried about her brother. And you said you want to see Lena. Well, everybody wants to see Gannon.
Phil Jackson,
Everybody.
No, not Albert.
Okay, everybody wants to see Gannon. And if it was, and I'm trying to get you to understand that if this was just an accident and it got out of hand and you panicked or whoever panicked, okay, that's something we can make it through. Okay, you can make it through that.
I'm not going to believe that because you're going to think.
No, fine. Gannon panicked. No, I'm not blaming you. I said it was an accident. Accidents really have no one to blame. If an accident happens.
Okay, I was trying to be a cool parent. I already told you that. We pushed the bed together. You were talking about sleep over.
Okay.
We were just acting crazy. Okay, I already told you that NFL busted his lip in his nose. That's where the blood came from. Don't you think that there's some crime scene to kick everybody out of the house? When that's not even, nothing happened to Gannon, deadly, hurtful, anything like that in the home. I'm sick of it. I'm supposed to help people when people won't even move past that. I told you this morning. What's the accident I was talking about?
Okay, so there was an accident with Gannon. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. So what next? That's what I. Okay. Okay.
Feeling horrible. He's absolutely feeling horrible because we had a fire, we had to run out. He's thinking, and whatever you're going to say, you're going to be like, oh, whatever. You're not going to let me just tell you and be genuine. Unless you just be like, baby, how can you, even deal with this? Because I'm dealing with it hard and comfort each other. You're not going to do that. You think it's not killing me? Do you think that for a second?
No, I know it's killing you. I know how you are when, because you're a good mom and you're a good person, and when things don't go perfect, I know how you are.
Albert, do you love me?
Yes.
Okay. What is the truth? Are you going? Don't say I'm going to make you no promises. Are you going to make this stand by your wife?
I told you that the other day. I will stand by you. Yes.
And I said, are you going to make this right?
Yeah, we're gonna make this whole situation right.
Leave that.
Talking about with our family.
Absolutely. That's what this is all about, is our family. I said that from day one and every day. This is about our family.
Okay? He's just shocked because all he kept thinking about is how he was supposed, I don't know what, somebody was supposed to be sending him from online on Amazon. I don't know what promises people had made. I don't know about any kind of promises that people made about coming in March. I don't know about any of that. I just know he was upset thinking, A, he was not going to get any of those promises. He was upset about the whole camera thing. And he kept saying to me that he messes up everything. Saying that to me. And I kept saying that he did. That's why I didn't let Gannon go to school. He felt horrible with himself. He felt really bad with himself. He was very upset. So we go on our same trip. We went on everything, like, we did all that. All that is true. We did all that. We go to Petco. We did all that.
Okay.
Then we leave. We were supposed to go meet somebody about the fire. Then end up and I realized that I did think somebody was following us. That's the God's honest truth. Because when I got on, they got a I got a turn, they got. Where God, I thought somebody was following us all the time. Anyway, so I realized that I didn't have phone or directions, so I turned around. Come back up to Petco. Go back into Petco again. And still playing the glitch. He's still whatever. So back to myself for a second. If you think for a second on some video, it might have been whatever. He had busted his nose and his mouth. Did you think I want to send him to school like that? Honestly.
Wow.
Didn't you?
I mean, obviously not.
Right.
And then I was sitting there feeling so sorry. He didn't have that burn. It was barely. They were a little bit bumpy, but I was able to jump on it and put it out. So then we go back to Petco and I said again, hey, we are gonna have to hurry up, get back, and get Lena. Albert, when I got back, Gannon was not in the car. At all. I didn't even know that he wasn't in the car.
when you left Petco?
Wow.
Feel horrible because I feel like one of those people that didn't realize that they left their baby in the car.
Wow. Get the fuck out of my face with that
Do you
shit.
realize how freaked out? People want to know why I drove around everywhere, why my GPS went everywhere for days, because I tried looking.
Wow.
Now I have to sit back and have people fuss at me and say, first of all, where's Gannon? I don't know. I told you this from the beginning. I don't know. I don't. You think it's not driving me insane? I don't know.
Dude, this lady sucks.
You think I have to feel like whatever you have to buy said something about the music? I didn't even pay attention.
I feel so guilty.
He's always just so quiet. I wasn't even thinking. And then I go into panic mode. Thinking surely he's going to be home. Surely, because he was talking about a friend with a car. They had a car. I said, surely, maybe he thinks he feels horrible.
Yeah.
Going to call this person or do whatever, and he'll be back home. That's it. And
Wow.
you think I don't have to live with this every single day?
Wow. Even the judge is like, dude, what?
Hello?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
See? Now you're just listening. I give you what you want, and you're just listening.
What do you want me to say?
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to pick holes in it? I promised I'd listen. You asked me to listen. I promised it.
Oh, so now there's holes to pick in it?
That's not. Yeah, I mean, I can if you want me to. If you want to do that.
There's no holes to pick in it.
All right, listen. I'm done. Okay. Because we started off talking about an accident. Okay. Now basically we got another Quincy Brown. So what's this guy's name? Okay. When you come up with that, when you come up with the next person's name, you call me back. All right.
Wow. Man, I feel so bad for him because like they want him to stay patient.
You sure that you're still under oath?
And he just doesn't have the patience for her bullshit, and I don't blame him. You know, the FBI wants to have him keep her talking, but
One of the benefits of doing it this way is you get your steps in while you're still testifying.
Appreciate that.
The whispering that we hear in the background, is that you and Al just conversing and you giving him tips on how to go forward?
Yeah, one of us on the team.
Okay. The accident suggestion, do you remember that at the very beginning of this where Al suggests, was there some accident kind of thing?
I do.
What was the strategy behind suggesting an accident?
By now, we as a team had been able to shoot down the Eduardo story, and now the Quincy Brown story, because we had put him in Mexico. Leticia knew that that story wasn't going to be able to move forward with Al, and as you can see, she wants a relationship with Al, and we decided to do both the accident scenario and remind Leticia that she's a good person and a good parent.
Nice.
And see if she would give us something else as far as a clue we could move forward with.
Is that essentially building an escape hatch for her to take that gives her potentially some less exposure?
Yes,
Did she take advantage of that?
she did.
Okay, in what way?
Well, she described again more injuries to Gannon about, I believe it was busting a lip, and I couldn't hear if it was a nose or something else that happened in the house. And then that's why she would call him out of school. She also continued to blame him though as a victim, of saying he was scared, he wasn't acting rightly, and a lot of those sorts of
a lot of
responsibilities
bullshit.
landed on Gannon.
Brother, preach. Thank you so
then
much, buddy.
She calls him out
Peace
of
and
school,
blessings to you too.
but now she has him being abducted, it sounds like, from the Petco, and now we don't have a new suspect to chase.
Is this a new development in her evolution of stories that now an abduction, kidnapping has occurred outside of the home?
Yes.
At Petco, I should say.
Yes.
Because there had been the previous one of Quincy Brown up northern El Paso County, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to jump into the next phone call previously admitted during Al Stouck's testimony. This is People's Exhibit 56. It's from February 17th, 2020 at 11:49 p.m. And it's 43 minutes long, so that may get us to a good break point after that one's done.
That will. And Mr. Grunson, you can go ahead and step down.
So yeah, the kidnapping from
Playing out
Petco,
People's 56.
that's brand new. We haven't heard that one yet. I didn't even realize he wasn't in the car.
Doctor
Oops.
and all that other junk.
I love that she has to just sit there through her own bullshit. I love it. Awesome, Amy. It's great news. 15-5. Yo, who do they got hitting for him right now? Or who did they play and they got pitching for him? Because that's, they need to
Somebody call her.
take him off the mound.
I'm just kidding. One second.
14-5. Yikes. Big difference there.
Well,
Hello. What's up?
talking about it.
Huh?
But just got back to the doctor.
What for?
Really?
Yeah.
I've already told you this, but I didn't have a period and I'm 5 weeks pregnant.
Okay. How'd it go? Was that you messaging me this morning from another number?
I don't know, just blame me for whatever.
No, I'm just asking. That way I know for sure. Huh?
I don't know, Albert. I don't know. Just blame me for whatever.
No, it's not. No, we're not playing the blame game. I just wanted to know because there may have been some details that I wanted to talk about because it was obviously relevant to what the things we've been talking about over the past couple of days. So
Yeah, you would have thought that you would have just called me and said anything nice.
Tisha, you know what my mind's on. My mind's on Gannon, okay? And I told you I'd stand by you if we got to the truth. So, I mean, that's what my mind's on. My mind's on the truth about Gannon.
I've given you the truth. I've given it to you, and then I've given you 15 different things that were not true, just to prove a point. Call it what you want. Call it
Just to prove a point, huh? I lied just to prove a point.
or lying or whatever you want to call it, and go text people and tell them how horrible a person I am, and I'm just lying, and you're backing me in a corner. So that when you say something to people, I hope you know they're posting your stuff online.
When I say something to who?
Anybody. Unless it's probably like legitimately people that you are blood related to, if they send it to anybody or anyone says anything, send it to their best friends in kindergarten, they're posting it online.
Well, I mean, I haven't said nothing to nobody, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's probably you would send some people calling you or something. That's probably how they got your number. Your number's online everywhere.
I know it is. And I mean,
People are posting messages that you supposedly sent people. Just saying. So, I mean, you know, whoever you be talking junk to or whatever to, people are putting it out there.
well, good for them. I mean,
I'm just telling you that.
Why do you think I give a fuck about that right now?
Talk bad to you or talk about you or nothing. I'm just telling you that. Trust me, I went there and I was getting accused of being with Mike, messages made up on being with Mike, all kinds of stuff. Like anything you can name it. I'm just telling you that. These people are nut jobs.
yeah. So back to what you said a second ago, you told me that you made up all these stories to prove a point. Why would you tell me all these different stories? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, what point is there to prove other than the point of finding Gannon?
Because I cannot give you, no matter what I give you,
Welcome,
of
Carrie.
how Gannon is missing, I can't give you the answer of how to get him.
Why? But no, but you told me.
If you guys are ever there to question me, check all Jose Baez law firm.
I just want to know why you told me all these different stories, but you told me that you're telling me that you've given me the truth so many times, but then you say it's a bunch of different stories. So I don't understand what you're trying to say. I mean, the only thing okay, go ahead.
Not walking you through any more stories or truths. I'm not doing that. Because it does nothing for me but it makes me unhealthy listening because I'm not eating to be like this. I'm just not. And as many as you guys think that you're going to get me to kill myself or this is something I did too, you guys are all wrong. So the point behind that is, if you're going to call me, only not to stand by my side, not to make any kind of statement to say that these people need to stop threatening your life. If you're not going to call me to do any of that in your family, then of course I'm just going to sit there and play into your game. If you're treating me like crap, which you've done, why would I treat you with any?
I didn't hear what you said. You broke up. Why would you treat me with what?
I said, if you're not treating me with compassion, kindness, with any kind of support, with any kind of help, you're not treating me with any of that.
Thank you, Amy.
Why do I have to owe you any kind of the same respect back?
But I've offered that. I've offered that to you. Okay, I've offered that to you. I said I'll stand by you once we get the truth. Okay, that's what I've said the whole time, and I've told you that you can survive and you can get through this. Okay, it all comes down to the truth. That's the important point.
To get through something, for y'all to think that I'm gonna make up something and get charged with something that I didn't even do. I'm not doing that. If you just think that.
I mean,
You call me with things like, oh, you're a teacher. You never even said a kind word to me about anything like that. Do you think that I didn't think that was all a played up thing?
you can listen. You're welcome to think whatever you want. I mean, you said you've loved me numerous times over the past couple of days, and I've replied with the same thing. Yes.
If you called me to say that to me, if you called me, I woke up in the morning and said, be kind to me, I love you, I miss nothing. Have you said anything to me?
I have, but the problem is what you're telling me is finding Gannon is conditional on what you want and what you need. That is what you're saying. The truth is conditional on that.
Do you not think if I knew for a second how to get Gannon, you would not be sitting there waiting on you like weeks ago?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the truth on that because I know what you've said, that an accident happened and that you panicked. And when you panic and bad things and things get out of control or whatever you said, they go downhill.
You didn't accept the accident about jumping on the bed. You didn't accept it.
I accepted that there was an accident that happened. You're absolutely right. I accepted that an accident happened and you panicked.
That's not what you did. That's not what you accepted. I told you the truth. You asked me about the bedroom, and I've already told you this.
But okay. Let's accept that accident happened, okay, for a moment. Okay, but you keep putting somebody else into the picture, okay, and that is absolutely bad for you. In the context of an accident or in context of anything, if somebody else comes into the picture and you keep going down that road, if I'm sitting here and poking holes in it, okay, which I don't want to do, but it just doesn't jive with me. What do you think law enforcement's going to do? Okay, because
I don't think about what law enforcement is going to do, because Jose Baez is going to whistle this good. I'm not worried about that.
But
I'm not worried about law enforcement because I didn't do anything wrong.
right, because it was an accident. We've established that. So why would Jose Baez have to rip anybody apart if you were involved in an accident?
Jose Baez.
I never told you that anything was an accident other than what you asked me about the work. And I'm going to keep telling you that 14 times, and then you're going to get mad. You scream at me, hang up the phone. No, it's not a good enough answer.
But you did tell me there was an accident. You told me there was a fire, there was burns, there was a candle spill. You told me he accidentally stepped on a piece of wood.
You already knew all this.
Right, but those are the accidents that you said happened, that he got injured somehow from these accidents. That's what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
You about him. I've already told you about this. He had a hard time just being basically a boy, barefooted.
Yeah, I know it, and he freaked out. I got it. He freaked out after the accidents happened. There was a
Yep.
couple different accidents that happened. He freaked out, got overwhelmed. Then what happened?
He's never had that many accidents.
I agree. Okay, I agree. That's a lot in like 12 hours. That's a lot of accidents in 12 hours on one little kid.
Right.
Okay, whatever. I'm just using that as a random guess. Okay, I don't know the exact time frame.
Me explaining anything to you, if your people want more statements or whatever, they know I've listened to you who I have as my representation in a pre-investigation. I listen that to you. I'm not going to sit here and walk down 15 more trails again with you for you to hang up, yell at me, scream, and
Well, I'm your husband. I'm not the sheriff. I'm your husband, and it's my son that's missing.
you've done.
Yes, he does. A father does. A father does. Okay. And once again, I'm trying to do this because I'm feeling the guilt of not being there to help him through all these accidents. Okay. So I'm trying to do what I can outside of the law enforcement. Okay. Because you don't freaking trust them anyways. And they've screwed a lot of this up. So I'm sitting here trying.
You trust them?
Do I trust him? Not based on what I've seen. So that's why I'm going straight to you, straight to the last person that saw him.
I'm not. If I would be the last that saw him, then I would be the person that has him.
So then who was the last person that saw him? This is
No,
okay.
I don't know.
So you don't know who it was.
I don't know anything. I just told you. I don't know anything. Because
So
I've been
who's
emotionally
Eduardo?
kicked out.
Who's Quincy?
By who?
What?
Who's emotionally beat you down? Hello?
Understand that as a parent, you know that 100% of your mind is focused on someone that God gave you the ability to bring into this world. Okay? If anybody knows that, I understand that.
Well, but you're contradicting yourself because you told me
Okay.
no.
I'm not even
Okay.
finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything to say because as soon as I was finished, I couldn't even finish the second part. I sent it without you attaching me.
Okay.
And I also know that you should be, under no circumstances, be one with me. That's what God intended you to be. Be one. And that's what? That's what you're supposed to be doing. And that doesn't include, I haven't even spoke to my husband in weeks. Been there to comfort him, even there to comfort me in this situation. So, no. I know that God says we put him first. Never put everything in the order that it's supposed to be. That happened, and I'm not going to apologize for that. When I've given you information, I've given you a set of information, the actual truth, and it's still not good enough. Tell me what that is, because I'm not doing it. You don't care. You're not going to be as a parent and accept. Hey, no, sometimes our kids are going to make choices that we don't like. They're not going to accept that. So how am I going to be a parent? I'm going to try to tell you to accept. How? Okay, could then be trying to go from the story to keep someone else looking bad, protect the child, then I'm still the bad person. You should have my back no matter what. You should have my back to the point where we together were talking with these people and demanding a better answer, but you have not. I don't know what you do every day. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where you're at. See, from as far as I'm concerned, you may not even be here. I mean, it's on mine to zero Texas. I don't do anything. I don't even. I almost have raised his head. You are my teammate. Then you're going to go up to me. I'm not wavering from any of it. I'm not. This is a little bit. You tell me exactly where standing is right now. I'm never going to vote for my family again. This is a two basically put on me. I don't know what he's at. This ain't going to go on. You have been married to me long enough to know that in any situation, whether it's out or not, whatever it may be, that I have felt truth and nil, maybe not the best at being like, oh, what you say, you gotta cut, or whatever, maybe not the best in that aspect. But as far as protection, man, that should have been, we should have been saying before you get away. Congressman was telling us that, knowing anytime anybody messes anyone in our family, who is that? Me. Who protects them? Me. I could give you out. I would.
All right, can I talk now? Huh?
Sure, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna, I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm gonna walk you back through where I'm at, and then I'm gonna let you know how I feel, okay? All right. I fully believe that something happened, it was an accident, and that you panicked, okay? And that you keep putting somebody else into it, and as long as you do that, it just doesn't look good for you. And I'm trying to be by your side when I say that, okay? And I've said this over and over again that you can get through this, and if you give me the truth, okay, I'll stand by you. Okay, but here's where I'm at. Here's my feelings on it, okay? You just need to hear me out, please, okay? All right. I know that you did something. I know that you're responsible, okay? And I hope there was a good reason for it. But the problem is it's clear to me that I can't get it back through you, okay? I had serious hope that, you know, we could stand by each other through this. But you know what? I'm past that point now. After all these lies, and you just admitted that you lied to me for a reason to prove a point, I don't have hope for us. And you know what I'm worried to death about? I'm gonna have to testify eventually about this, and I don't know what I should say. I have no clue what to say about this, because now I'm put in a position of the truth of my wife. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say when I get called up there to testify eventually. What's
You just start your conversation. You believe that I did something.
I absolutely said that, and I want you to know what you think I should say when I get to have to testify, because I'm gonna get called up there
What?
to testify in this situation.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't come down to murder. I haven't seen my son in 3 weeks, and nobody can find him. Okay, or maybe it was an accident and somebody just panicked. But I don't have it. I'm farther away from the truth than I was when I started talking to you after 2 weeks. You were the last one to see him, and I just don't know what I'm going to say when I have to sit on that stand and freaking cry in front of the world about my son. I don't know what the hell I'm going to say, other than that you freaking lied over and over and over and over, and then never told me any element of the truth.
That's crazy.
So what should I say? I mean, hello? I guess I lost you.
All right, now, you're saying, so basically now you're saying someone's been proven. What you're saying.
No, I said that could be the worst case. I don't know for sure, because there's no body, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. I mean, what else do you want me to think in this case? Okay, you're the last one to see him. You're the last one to heard him talk. You're the last one to anything of Gannon on this earth, to my knowledge. Okay, no one else. What else are you? I mean, what do you want me to say, teacher? What do you want me to think? And I'm as freaking serious and freaked out as I've been this whole time. All these freaking injuries in that short time period, accident or not, you had something to do with it. Okay. I mean, how else? All that put together, how else am I supposed to look at it? Just like you're always putting me on the stand and questioning me for stuff you think I do that adds up. Okay, well, that's what I'm doing here. There's no other way for me to look at this other than you're involved to some level, if not ultimately responsible. So you tell me what I'm supposed to say, what I'm supposed to think. You can say no all you want to, but all you've done is lie to me and make up people that are in Mexico right now. Tell me the truth, Tisha. Tell me what I'm supposed to say. Tell me how to stand by you.
You've already said what you think is in your mind and what people have put in their mind.
Yeah, it's not about what I think, though. Okay, I'm asking you how I can stand by you, what the truth is, so I can stand by you through this.
I'm just what you put there and accusing yourself. My own husband has just said I would murder someone. Listen to what you said.
That's not what I said. Okay, you said that, not me. I said you're responsible to some degree. That's what I said.
We're worried about you testifying, is what you said.
Yeah, absolutely.
Testifying for someone, is what you said.
Because I gotta get up there. I'm gonna have to get up there on the stand and look you in the eye and tell them you lied to me and told me 15 stories, and that when they ask me what I think, I'm gonna tell them I think you're responsible. I want to know what you think I should say. That's where I'm at right now. I told you that.
If that's what you feel in your heart, then go with it. That's what I can do.
No, that's not. I'm asking you to convince me. Tell me otherwise, Tisha. No. Convince me otherwise. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees begging you to prove me wrong again. Okay, prove me wrong. Tell me right now. Prove me wrong. Give me what I need. Give me the facts of the matter that prove that you had nothing to do with this, or that was an accident and you freaked out, or something. I'm here theorizing all these different stories.
I'm not the one that there's an accident, and then you still think I just murdered someone over an accident?
No, that's not what I said. If it was an accident, that explains it. You killed him, that explains it. I mean, it's pretty simple. Okay, it was an accident. Okay, an accident.
I have nothing with that. I'm asking you a daggone question. Not like yelling at me. I said, if you just said that you was like basically on the stand. It's what you told me.
No.
We're gonna. No, you said if they ask me what I think, speculation. Okay. So you're telling me that you're gonna speculate what you think happened. And you just told me there's no this, there's no evidence, there's no what.
No, all right, you're right, you're right. Back off of that. Back off of that. What I will tell them is this. I will tell them this, that my wife had the opportunity to tell me the truth, but she chose to lie to me repeatedly.
Yep.
Make up fake people. Uncle Matt, Eduardo, freaking Quincy Jones or whatever his name was in Mexico. Okay. She told me all these stories to get me going in 17 different directions that I still don't know the truth, and that I know for a fact she was the last one to see him in our home.
I'm gonna let you just be like, I'm gonna let you just have that opinion because that's
No, stop. No, that's not an opinion, okay? I stated all the facts, I dropped the mic and I'm out, okay? That's what that is. I got nothing else to say about it, other than you lied to me, and you're the last one to hear my little boy cry, and little boy say I'm bleeding, and to see him live and well.
oh my God, they edited that video. You're an idiot. The actors edited that video like that. Oh my God.
Okay, then tell me something that's truth. You didn't deny it. You didn't deny. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I said that. Okay, maybe it is edited, but you didn't flip out when I said you're the last one to see him alive. Okay, you flipped out when I said he said that he was bleeding. So explain that to me, Tisha.
As far as I know, he was alive. I'm not going to say any differently because I'm not going to be a parent.
Okay, you still didn't answer the question. Now you're telling me your opinion. You told me not to give opinion. Now you're giving me opinion. Okay, I said you're the last one to see him alive and or in the house. Okay, because you are. So now fill in the blank. No, that's not what I think. That's the truth, and you haven't denied that one time.
You think that I'm not going to say anything because why would I say anything?
Well, you freaking jump on me when I say he's in the video. He said he was bleeding. You said they edited that. So which you can't have it both ways. You're going to deny it. You're not going to deny it because you're denying stuff you think is not true.
I've already said what you just said.
That you're the last one to see him.
That I am not the last one to see him.
Then who is? Yeah, you told me Quincy Brown. We proved him false. Okay, that was easy. All I had to do was call a reporter. Okay, I didn't have to have any evidence. I just called a reporter, and she said, "Yep, he ain't been around for a while. He's been gone a minute." Okay, so who was it?
You've already said that it was no one else. So why does it matter?
But you just said it was, so I'm asking who it was.
I am not listening.
See, here you go again. You can't spin me, teacher. You can spin Facebook, you can spin the media, but you can't spin me. All right.
Facebook.
If you want.
So many times I ain't been on there.
Yeah, I mean, fine, but you can't spin me. I'm telling you. You should know that by now.
I'm not trying to spin you.
Hey, you know what? What about the blood in the corner? Okay, that came from Gannon knocking his nose. Yeah, the corner of his bedroom where you push the beds together. What about the blood?
Oh God, you're grasping.
I'm not. I saw blood. Okay, that's not grasping. I saw it.
Yeah, brother, preach.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
hold on a minute.
there's still weeks to go. But thank
Saw
you.
what?
What you saw?
Are you recording me now? Go ahead, just tell me. I'll say it.
Say this.
I saw it. Blood in the corner of his room. Record me. I don't give a fuck, Tisha. That's my son's blood, and I saw it.
Okay, you proved it A, that you saw it. B, you proved it identical blood.
So how to get there, Tisha? You prove that.
You just said you're going on facts. So I'm trying to get this straight. You're going on facts.
Yep,
Telling me you able to walk in and they showed you this. So what you told me, you were. Is that a fact?
I saw it. You tell me whose blood it was. You were there.
Okay, so there we go.
You were there.
What?
You were part of the crime. So you tell me.
No, I was not. There was 18 people in that house.
Oh, there was 18 people when Gannon got hurt and
No.
all these accidents happened and then he. Okay. All right. Now, see, I told you you can't spin me, Tisha, but go ahead. I'll listen to you spin. Go ahead, spin it around.
I'm not trying to spin you. I'm not trying to spin you at all.
Get her
I'm
out.
saying what I'm just trying to get the facts from you what you're saying. One, you told me that all you and whoever else had blood in the middle of a supposed crime.
No, what you're doing, no, hold on, no, stop for a second. What you're doing is you're not focusing on the crime, you're focusing on the people here helping to find Gannon, okay? Like that's gonna fly. You're gonna go up there and say, no, you're bullshit, Tisha.
Get her.
They're gonna rip you guys this theory apart because it's a lie.
Okay.
And you contaminated the crime scene, supposedly is what you said.
Okay, so whatever.
That's what you said.
But what you said was it was Gannon's blood, so I'm going based off the facts that you told me.
You said I never said that.
Yeah, you did. No,
No.
you said it was yours and Gannon's blood. Okay, that's what you said. That's exactly what you said. That's what you said.
You was lying again as blood on any
All right,
concrete.
you are lying.
I never told you about any concrete
Okay,
blood.
all right, you're lying.
You said you saw it.
That's gonna be noted. Okay, I'm writing down notes right now. You're lying. Tisha lies again. Tisha admitted at the beginning of the conversation she lied 15 times.
Yep.
As long as you,
Get her.
whoever else you had in this home, were in the home in the middle of a supposed crime scene, they're gonna rip y'all to shreds.
Why would you even say that if it's not a crime scene? You told me it was an accident. So is it a crime or an accident?
You said it was.
You told me it was the scene of an accident. So is it an accident or a crime scene?
Let me ask you this question then. Since you, okay.
Don't deflect.
I can't.
Okay? This was a supposed crime scene. And then you saw, but you have not came out and said differently. You've done up what y'all fucking shit about, okay? So then your friendly neighbor that fucking got paid money who released the video that says Gannon didn't come back is the house of crime scene.
You're the one telling me it's a crime scene.
You told me it was.
You told me it was an accident, and now you're telling me it's a crime scene.
Get her.
So that question.
What question?
How in the hell our home, a supposed crime scene, will put clothes when you guys have done nothing but portray the world?
Hey, do you want me to tell you what I think or what I know? You want me to tell you what I think or what I know?
Thwakata.
I am. Do you want the what I think or what I feel or what I know for sure?
Whatever you want to give me.
Okay, what I think is that you did it. What I feel is that you're involved. Excuse me. I think and feel is that you did it. What I know is that you're involved somehow. Okay, that's the bare bones where I'm at right now. I have nothing else.
Get her.
You're involved to some extent. Gannon get hurt, whether there's an accident or not. There's blood all over the place down in his room. However, I saw it. Who gives a crap at this point? Because the boy's out there hurt. Okay, what I feel like and what I think is that you did it and you're trying to hide it. And you dumped his body somewhere.
Thwakata.
That's what I think.
Dali.
Yep.
That you are saying, your theory, okay? You were telling me that supposedly you think that there was some accident that someone got hurt really bad
Yep.
inside of Gannon's room. You know, Gannon walked outside to the car, okay?
I didn't say you killed him in his room. Okay. Why would, I mean, I already told you, and you told me I was stupid for saying this. I think an accident happened that you're involved with, and then I made the assessment, and everybody who saw the video online made the assessment. Gannon was walking kind of sluggish to the truck, and you told me I was a fucking idiot for saying that. Okay, but it makes sense if he had got hurt, okay, lightheaded, queasy, I don't know, whatever, and now he's having to walk to the truck so you can take him somewhere.
Dali.
Okay.
Okay, Or taking someone to do what?
You tell me.
No, you said you were going on your theory, so I want to hear your theory.
Okay, you want to hear my theory? Okay, you took him somewhere. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You went around town acting all normal, left your phone at the fucking Petco on purpose, okay, and took him out somewhere, God knows where, and left him there. And maybe whacked him over the head with a 2x4 or something. I don't know.
God dang.
Took him out by somewhere you said whack somebody in the head. So I committed a murder. Is what you're saying?
No, because he could have just been knocked out.
Cause what?
You could have knocked him out with a 2x4, not killed him. I mean, if he died, I guess that is murder. I don't know. You're the legal expert here. So actually, let's back up a second, because here's where I'm at. You're lying, okay? Are you lying to cover yourself? Are you lying to cover for Harley? Which one is it?
Ooh.
Harley.
Yeah, which one is it?
Already been through. First of all, you have been at work.
Very
All those
smart.
episodes.
So you're lying for yourself?
I'm not lying for anyone.
Okay.
That was smart. She didn't
I'm
fall
just
for
lying
it.
for
but-
adults.
But you have this whole time. The first thing you said this morning to me, one of the first things was, I've lied to you repeatedly. I've lied over and over and over again. And I had a point to do it. I had a reason. So what's your reason for lying now?
I'm not lying.
But you've been lying the whole time, so how do I know that?
Everybody exactly what happened from the beginning.
Yeah, but you just said they were lies. You said all that was a lie. Now it's the truth. So is it,
She didn't
Just
even get
like it, so
offended
therefore-
over him bringing up Harley. She didn't even get
Make up all
offended.
your stories. So now you got this theory of some 2x4.
no, that's just okay. But see, you're still not telling the truth, because you said you told everybody from the beginning. The first story from the beginning was Gannon ran away. Okay, immediately proven false. Second story, you got raped in Gannon's room. So proven false. So you've been lying from the beginning, not telling the truth, and you're still lying. So I mean, what's the next lie, Tisha?
I haven't lied.
So now you're lying about saying you were lying? I mean,
The beginning is what I'm talking about. You just are never gonna believe it.
I know he didn't run away.
Why not just okay then? If that's what you think, you are entitled to what you think you know, and your opinion. You are entitled to that. You are. You think for a second that your own wife, your son, you actually need to get mental health.
I probably will need to get some after this. You're right. My son's out there missing. My wife just admitted to me today that she's lied to me for 3 weeks now. Okay, and you did lie you lied to me from the beginning. All these stories, you said you had a point. Okay, you still haven't told me what the point is. So now you're lying again. And we've narrowed it down to the other person. It's either you by yourself, you and Harley, or Harley had some involvement. Who are you lying for?
Really? You're gonna try to
Yeah, really.
that that's what you think. You think that that's what you're gonna do when somebody was at work.
Look at you. So you're defending your 17-year-old, and all I'm trying to do is defend and find my 11-year-old. Please.
You said you're defending your work.
Oh, don't even start with me on that, because I begged you to let me adopt that child for 5 years. So you can shove that one up your ass right now. Okay. You can go ahead and shove that one wherever you want to shove it. But you're just disrespecting me. Why don't you just respect me and tell me what happened to Gannon? He's a freaking 11-year-old child out there all by himself somewhere. He's with somebody that he don't need to be with, and you're the only one that has the truth. You. And you admittedly, yes, you did. You said you lied over and over and over again.
With somebody you don't need to be with. You just said that, but then you told me that no one else is involved.
So which one is it? You tell me. You keep.
You. You think that I had an involvement in killing a child? That's what you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you were there. Gannon's missing. We can't find him. Okay. Nobody would stick to the plan this long after the whole world's looking for him.
Her phone can't even handle
So it's
how loud
You're
she
the only
is.
one sticking to the plan. You're the only one in the spin machine. You're the only one lying. Everybody else is trying to find the truth. Everybody, Tisha, even Landon, the one that you think I'm hooking up with, she's just trying to find the truth about her baby boy. Okay.
I'm glad you get to spend the rest of your life with me.
There you go. Piss her off with
Yes,
Landon. Good
I mean,
job. That's
whatever.
good. Smart.
If you think that, that's fine. Like you tell me, you're entitled to your opinion, but there's a fact here that you were the last one to see him. I wasn't there, so I don't know anything. You know everything, and you're lying repeatedly over and over again. You didn't get raped. Gannon didn't run away. There's no Quincy Brown, Eduardo, Uncle Matt. No high fives. There's no Gannon jumping in his back. Okay, what there is there is blood in his room. Okay, he's gone, and we can't find him. That's what, and you were left with him and didn't come home with them, okay? And you still haven't filled any of the blanks. I mean, there's facts out there, okay? There's facts out there, and you won't even tell me the truth. You keep lying to me, making up some bike bullshit, okay? Gannon fell off his bike and busted his head and needed 911. Are you serious? And then as soon as I say that, we go back to the house. I mean, I don't even want to do this, okay? You're just going to continue to lie to me. Why am I even wasting my time? So when I testify on the stand, that's what I'm going to say. My wife had all the information. She chose to lie about it. I had nothing else to say. Okay? That's where I'm at. All right. Have a good day.
We're good for a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
What's up, burden of proof? Good to see you.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What's the plan for when we come back?
Continuing with this, Judge, we still have 3 more phone calls potentially.
Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, there was a couple of little I thought that him throwing Landon in the mix. Now, I might be thinking too deeply on this, but I thought it was a really good thing to do that. Maybe he didn't do it intentionally, but it helps. I mean, I want to give him that benefit of the doubt because he was already picturing this working in court like it is right now. He already had this mindset 3 years ago while that conversation was taking place. So I feel like I want to give Al the benefit of the doubt, and he had a strategy in mind by bringing Landon up because by bringing Landon up, or I'm sorry, not Landon, but Harley, by bringing Harley up, it was very, very strategic in the sense that Harley's her daughter, her blood, her flesh and bone. It's a real bad look if she doesn't defend Harley. She didn't defend Harley, not even a little bit. She just goes, Harley, like, what are you talking about? And then just kept on and kept it about her. Already looks bad to a jury that she did that. She should have gotten really defensive in order to protect her daughter. Any innocent person who's trying to defend her own name when their child is brought into it, then and especially, I mean, if her child's brought into it, she's going to definitely, a decent person, a caring, nurturing person would have jumped to her defense. She didn't do that. Also, showing that it's all about her still. She went right back to defending herself. She kept on making it all about her. I also thought it was strategic because it would also show a jury, if she were to try to throw Harley under the bus, as a lot of you thought that's what she was going to do. She hasn't done that in this conversation yet, but and I don't know if she will. But I mean, the conversation ended, but they're going to end up, I mean, I don't know if there's another phone call. I think there's like 15 phone calls total. But it also gives her the idea, as a lot of you thought in chat, that she would use, now that Harley's brought into the mix, maybe that's another angle she can go to, because she's reaching and grasping for anything at this point. She's given a bunch of different stories. She's made up people. She's taken people's names off of the wanted list that she saw in the police station. At least that's what law enforcement believes was the case, that where she got the name Quincy Brown. So I don't, right, anybody would protect their child, Nurse Bev. The fact that she didn't even jump to the opportunity to defend and protect her child shows a lack of any type of nurturing nature, if that makes any sense. So that's going to be real bad to a jury. Like, he had that moment of honesty where he was just like, this is what I think and this is what I feel. This is it. Like, I think you're guilty as fuck. I don't know what the hell happened. He even got to a point to where where he was thinking out loud, and he was speculating out loud that she could have hit him with a 2x4 and left him. And that was really sad, because in that analogy, Gannon could still be alive. He doesn't want to think about the possibility that Gannon's dead and that he was murdered, even though the FBI believes that. The FBI believes that she did something to Gannon. The FBI believes that she likely killed him. And I mean, maybe they shared that with Al and maybe they didn't, but with all of the blood that they found and the fact that they shared that information with Al, that there was all this blood, there's no way that I would think, because we know how much blood there was found. There's no way that professionals who investigate these things for a living is going to believe that Gannon is still alive after seeing that much blood and discovering that much blood searching the house. You got to remember, it's been about 3 weeks already since Gannon has gone missing. This is the middle of, this is towards the end of the middle of February, and Gannon went missing on the 27th of January. This is the day that law enforcement believes that Gannon was murdered by Leticia, was on the 27th of January, 2020. And then I think they said that this phone call took place on the 19th of February. I could be wrong about that date, but in the late teens of February. So a few weeks went by. So hold on, sorry. Yeah, Deborah, don't let us know. If you're on the jury, we probably shouldn't know that. You probably shouldn't be discussing the case at all. But anyway, I'm of the opinion that Al was very, very, very strategic in what he was doing. For him to control his emotions the way that he did, and there were times where he lost it a little bit. There was a little bit of a few moments there where he lost it a little bit and just straight up accused her, which is not the strategy that the FBI came up with. So it didn't go perfectly, but it worked out because the purpose of that strategy was just to simply keep Leticia talking. That was the entire purpose of that. And it worked. He's the one that keeps hanging up. He's the one that keeps losing his temper and hanging up on her. I find it interesting that all she seems to want is for him to be supportive of her. And what she wants, as far as him being supportive of her, she wants this for public reasons. She wants him to go in front of a news camera. She wants him to stand by her side so that news cameras see that he's supporting her and that it looks good to law enforcement that the father of Gannon is standing by his wife and supporting her and blah, blah, blah. She is only interested here clearly in her own self-preservation. She's not even trying to hide that. No matter how many times that Al says, this is about Gannon, this is about Gannon, this is about Gannon, she continues to just make it all about her. She continues to go back into self-preservation mode. She never actually leaves self-preservation mode. And it was really, really interesting when he brought up Landon. Immediately, she gets jealous, which only reinforces my theory that her motive of killing Gannon was the fact that he's Landon's child and not hers. In her mind, she's taking care of Al's kids. She's the one taking care of Gannon and Lena, and that Landon is some dirtbag mom, absentee mom, and doesn't care about anything, and was dating a guy with a drug problem or something like that. Who the fuck knows? I don't even know the ins and outs of Landon's personal life. I'm not interested in knowing the ins and outs of Landon's personal life. And if any of you are interested in knowing the ins and outs of Landon's personal life, this is not the channel for you. Just to let you know, Landon is not on trial here. Al's not on trial here. Nobody. I'm not interested in associating with anyone who gives a shit about Landon and Al's relationship and all of these little ins and outs and the drama in their relationship. Totally irrelevant to the case. The fact of the matter is Leticia was with Gannon, and at some point, we don't know the actual details of what took place on Sunday night prior to the Monday, the 27th, where Gannon was killed. We don't know what happened prior to that. I don't know if she lit a candle. I don't know if Gannon lit a candle. I don't know about any of that. What I do know, and what we all know, is that Gannon was shot, stabbed, and bludgeoned to death. An 11-year-old boy, shot, stabbed, and bludgeoned. And the person who is accused of that is on trial right now and has done nothing throughout this trial to make anyone believe, whether it be through the evidence or her behavior sitting there at the defense table. She has done absolutely nothing to convince the court that she is actually innocent and that she has any remorse towards her actions, about her actions. None whatsoever. So I am personally convinced of her guilt. I know Brother Preach was in the chat. Brother Preach was like, can we just say that she's guilty already? Yeah. Brother Preach probably hasn't even been following this case, and he's listening to this woman's behavior on one phone call and came to that conclusion. And I don't blame him. Normally I'd be like, we need to listen to all the facts, blah, blah, blah. I mean, just that alone is the behavior of somebody not consistent with someone who cares about the well-being of a missing 11-year-old boy, someone who she wants all the credit for in the world for being the one to take care of. Yet she's showing no interest in his well-being at the same time. One side of her mouth, she is the mother of the year and that, you know, she's unappreciated. And then the other side of her mouth, she's not showing any interest in his well-being, even though he's been missing for 3 weeks. So it's very, very interesting that there are people who have not even followed this case since the beginning and are already going, this bitch is guilty as fuck. So it's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me. And I know there were people in chat that were like, what? Because I said we still have weeks left of this trial. We do have weeks left of this trial. The projected time frame for this trial to take place is 8 weeks. And we are on week 3. We are in the middle of week 3 right now. So 5 more weeks are projected of this trial. And I'm hoping that it gets to a point to where the prosecution feels like they have presented their case sufficiently and say, we're just going to rest our case. You know, I think we've proven our point. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm hoping that there's a possibility. I don't know enough about the law. I don't know if they have to present all of the evidence that they have before they can rest their case. I honestly don't know, but I'm hoping that for the sake of the family, for the sake of Landon, for Al, for Harley, for everybody involved, I'm really hoping, and just for the sake of the justice system being swift and other cases can be focused on, I'm hoping that the prosecution can get to a point and say, we've already proven our case. And it's now, I don't think they've done that yet. I'm not saying that they should call it now, but I'm hoping that it gets to a point to where they rest their case and they feel that they've presented their case enough and they're going to get that conviction. Because I mean, she's making it really easy to do that. These phone calls are very, very damning. Not nearly close to enough evidence to convict her, but it's enough evidence to add to the case. It's enough evidence to strengthen the case that the prosecution has against her. So I'm yeah, and I think at this point, with the expert testimony that has taken place, because we haven't even gotten to the testimonies of the mental health experts that have evaluated her already. Twice that we know of, she has been under observation because she is claiming that she is unfit to stand trial. She has done everything that she can to avoid even having to sit in the courtroom for her trial. Even her throwing up the middle finger and the bird at everybody in the courtroom, I believe, is a manipulative tactic to get her to not have to be in the courtroom and listen to her own bullshit being presented right to her own face. So I'm sure that the judge at this point understands this, can see her manipulative nature, because the judge seems like a sharp guy. So I feel like the judge can see her manipulative nature, and he's being very careful about removing her from the courtroom. I think that it's a last resort to remove her from the courtroom. And prior to that, before he even gets to that point, would be to handcuff her to the table, whether it be over the table or under the table. I'm not sure. I don't remember what he specified there, but probably under the table so that nobody could see her hand gestures. But that will happen first. But I know I don't imagine that the judge is in any hurry to do that either, because that could be used by the defense in making her seem to the jury like she's being mistreated in some way. Because remember, every time that the one time that he addressed her making these obscene finger gestures, the one time that he addressed it, the jury was not in the room. So the jury may not even know that it's an issue. So I don't think that the judge is in a big hurry to remove her from the courtroom or restrain her in the courtroom and make a spectacle out of her, you know, being in the courtroom in handcuffs and shackled. I mean, that's, you know, that's just going to make more of a circus out of the trial. It doesn't help the family necessarily. I mean, it might, you know, the family might get some pleasure out of that, and I wouldn't blame them if they did. But it, you know, it's just another delay. Think of it that way. Think of her, you know, the judge having to even address that madness is just another delay from justice being served ultimately. So Kelsey 206, you're probably right. The jury probably won't care. But I don't think that they're even aware so much. I think once it becomes an issue with the jury and whether or not the jury feels like, or whether or not the judge feels like it's going to influence the jury in some way, I think that's when he will actually make a decision as to how to deal with Leticia and her behavior in the courtroom. But so far, she's doing this under wraps. She's trying to do it on the down low. She's pulling these things right here, you know, and, you know, this kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? That's sixth grade bullshit, you know, that you do in detention. You know what I mean? It's just asinine. So, you know, and you got to understand that this insanity plea, as I've stated, I'm probably going to state it almost every time that we cover this trial, if not every time. This mental health disorder that her attorneys are trying to claim, which is dissociative identity disorder. This disorder, it's very difficult to diagnose. It's very rarely ever diagnosed.
5-8, people with Leticia Stout record should reflect the jury have returned to the court or is not present in the courtroom.
Wait,
do you need Mr. Grunsing?
The jury's not present. Let's see what happens here.
One thing I would just wanted to give the court an update on. We've got 3 of these phone calls left. I'd like to get these done before the end of today.
Okay.
And so I'm not going to necessarily call Mr. Grusing back up to the stand between each phone call. The next one is 22 minutes. Then we've got a 58 minutes, and then we got a 29 minutes, which should be about right.
It'll be pretty close.
It'll be really close. But then that will allow us to jump into his interview of the defendant on Friday morning. And again,
about 5 hours.
that one is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this 58, 59?
So 57, 58, and 59 are the last 3.
Okay, and they've already been admitted, so you can go ahead and play them.
They have been, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And then do all your questioning in one chunk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
All right. So, like I was saying, it's real important that we understand and remember.
That's fine.
That the defense does not have to prove that she suffers from dissociative identity disorder. It's up to the prosecution to prove that she does not suffer from this mental health disorder. That's significantly more difficult than the defense proving that she is. I would think so, in theory. So they're doing a very good job of that by asking witnesses to describe the behavior that entails that diagnosis.
Yeah, let's keep that.
Yes, it is.
Keep that between us.
Take it anymore.
Wait, what did he just say?
I think if Shane knew about 31,000, he would.
I think it would.
Yeah, let's keep that.
Yes, it is.
Keep that between us.
Take it anymore.
Okay, I don't know what that was about.
Not Kane, for sure. I don't know about shit.
Is WebEx on, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
The judge doesn't give a fuck.
TC.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Only old guys like us.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 versus Leticia Stout. Record to reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good news is we have more phone calls to listen to. Bad news is only 3 left.
Okay.
So at this particular point, Judge,
That
we'd like
that
to
was
publish
sarcasm,
Exhibit
guys.
57, which is a recorded phone call February 17, 2020 at 2:24 p.m. previously admitted during Al's testimony.
I love how everybody involved in this trial, they
It
got
is 22
jokes.
minutes and 18 seconds.
They all got jokes.
Podium again.
Yes.
Hello?
I didn't get anything question mark.
Oh, I said, did you want to talk about, like, did you set up an appointment for this? How much is it going to cost?
No, here's my approach on it. My approach is, if you don't, in my opinion, and this is how I want it to be, so there's no like, question or anything. If you don't control the aspect of it as far as identity, checking out, like, I feel like you will try to take it and say that it's someone you do, or I want to prove 100% to you. Because I know you're hurt, I know you're upset, but those things are not true what you said. They're just not true. And I don't care about a court of law because you know why? My attorney was shredded apart. I'm worried about my husband knowing that I did not do such a thing.
All right, well,
Because I care about you, and I feel like if you know that that's the truth, that I did not, then everything could be okay.
yeah,
I mean, right? I mean, if you know for 100% that I did not hurt a child, kill a child, kill a 2x4, whatever you may say, would it not make you feel a lot different right now?
yeah, I told you I'd stand by you with the truth, and I pulled up that link and, they got 5 stars, so that it looks legit on the surface. And yeah, you hit a great point there about, I am about validating things and looking into things. Part of that process would be, getting some questions answered that I want answered, right? I think you can assume that, right?
Okay.
All right. So that being said, as I was waiting on you to get back, I wrote down basically 3 or 4 questions, and I want to pose them to you now, so that way I'm not surprised when I go in there. Okay? Are you willing to do that with me? Then we'll.
You said you're not surprised, or
Neither one of us, so you know the questions and I know the questions.
oh, okay, I get what you said. Yep.
Yeah. So I'll ask them, and you just give me yes or it's just simple yes or no questions. Okay? And then, so you're not, once again, trying to be fair to you and fair to myself, that these are some of the questions that I want answered. Number 1, do you know where Gannon is? Yes or no?
No. But this is the questions I'm going to prove to you too, right?
Yeah.
You understand?
Right. You can answer them now, but then you can answer them then as well. Okay.
No.
Okay. Who was Gannon last with?
They don't ask you questions like that.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It's yes or no. Do you know who Gannon was with last?
Okay, so here's what I want you to be careful with on. Do you know who Gannon was with last?
Why wouldn't you just say yes or no?
Okay, let me explain it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You cool.
More specific approach in that, because you need to say, do you know a description or have a picture in your mind of who Gannon was with last?
Okay.
Think of that.
All right. How about it this way? Were you the last person Gannon was with? Okay. Well, that leads into.
To ask the question of someone else.
Right. Yeah, I know. And I'm not gonna probably be the one phrasing the questions. I'm just telling you questions that I want answered. So you answered the question was, were you the last person Gannon was with? And you said no. Okay. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go take that down a rabbit trail. Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
No.
Did you murder Gannon?
No.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, that's kind of, it's just some of the questions I'm going to want answered. So when are you going to be able to do this? I want to get this done as soon as possible. I'm ready to do it tomorrow. I think because of publicity of this case, they'll squeeze you in and make an appointment for you tomorrow. If we go up there and call them and say, hey, listen, this is the Gannon Stout case. We need a polygraph ASAP. Let's do it. I don't know. When's the earliest you can do it? I'll just take money out of the bank account and I'll pay for it.
So can you get me just like 2 or 3 times or days and times that they have available? Send them to me and I'll tell you exactly which one will work best.
Nope. Leticia, this is
I don't have a way around.
okay.
I'm gonna help people out so that I can have food and a place to stay.
Okay.
And I the one said to do this.
But I'll even come and get you tomorrow morning. I want to do it like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll come and get you at Michelle's house, okay? And I'll bring you to this place. It's Michelle, right?
I'm not at Michelle's house.
Okay, where you at now?
I'm staying with random people that reached out online, people that are following this case.
Okay, well, send me your location through your phone, or send me an address or a 10-digit grid coordinate from Google Earth.
And you're gonna pick me up?
Yeah, because I guarantee you they will squeeze you in tomorrow. Because this will be another star in their cap, a feather in their cap.
Right, because it's about some publicity for you.
No, not for me. I want the truth, and you know what? Every minute, every second we sit here and talk about this is another minute that Gannon is dead.
Exactly.
I told you I would do this and gave me this person.
All right, well, tomorrow's the day. Okay, if not, then you're not serious about it. That's just, and I'm.
About it. I've already told you yes. I've already said yes.
All right, then I'll set the appointment. If it needs to be the afternoon, fine, whatever. But we'll do it. Okay. Tomorrow.
I've already I don't know why you keep saying that. You think I'm changing it. I've already said yes. I also want to know what I need to be because I saw somewhere online it says something about eating and drinking.
This is a grown ass woman.
I'll answer that for you, but I mean, why don't you plan on like a 6-hour window or something? Okay. I'm just going based off generalizations, Tisha. Come on now. I don't know the answer to that. You can Google it just like I can. I'll call them and I'll find out. And I'm just saying, plan on if you think you're not supposed to eat for a while, then don't eat for a while. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Nobody gives a fuck whether you eat or not.
And I'll set it up for tomorrow, afternoon, whatever. You just let me know where to come get you, or let me know, just be there if you don't want me to come get you.
Okay, so now you had your questions that you wanted, and so now I have questions.
So now I'm taking a polygraph?
No, you're not taking a polygraph.
No, okay.
I'm asking you 4 questions.
All right, go ahead with them.
Wow.
When you get the results that say I have passed this polygraph test, what is your course of action?
These are yes or no questions, please.
Your course of action could be with your wife in marriage and your daughter and the rest of our family back to normal and figuring out who has Gannon.
No.
But that's not your approach.
You said once you answer some polygraph questions, once we find Gannon, okay. No. Okay. All right. No, I didn't. All right. Yes or no questions. I didn't do this to you. I took your yes or no questions.
Once the polygraph test comes back and shows you that I'm telling the truth to the questions, that I had nothing to do with Gannon in any kind of way, being hurt, murdered, taken, whatever, are you going to be with your wife?
Nope.
Nope.
Really?
Really?
yes or no questions, please.
Do it. I just want you to tell me mine.
Because the key to standing by you is the truth and Gannon. So,
I fucking love this
And
guy.
you know I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm trying to understand here. Why would you say no to being with your wife if it's proven on the test that I didn't have anything to do with it?
Yes
I
or
just
no
wanna know
questions,
the truth
please.
on that. I'm still going to do it so it can clear my name. I just want to know the truth from you.
I'm waiting for the next yes or no question.
Come on, man. Just be real with me. This is not a time to play.
I'm not, Tisha. You got to understand. There's two. Listen. There's a lot of repair. I'm trying to. I'm going to
I
bend
love
here
this guy.
again. G's the most important thing, but there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of damage. Okay, from this situation, and I'm not here to argue with you. Okay, but there's a lot of damage from all the lies that have been told that it's going to take some time to work through. Okay, I said I'll stand by the truth, and I'll stand by you with the truth. Gannon's the priority. All right, what's your next yes or no question?
Do you have any intention of being back with your wife and family?
No. And it's the same answer, same response as I gave you last time. Gannon's the priority right now.
Next yes or no question, please.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. I respected you and answered you. No, yeah, hold on. I respected you. I didn't put you through the Inquisition. I gave you 4 yes or no questions and I left it at that. You're not respecting me in that way. So I'm gonna go back to question 2. You said you were not the last person Gannon was with, so who was? Okay, I answered your questions.
Inquisition question.
No, you got 2 or 3.
You said yes
All
or
right.
no.
Okay, well, see, this is why I don't believe you. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I want to do this polygraph thing. I'm willing to do it, and we're gonna take it at face value. But you're not respecting me. We're expecting respect in return. You're expecting to play by the rules. You're not playing by the rules.
Your wife?
No, I said there's damage.
The truth?
I said there's damage and we got to repair it. That's all I said. I haven't said anything about anybody to anyone in the media, social media, nothing. And if you got something else, then it's false. So
Trifling ass.
Okay, the next question. Have you filed for divorce?
nope. Let's see, here you go again, not playing by the rules.
You said yes or no. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you got to put me through the Inquisition, but you're not answering my question. Who was the last person Gannon was with if it wasn't you? Because these are going to be the questions you're going to have to answer. I mean, I'm just going to be straight up with you, whether you answer them to me or not. Yeah. Well, Mr. Hotshot Baez will. Okay. If you don't. So, I mean, we might as well do this peacefully between me and you and figure out where Gannon's at.
I've already agreed to the. If I'm agreeing to do this, I am going to have to do it. And I have no idea where Gannon's at. Why are you still being adamant that you? That's my point. I said if you controlling me, because you'll still swear up and down.
No, but listen. No, but this is pre-polygraph. Polygraph, I won't even be in the room, probably not even in the building. I'll be somewhere else, so you're not under any pressure. Okay? That's how those things go. It's all you and the guy asking the questions.
That's you won't even be there either because they interview me myself.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I won't be there. Okay? I'll pick you up, take you, drop you off, pay for it, but then I'll bounce. Okay? But you need to answer me this. As your husband and as the father of the missing child, but I still am I not? Okay. Point is, who was the last person that had Gannon? You said you weren't.
She's out here playing games and he has to deal with it. It sucks.
Hello?
Yeah, she's out here playing games.
I'm going to tell that to the person.
There you go.
Let them rephrase that in a yes or no question. Because the I'm negative because no matter what I say to you, you're gonna yell and scream at me, hang up, act crazy. You legit told me all in one day, I'm a murderer, killer, told me Harley had involvement, then told me this, told me that, then told me you don't have intentions. When you find out the truth that your wife is not involved to be with her,
Okay,
she bought this in one day.
okay, but did you murder Gannon?
Like, that is what your mind is saying.
Hey, did you murder Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay, then it went back to what we said. It had to be an accident. That, I mean, so you accidentally hurt him. That's, I mean, there's it's either or. You said that already.
What did you ask? That's one of your questions, ain't it?
Right.
One of your questions. So
Well, no, that's two questions, but it.
here's where I have the problem.
Okay.
I will pass it, and then you're going to come back to square one and still accuse me. Because you're going to say this damage and all this, you're going to accuse me of somehow still being involved. That's what you're going to do. Because right now, you can't accept. You had the nerve to say to me, I am not going to be my wife and family at all. Heartless. Gannon showed up on the doorstep today. You still going to say that to me?
You know the
Fair enough,
FBI
but you know
showed
what?
him those Google searches.
You're so fucking pissed.
No, I'm not pissed. I'm hurt. My son's missing. I'm hurt because my son's missing, and he's hurt. Okay, because I saw his blood, and I know that if you thought I knew who took Harley, and she was missing and hurt and raped and all these things that have been alleged, okay, if you thought I knew that, you'd want me to tell you too. Okay, you admitted you were not the last person that Gannon was with, so that means you know. You at least a description, at least a name or something, and you're not telling me. And you need to put yourself. Okay, but that description was Quincy Brown and 15 different stories, and you already told me. You already told me. Yeah, it was Eduardo, the Mexican guy, right? our Uncle Matt. Here we go again.
Why don't you ask about legit answers?
Right.
Legit answers
Right.
for yourself.
Did you kill Gannon? That's a legit question.
No.
Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
You want to keep asked me like 15 times. Like, so you can go ahead and get this out your system because I'm a.
Well, okay, fine.
You're going to be like, wow, pass this test.
Yeah. Okay. But the bottom line is. The bottom line is.
Grace is going to call my line to do it.
Yeah, let's call her. Let's call Maury Povich too. he'll help.
Call him. But you already said tomorrow or whenever you're calling this thing. You've already said that. You said you wanted to do it between me and you because this is for you.
No, you said that. But the truth is you won't tell me who because there is no who, and the who is you.
Okay, so here you go.
Who is you?
You are not even trusted, and that's why I said you control who it was because you're not even trusting in a lie detector test.
No, you sent me a link and you said no to the FBI, which if I had a choice, it'd be the FBI.
Join the police department.
Okay, then I don't have control. Or I don't have a say so. This is where we always get to in our relationship.
Colorado Springs.
I did. There's FBI in Colorado Springs, and you got her number.
You just told me you were going to call the other people. I'm not doing the FBI because they're police.
Wow.
I'm doing a license.
Okay. So listen. Listen. If the who Gannon was last with, if the who is not you, then who is it?
The same damn question.
Because you never answer it. You never answer it.
You already made it clear that I'm not your wife. You already made that clear.
No, actually, I actually, and I quote, I said, "You are still my wife." I just said we don't have a relationship right now because of all this. That's what I said. So be clear.
You're telling me, I mean absolutely nothing to you. I'm a piece of crap. That's what you're telling me.
Hey, guess what? So this whole back to this whole lie detector test bullshit. if you're gonna pass it, who gives a fuck? Who gives you the lie detector test?
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to be involved. The
Get her.
Police are already involved. What are you talking about? But go ahead. I'm sorry.
trying to prevent it from just picking anybody else besides a police. Because I want someone who has no reason at all to be involved or anything so that the validity of the test is complete.
Yeah. Okay. You think the police care about you or me or anything? All they care about, whether they're doing right or wrong,
To do it,
all they care about is Gannon.
I'm agreeing. Like, I will do it and say, yes, okay, when.
Yeah, fine. Let's do it. And I told you to let me pick you up. You won't tell me where you are. I told you all these different things. I tried to do one tomorrow. You said 3 days from now. 9 a.m.
3 different times is what I said.
9, 9:30, and 10. 9, 9:30, and 10.
They had available.
That's what I'm gonna tell them. Okay.
You call me back and tell me what times they have available.
Hey, all right. So listen, when I call you back, while you're waiting on me to call you back, I want you to think about this. All right? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? What happens if you fail this polygraph test? Then what? Okay, but you need to think about what if you fail.
I need to think about that. There's no doubt in my mind. Trust me.
Okay.
I would be adamant to you, telling you, calling you back after you said those things to me. Do you think I'd be wasting my time to try to prove to a man who is fucking just treating me like this?
Hey, you were also adamant about Quincy Brown, remember? Until the news reporter, not the polygraph, the news reporter shot that full of shit.
To the person that I care about, the person that I love, with something in me.
You care about Gannon?
He knows that.
You care about Gannon, or am I the only one you care about?
Of course, I have to care about you first in order to care about our children.
Okay, so if you truly care about me, okay, if you truly care about me and all this stuff, no, listen to me. If you truly care about me and want all this stuff that you tell me every day that you want and send me all these pictures, if all that really means anything to you, first of all, you sent me a picture without your ring on the other day, so that's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. Second of all, yeah, then you told me you were wearing them, and then you sent me a picture without them. So, anyways, so
I said I've been wearing my ring.
Oh, okay.
I said,
but
the police have confiscated them, and you won't help me get any of them back because they're in the car that's in your name that you probably already have back.
I wish. I'm still paying on it, by the way. I don't have it, so just so you know.
Totally glad to pay on it. Hard.
And not have it, right? Okay.
He's like, I'm so fair about
Anyways,
shit.
if you really cared about me,
Doing a child like that.
if you really cared about, let's cut this shit off because this is ridiculous. If you really cared about me, you wouldn't have lied to me 15 times, and you wouldn't be lying to me now. Okay, and that's it.
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Your Honor, the next one is People's Exhibit 58, which is February 19th, 2020 at 12:11 p.m. This was previously admitted during Alstock's testimony, and it's 58 minutes and 41 seconds.
That'll be the last one. So once this is over, once this phone call is over, then they'll call recess for the day. And they'll have yeah, and then they'll be back Friday.
And Your Honor, I wanted to just give the jury just a brief snippet of that. The first 6 minutes is that same sort of, you can't really tell what's happening. So I'm just going to move it forward to the point where you can hear it.
Hear any objection from the defense? Okay.
Yes, as far as I know, Team Brittany, yes. I'll discuss that as soon as this is over.
He reworded it to know personally because, like, basically it was just saying, you know, if I know someone personally, then that makes a communication.
So I don't understand what you mean by that. You had him reworded, or he reworded it?
No, when you're in there talking to someone, that was the question I said. like, one of the questions that you wanted.
Yeah.
I said to you that I would have to say, you know.
Man,
certain
that
things.
shit's so annoying. She's out here playing these polygraph games
It's involved, your stepsons.
and he's got to play along. That's got to be so
No.
frustrating.
I was telling the truth.
So what do you mean by that?
But, Albert, there's nothing I mean by that. What I mean by that is, I can come to y'all, which I'm totally fine with, you know, having an attorney, you know, showing this to law enforcement, whatever. But at this point, I'm just gonna show it, get it verified, public not see it, but hear it. And that's that's all I can do for now, because anything else I've done, I've been turned into being a horrible person. So nothing else I can do can help, because I'm just not a valid source or person that anyone wants to care about, help, information, nothing. And that's been proven.
What do you mean by that's been proven? I thought you gave them information that they're using in the search.
No, I did. However,
So that makes you be valid if you gave them information and they're using it. Yeah, sure.
no matter what information that I give them, they would not be searching places they are based on that information. Keep the normal law enforcement agencies, like the little girl in South Carolina. They took those steps immediately. They shut off the neighborhood. They shut off any crossing sections. They even went as far as, because it was an easy section of crossing over, they shut off the state line.
Okay, but where did you say for them to look if they're not looking where you said?
They don't care what I say, Albert.
I care.
They want to hate me.
I care what you say because I don't. I don't want to hang anybody. I just want Gannon back. So I absolutely care what you said.
It's been a hard month for everybody, right?
Right. Right.
I mean, this time last month, we were getting ready to get off a cruise boat, having the time of our lives, right?
Right, but yes, and Tisha, I know that. We were on a cruise and we had a good time, but that you totally skipped past my question. Like, what did you say? Where did you say for them to look?
They didn't ask me anywhere specific to look. I'm telling you that the law enforcement in South Carolina took those approaches based on what was told to them.
But what did you tell them? You're telling me what they didn't do. Tell me what you did. I don't care about them.
I already told them with the state. I'm not going to go through this again with you.
You're not going to tell me, the father of the child.
You knew, and it wasn't good enough for you.
No, I did not know. You've never told me.
Oh my God.
No.
You told me nobody else was involved. You told me I was making up stuff. So I'm not going down that route.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about
No,
any
you
of that.
said you just
None of
kept
that
changing your
matters.
story.
The other person, none of that stuff matters right now. I want to know where you told them to look that they're not looking.
I never said I told them to look where they're not looking.
But you said, yes, you did. You said you gave them information that they're not using.
Albert, based upon my statement, they would have took the same methods that the police department took in South Carolina in that situation. They would have immediately stepped in and shut off everyone. They went on a witch hunt for one person. And look where we're at. We're at Wednesday, February 19th. Wednesday, February 19th.
You're telling me, yes, it's 23 days now. You're right. It's 23 days. Where did you tell them? What information did you give them that they're not paying attention to, like in South Carolina?
That's not what I said. There you go again.
But that is exactly what you said. You said you gave them information that they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not doing like they did in South Carolina. That's exactly what you said. But what does that mean?
They won. They should have shut the neighborhood down.
Why?
They won.
Why?
Okay, see, never mind.
No, but that's what. You're telling me what should have happened, but not the information.
Giving it to you and you haven't supported me. You've told everybody the complete opposite. All I have to, I like how you're speaking by lead.
I can't hear you. What? Why should they have shut the neighborhood down? What's in the neighborhood that matters?
Nothing.
Then why should they have shut it down? That's
That's just the process that they should have done.
What about all this stuff they keep finding and asking me about is from the house?
What stuff?
Just all this random bullshit. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, you keep saying the same thing. You said random bullshit, but you won't tell me.
yeah, but you know what?
Ask me a question, I'll tell you if I know what it is.
How do I know somebody's not taping you right now? Because I've seen all
Nice.
these pictures and all these things that they're asking me, is this Gannon's? Is this from the house? And that, if that gets out, then I mean, we might never find Gannon.
Albert, I never told people. Alright,
I can't hear you.
people called my Facebook. This guy, they even found one of them. The FBI found one person who did it already. And they're probably gonna get in trouble for obstruction. But the lady that Amy Bolton has been talking to has already been on this and got one person doing it. Oh, and they're gonna come after a lot more. So I haven't went and posted any of this stuff.
Well, listen, I'll tell you one thing that I've seen that is almost absolutely from my house. Remember that board that I was making those those shoe compartments out of?
Board.
Yeah, that particle board, that big sheets of it, that I was gonna make that thing for Harley for her shoes, remember? That I made the one in painted gray.
I love
You know
how
what board I'm talking about?
even
That big sheet of board?
even Leticia knows that someone contacting
so they
her
got a piece
could
of that
get
from
them
my
in
house
trouble
they
for
found somewhere.
obstruction, yet John Atalia and
Particle board? I mean, what does that mean?
Battery Betty can't understand this concept.
That's what I'm asking you, what that means. Why a piece of wood from my house is found out in the middle of nowhere? And I see a picture,
In the middle of.
and I see a picture of it, okay? I mean, they didn't tell me where they found it. They just said, does this look like it's from your house? Does this look like it might be Gannon's? And I'm like, yeah, it looks like it's from my house. I got all kinds of stuff like that at my house.
Albert, I haven't even been there, so I don't know anything about any wood.
Tisha, you know all the wood at the house, all that stuff.
I understand. I know the wood. But you guys watched me leave. I didn't leave with any wood.
Well, there was wood in the back of the truck. A whole pile of wood in the back of the truck.
But was there big particle boards that you were talking about?
No, it wasn't a sheet. It was a piece of it that they showed me a picture of, just a piece.
Then I mean, I don't know. I didn't get rid of any of your board or anything like that.
Well, what, did you get rid of anything?
No, I didn't get rid of anything. Nothing. If someone has took something from your house that you've been there, then someone took it when all those people were there.
What?
I haven't even been there and touched board, nothing.
So, okay, if you didn't take anything like that, board, wood, anything, and get rid of it in that area, why were you in that area?
In what area?
The area where the truck was seen at, the area where they're searching. I'm guessing, I'm assuming this picture that he showed me came from that area.
That they're searching?
Right, the area you talked about, that bike accident or whatever, that area that you went to, and you told me you went to, and you also told me you told them you went to.
You gotta say the names of the areas. Are you talking about County Line Road?
Yes, County Line Road and wherever they're searching at. I don't know the exact areas.
County Line Road.
Yes, why were you there? What purpose did you have to go to Petco and then to go to County Line Road? And then back to Petco?
Wagata.
Because I was gonna go. Gannon was asking about the castles. Because remember the time we went riding and there was castles and his grandma, who had just left, was was talking about the castles.
Castles.
Remember that, like, we took the back road, she was with us one time, and it was like these old little castles.
No, grandma, my mom was never with us when we did that.
Well, you
Never.
said something about grandma would like these or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about. I said I was taking the back road because you could take that road and drop off. Because if you go back and look at the traffic cameras, 25 was pretty busy. So I took that road, and on that back road, I said something. I was like, hey, I was like, three or one day. He's like, oh yeah, about the castles. And I couldn't find the road, couldn't find the castles.
Thank you, brother. Preach again. She's telling on herself,
Okay,
believe
I
it or
mean,
not. I know it sounds crazy,
we
but
look
she
at
is. It doesn't
castles,
sound
doesn't it?
crazy. She's been doing it this whole trial.
I drove up towards going to Castle Rock. Like that back road, I think it turns into like, I don't know, what is that road, 105 or something. And I couldn't figure out how to get back to 25 from there, which wasted a lot of my time.
Why couldn't you figure out to get back to 25?
I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to get back to 25.
You didn't have GPS?
I didn't have my phone.
Right, right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I had my watch,
Okay.
but the problem with getting it on my watch is it's dark. You can't hardly get the words in where you're going. It don't work if you do it on your phone.
Right.
I should know this because my watch is good. People making this big deal about freaking phone or not. The watch is gonna beep the same way a phone does. So I want to tell them, get the fuck out of here, dumb.
Yeah. Right, right. You're right.
It's a grown woman.
I mean, I'm not stupid. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna hide one phone, but I got a fucking watch with me. I'm not stupid. I didn't have anything to hide.
So you just went out there to ride randomly to look at castles?
That is not what I did. I was going to go to Castle Rock real quick.
Okay.
I've already said that.
Did you? Why didn't you?
So if anybody put any kind of boards or something out there, whatever the hell it was, maybe it was somebody who was house, everything.
So somebody was in the house and they took the board and took it out there where you were at? Because
Unless someone did that, I didn't take any boards unless something fell off the truck.
okay. Why would something fall off the truck if it was all down in the truck?
I'm just saying to you. I'm just saying to you. I mean, I don't know.
So did y'all make it to Castle Rock?
I just told you that I didn't know how to get back to 25.
Okay, but you had to at some point, right?
Some point I did. Yeah, I don't remember when because it's been freaking how many weeks.
Right. Okay, so no, hold on. One more question.
Trail. Curse me out. You're not gonna do
No,
that to me.
you're right. I'm not. I just want to know where Gannon got out the truck. Because
Where did he get out the truck?
yeah, it was not at the house, so don't say that. So where did he get out the truck?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, tell me.
Get with me. Gannon got out the truck. Wherever you think over there. And y'all are over there doing all your searches. Keep searching. Keep searching. Keep searching. Okay? Keep searching. Because once again, you've done nothing but making a witch hunt. You've been in all these areas.
Okay. All right, you're right. You're right. So you're saying he never got out the truck. So I need to call them back and tell them to look for him in the truck.
That Gannon, what do you mean look for him in the truck?
Well, you said he never got out the truck.
Gannon was laying down playing the Switch in the truck.
Bullshit.
So, I mean, I don't know what the question is. I haven't done anything to Gannon.
Did Gannon throw out that board or how that, you said it may have flew out. Did Gannon throw it out, you think?
Albert, if there's a board or something, it could have been, I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember how it got out of the truck?
Or, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it got thrown out. I don't know. I really don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember. I don't understand what does the board got to do with anything.
What? I don't know. I don't think they would show me a board if it wasn't relevant. I don't know.
He still hasn't mentioned the blood on the board, I don't think.
They show you a board that just come from your house. So this is what I don't, you talk about you don't, I recording you, or something you said, or listening, whatever. But then supposedly, this is what blows my mind. This is like what blows my mind. Okay? Police in this country, in departments, do not call people and give them videos and give them evidence. They don't. Because if they do, they know the stuff can be thrown out for that. So I don't believe for a second that police are calling people, telling them. I don't believe that. Unless they're just ignorant.
But how would police know if it's relevant, or if it's my wood, or if it's my Gannon's sock, or whatever? They gotta ask questions.
Okay. So they asked you for the socks. Now there's a sock been thrown out.
I mean, yeah. So, how did the sock get thrown out? That's another question.
Okay. Well, I mean, how do you know it's in a sock?
I mean, socks are socks. I mean, I don't know. Unless they got DNA off of it.
Oh, the judge knows she's guilty. The whole room knows she's guilty.
This is in a sock unless they knew for 100% it's a sock.
What about maybe or maybe not, I saw a picture of carpet from the house. Yeah.
So carpet.
Yeah, the same,
So carpet.
maybe. Yeah. I didn't see, no, I saw a picture of it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it's in the woods. I'm just saying maybe I saw a picture of the same carpet that's from the house. So
Same carpet that's from the house in the woods.
I didn't say in the woods. I said I saw a picture that looked maybe not is the carpet from our house.
Okay, so what was it? Was it like a big piece of carpet? What?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, come on. I mean, I saw a picture. I mean, there wasn't a ruler next to it or anything. Okay. I mean, I've seen 20 to 30 pictures. I mean, maybe even more. I just remember, I remember a board. I feel like I may have seen it, but the carpet's been all over the story anyway. So, I mean, I could be put, like you said, what?
Do you talk about the carpet piece that was taken out of the garage? Is that the carpet you're talking about?
I don't know.
That's the only carpet that would have been taken out the garage and Gannon got blood on from his foot. And I already told you this.
And you said he cut his foot on the wood, or your Facebook also said he cut his foot on a tool. I don't know.
I don't know if it was a tool or what. He was looking, but you're looking for that daggone thing that you have.
What thing?
The thing that has the little holes in it or whatever, and like slice stuff.
You were looking for something to slice stuff? What do you mean by that?
Cut the wood with stuff.
Cut the wood with stuff with something that has holes in it. Is that what?
Like bridges.
Bridges. Like to make the wood smooth?
Yeah, it has a handle on it. We were looking for that because we thought that has a little handle on it or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
That, cause you know the dogs eat the piece of carpet, eat the piece of wood on the side of the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like shake that down, so we were looking for that thing.
Oh, yeah, the little, like hand plane or whatever that I make the wood smooth with.
The dogs are eating the side in the kitchen, so I was trying to get the two. I asked him to eat over these tools are at. We're both trying to figure. Around, and we were trying to get the Yeti down.
The handle on it.
No,
But I thought you just said that's what he cut his foot on.
I did not. I said he was going to get that and stepped on something in there. I don't know what he stepped mean,
Did you, so are you gonna send me the results of this, Polly, or not?
I'm not gonna send them to anyone. I would like me to let you see.
You'll meet me to let me see them?
Wow.
I can let you go till when I have this thing with Nancy Grace, because they're going to be verifying the validity of it. They are going to have all that ready so that the public can hear it. So I tried to talk to you first about it. You didn't want to talk to me. You didn't want to say anything. And then you whatever I get it. You're angry, hurt, got all this going on. I get it. Okay. So then I took that approach and I did. I'll do it this way. I will be this. It goes from there. But then I get on the phone with you, and now it's like stops and this and that, and who knows what.
Right, now you know how I feel.
There's all these things, right? All these things. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, what did I do? What did I do wrong?
I didn't ever say you did anything wrong. The only thing I've ever come to the conclusion was that it was an accident. But
All the way blatantly the other day.
no, I asked you.
Okay, no, listen. You guys are still reviewing each other for the wrong person. Still to each other. And they're not gonna find me putting
Think.
somewhere
Think.
for what you guys think. Whoever's listening, you're not gonna find that because I didn't do that.
Well, what did you do? Hello?
What?
I mean, if you didn't do that, what did you do? Or, I mean, who is the person that did something? That's the missing link here to Gannon.
Y'all didn't want to listen the first time. So
Listen, I'm all ears now.
Wow.
I'm sitting here in Starbucks making a fool of myself. Okay,
yourself.
because I'm sitting here trying to hide in the corner so nobody's looking at me. Okay. I'm listening now. Tell me what happened. What did you do, or who has Gannon? I mean, if you love me like you say, you'll help me stop having to look at all these pictures and hear all the stories and watch the news
Exactly.
every night. Okay, that's love.
Yep.
Love is also when I tell you that you listen instead of just being like, "Oh yeah, that really happened."
Okay. I'm listening right now.
Wow.
You got my attention right now. You might not.
Start cursing me out.
No, I won't. Not in Starbucks. I'm not doing this.
95% of everybody that takes a lie detector test who lies fails. Only people who are like schizophrenia and things like that have problems with it. Okay? I get it. I clearly answered the truth. And again, I know you said I haven't seen this, but you're about to because Nancy Grace, okay, is having someone verified so that it can be done. Okay? So it's coming. All right? If it was fucking bullshit. Right? All right. So, with that being said, the questions were asked. Am I going to tell the truth? Yes, the truth. It accidentally hurt him in any physical way. Told the truth. Told the truth. I mean, did you inflict any harm on him in any way? No. Told the truth. So,
Did they ask you if this was an accident?
if what did you accidentally? That was the first thing I just said to you. Hurt him in any physical way.
Did they ask you, did he accidentally hurt himself?
No, because they only give you a certain control group. But then you got to go into that and being like, are you involved in your stepson's
They
disappearance?
ask you, was he injured?
Albert.
Not if you did it, but was he injured? Did they ask you that?
Okay, so this is why you're gonna always have a problem with everything.
No, I'm just asking you the questions because you won't show me the results. If you,
To you, I begged you. I begged you to meet me. I begged you to just spend one night with your wife and you could see everything. I begged you. You're ignoring me like I'm a piece of crap.
listen, tell me now. I'm listening, okay? Just tell me now. Just tell me everything. You're talking about Nancy Grace and lie detector test. All that doesn't matter to me.
Nancy fucking
Okay.
Grace.
You came up with the idea for a lie detector test, and I said yes, do it. Okay, but now you won't show me the results, but you said it was for me. So listen. No, you did. You did. You said it was for me.
You won't. Hey, you lied to me and told me you were gonna meet me, and then I get dressed and everything, and then you ignore my emails that night. You think it's not hard on me that I gotta know my husband is fucking another bitch? You think that's hard?
You think it's not hard for a father not to know where his son is? I mean,
Swagata.
That's hard, but you didn't deny that one, did you?
no, there's no reason to deny it. It's just not true. I'm not playing that game, but there is a truth here that you're ignoring that Gannon's missing and you have information and I'm listening. I'm listening. You said you did.
To you guys. I've given it to you.
I'm sick and listen, I'm sick and tired of being alone. And the way for me to get past that is for me to get the information I need, and I know you have, and I'm listening. And I'm not gonna judge you. I just want the information. I don't care what happens. I want my son. Okay? I really don't care. If you're not guilty of anything, then you're not guilty of anything. I that's not what I'm worried about. I really don't care. I don't care who did what. I just want my son home with me now. That's what matters to me. And I've even offered to help you, to stand by you. If you just tell me, I can't hear you. I didn't say you did it. I just said, tell me the information.
I covered it up.
So no accident, you covered it up. So you didn't do anything. And there was no accident. So, but I can't hear you.
No accident happened.
I can't hear you.
Albert,
I can't hear you.
hear me.
I cannot hear you. I hear you in the background.
I said, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
He said, there's no accident. Do you think in your mind that I'm going to tell you an accident happened and I panicked, didn't know what to do, and just threw him side the road?
Okay, if that's not the case, then so it's kind of two options here. Either something happened on accident or something happened on purpose. Okay, either he hurt himself or you hurt him. I mean, you kind of got to paint the picture for me here. Either you killed him or it was an accident how he got hurt. I mean, those are the things that you got to decide and how you approach this. Okay,
Either of those. Do you see what I'm saying?
but the part then fill in the blank. He obviously got hurt. You told me that. Okay, he got hurt somehow, but you won't tell me anything else.
Albert, I've already told you. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you again. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to tell me I'm a liar. This is a stupid fucked up story. And we're back to blaming it on someone else again. That's what you're going to tell me.
No, listen. I honestly, let me back up. Let me start over. I really don't care if you tell me the truth or not. I'm past that point. I just want to know how I can get Gannon home.
How do I know how you can get home if someone else is involved? How do I know that? This is where you have this disconnect with me.
Tisha, you got to understand.
Until you can stand there and you need to be you should be telling investigators why would not do this. Listen to her.
I've told them that. Okay, I've told them that. I've told them that you're a school teacher, you've been babysitter. I mean, why would all these people trust you with their kids and then you do something like this? But the disconnect is, you know something, if not who. And I don't really care who. Okay, I just want to know where Gannon's at and how we can find him. So you can tell me you can throw out any random name, Johnny Tremaine, if you want to, whatever kind of name you want to. I just wanted to point to where
Johnny
Gannon's at.
Tremaine. That's random.
I mean,
Okay,
the truth is, okay, go ahead, sorry.
what is the truth? Go ahead.
The truth is so far beyond me right now. The only truth I care about is where Gannon is.
I don't know where Gannon is, so no matter what I say to you, you're still gonna get the same answer in the end. I don't know where he is.
Okay, so how do we get to who took him?
You know, we should have been doing this like 3 weeks ago.
I've been a week now talking to you and you still won't tell me this. You say,
Albert,
I don't want. Sorry.
I told you, I went that way. I already told you, I told the people I went that way. Me. Innocent people don't tell people where they went.
And they do. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. Wow.
Listen, just give me something. Just give me a guess. Like I said, the truth is, the only truth that matters is bringing Gannon home and where he's at. Just,
Yes, Albert,
yes, absolutely.
Gannon is not Colorado.
Your guess is that he's not in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay. Why? What makes you guess that?
Because Tisha didn't hurt him,
Okay.
didn't dispose of him,
Okay.
anything like that, okay? So Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have ran up all these places where y'all think I've been or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. So where's the connection put those two together?
So if you had a guess, where would he be at? Like if you said you guessed he's not in Colorado, I don't disagree with that because they've looked and searched for 3 weeks and not found a damn thing other than some random pictures of some bullshit. Okay, they haven't found Gannon. So if you had to guess where he's at, where do you think he's at? Hello?
Yes.
Answer my question. If you had to guess where he's at, you said he's not in Colorado, or you guess he's not. Where would you guess he's at? Your best guess.
Probably somewhere, I mean, scary as it sounds, probably not even in the United States.
Wow.
What makes you guess that?
I don't know, that's my guess. I don't have a reason for my guess, that's why it's a guess.
I just don't. That doesn't make any sense, especially because I'm talking to myself really. I mean, if that's your guess, then that's your guess. I mean, do you think Landon took him to Mexico because you keep saying, or out of the United States? Because you keep saying she's involved.
It's perfect. I'm not gonna ever say you think it'll.
No.
Not your wife anymore.
Oh, listen, she's not my wife, so you're my wife. So I hope you're
Wow.
not talking bad about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you can me all you want. That's the truth. But I mean, it just you guess that he's not in the United States, but you keep saying she's involved. How could she get him out of the United States? Hello.
I don't care what you can tell me. Until I'm blue in the face. In my opinion, she's involved. In my opinion,
Okay.
and her deal with.
Wow.
And now she is losing her mind and wanting to do everything she can to keep the finger pointed at me.
Trifling ass
What I
bitch.
do.
Trifling
Because
ass
she
bitch.
wanted a plan. to get the kids back, for Gannon to come back. Oh, you're not being safe by letting them stay home alone. That was probably gonna be the first thing. You had him home alone or whatever.
Unreal.
exactly
What a fucking
happened.
bitch.
And I'm against the world trying to prove it because I don't even have my husband on my side for it.
But I've told you all along, I'll work with you. I'll stand beside you. Yeah, it is. It's working together to find Gannon. That's the only thing that matters right here.
Well, you've worked with her.
Yeah, and I mean,
Aren't you staying in the same hotel with her?
nope.
Their pictures still have your shoes all in them.
Well, good, because I'm there with my daughter to put my daughter to bed doesn't mean anything. I told you the whole time I was in a separate hotel room.
You.
Well, no, that's her daughter too, so we split time, and I don't have to justify myself to you about that. It's her daughter, it's my daughter, and we're
Right.
splitting time. We're helping take care, because guess what? Guess what's going on with Lena? Her brother's missing. Have you thought about that?
Lena?
Yeah, and Lena's brother's missing, and she gave her statement that said, "I love you, Bubba, and I miss you. Come home." Okay. Yeah. And I mean, and I could take that down a rabbit trail, but I don't really want to do that right now because I don't want to piss you off.
Take it down a rabbit trail.
Yeah, you want me to?
Really? Why would you take what
I
a
want him
child
to.
said down a rabbit trail?
I want him to.
No, not what she said, what another child said about it. But I don't even want to go there because I'm not trying to do that.
And look, okay, don't do that because you know why? You picked your biological children mean the most to you. And obviously,
So do yours. So do yours.
that's just life. Okay? That's life.
This life. Come on, bro.
So there's no beating these kids up over this.
Yeah, okay.
I did not want Carly to stay there with you with Landon being there.
Oh yeah.
Did not. I would have, so that she could have stayed in her home, operated, stayed at work, everything.
Yeah, okay.
As long as I was able to know she was okay every day, but I was not doing it with Landon.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, that's a rabbit trail I don't want to go on because I don't want to bring a innocent child into this, like somebody else did. So,
Well, that's the truth.
well, there's a lot of truths involved in that we're not going to get into right now. But you know what? Something that's been bothering me from the day Gannon went missing. Okay, that text that was sent to me from his phone was complete bullshit. Okay, the text he sent to me about bath salts and all this shit. It sounds like a great story to me, but it's not Gannon. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so my question is, what?
Now you're gonna get Mike's theory. Oh, here comes Mike's theory. Go ahead.
Mike's theory? What is Mike's theory? Let me hear it.
Mike's theory is that I gave Gannon bath salts.
No, I was never even going there. My question here is that absolutely wasn't Gannon sending those texts. I know. Okay. So my question is this. Did you send them or did somebody force you to send them or somebody else was involved and they sent them? I mean, tell me about the bath salts because that's not Gannon.
Okay.
That's just not Gannon.
I didn't send them either.
Okay, so who did?
I don't know.
Did somebody force you to send them?
I don't know, Albert.
You just said you didn't send them, and I asked if somebody forced you to send them. You said you don't know.
Listen, you're not getting anything from me, okay?
Yeah.
Until you are on my team.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm trying to be, but you're not working with me. It's not like this is not like every single other situation in our marriage, okay, where it's like I give in 100% and then you give me a little bit here and there, just like with the money. Remember, I had to tell you how much I loved you and put your picture on Facebook for you to tell me about the money that you took. Not Facebook, but Instagram.
Dang.
Remember that $8,000 or $9,000 that you took. I mean, but it's the same thing you're trying to do here.
Picture on Facebook?
No, Instagram. I said Facebook, but Instagram. You're the only one. When you took the money, it was like, oh, you don't love me. You're hiding me. But the point is here, you're trying to get me to go all into you without anything from you. That's just not how this works. Okay.
Get her.
It's just not how it works. So in this situation, it's not money. It's not clothes. It's not an item. It's not a picture. It's a person. Okay. So that's the buy-in. The buy-in is the person. You give me what I need to find Gannon, and you got a little bit of buy-in from me.
I already passed the lie detector test, and you already told me you still didn't want nothing to do with me. So
No, you didn't. You told me you did, but I haven't seen it. You won't. You'll show it to Nancy Grace, but you won't show it to Al Stout.
you to me, you wouldn't.
I've asked you to meet. I've asked you to show up. I mean, did you wait? Hold on. Let me.
You like at least spend time with your wife is what I said. That's all I said. And like you went on this thing, like, and you know that it bothers me because I'm like, I know that you are sitting over here getting. This is exactly how Landon wanted it.
No, hold on. Let me tell you. The buy-in here is also that the poly. That's bullshit. You didn't come to Denver and do a poly. Okay. I set it up and my card never got charged.
Yeah, you told me you couldn't give them the name, so I scheduled my own.
Oh, okay. So now the story's changing. Again.
Chase, I paid $500.
Okay. Send me the credit card receipt.
Please, God, you did it.
Give me the results and give me the credit card receipt showing that you did it. 'Cause it's bull.
You mean the results you never got?
I will see. I will meet.
Listen, Nancy Grace might believe it, but I don't believe it.
Okay, fine then. Fine. If Nancy Grace don't believe it and she and her crew don't verify it and sees them herself, so now you're saying she's a liar?
Even Nancy Grace's dumbass don't believe you.
Is she a liar? Is she a liar?
I don't know nothing about no Nancy Grace. I don't even know how that's even relevant.
You and me both, buddy.
Okay, here, right here. I'm gonna send it to you.
Let me ask you this.
Oh,
While you're sending that to me, you want a future with me?
yes.
What is our future gonna look like without Gannon? Answer that for me. And think, before you give me some bullshit, think long and hard about what our future looks like without Gannon.
Should be a very easy question to answer. That should be simple.
I don't have any involvement in Gannon. And I feel like that proving it with the polygraph, answering questions and trying to get people on the right track of looking, the future should be together. And it definitely takes a lot help from Jesus Christ.
Oh, here we go with the Jesus Christ. Come on
And
now.
praying that every single day,
And the prayers. I love it.
hard as it may be, that it'll be one of those things where people come home or whatever.
But he can't, you said come home. He's not a runaway. Somebody's got him is what you said.
Okay, that meaning that there's been plenty of times that people have done this and something happens to someone, they take them and tie them up in basements and all this stuff. And then there are good stories to this. There are.
You're not convincing. I asked you what our future looks like
No,
without
she's
Gannon,
not,
and
Al.
you just went on some tangent about you didn't do anything.
Swagada!
That means we're supported and we work together to keep every effort in finding Gannon. If it means we have to join organizations together to help other people find their children while we're searching for Gannon. If it means that everything we do, from building stuff or setting up monuments or things like that, for people to come and be like, hey, can you help? Like, we have help.
Okay, all right.
That's our future, because that's a greater plan that God could have.
Okay, fair enough. So our together starts now. It doesn't start when Gannon doesn't come home, okay? Our together starts now. So start with the bath salts. That was bullshit, wasn't it?
No.
It wasn't? So Gannon sent that to me about bath salts.
Okay, so I already
Because,
told you.
no, but I want you to, I want you to understand why I asked you that, because
Stay
you know
on
the friend was
task.
bullshit because he didn't leave to go to a friend's house. Okay, and the bath salts were directly involved with the friend because the friend asked him about the bath salts. So if there is no friend, then there is no bath salts.
There is.
The
Here's
wakata.
why.
There's a friend or there's bath salts.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
the bath salt wears off in the spot. When I talked to Gannon, Gannon clearly said that they had talked to him about bath salt at school during his, doing that drug thing, right?
The one that happened weeks before he went missing?
Right.
Okay.
He said he already knew about bath salts during this time. He already knew. He knew what they could do, dangers, and things like that. However,
Like eating somebody's face.
someone did tell him that if they could bring bath salts, because it's part of this challenge, that he would get to play with them. He didn't. Gannon didn't want to do anything with bath salts. In fact, I even showed Gannon how bath salts can be good. Meaning, I said, when you went and did your bath bomb, if you would have put bath salts in there, it kind of helps you breathe a little. It helps you relax. Gannon didn't have any intentions to go eat or snort or whatever bath salts. Or at least not from my opinion, I don't think he did. I think he just sincerely wanted to play with whoever this was.
So why, so this was, when did they ask him about this?
About
The bath salts, when did the thing come up with the friend? Because another thing about Gannon is he, like say the puberty class, as soon as he hears something, he comes home typically that night and talks about it. So he waited 2-3 days to talk about it.
he came in and talked about the Peter.
Came in and what?
He came in and talked about
I can't hear you.
He came in immediately and talked about Friday. Immediately
To
when he
you?
came in.
Okay, and you didn't mention it to me Friday?
But he said when he was talking that they're not good for you.
Right.
There was no, he didn't say anything like, hey, I'm about to go get
But-
salts.
Right, but you're, okay, but you're a good mom. Why would a good mom not tell, her husband, father of the child, that day, hey, Gannon asked about bath salts. We probably need to address this, because you usually do that.
Swagata.
So you wait,
Like, I didn't think about
so
it.
you waited till he was missing to text me about bath salts?
No, I sent you, what are you talking about? You sent me the message about bath salts. And I said to you, I said, yes, he came in last night. Go read your messages.
Okay. Okay, but last night from that message, the message was Monday. Okay, so you just said last night being Sunday, but then a second ago you told me Friday. So did he?
Friday talking about it,
Okay,
yes.
but you said he asked you Sunday. You just said he asked you Sunday.
Sunday, did we have any?
Come on,
About it, having any are different.
come on, Tisha. So even
Come on.
So Friday, he comes in and asks you about it, and they're bad. And we all know how he is about bad stuff. Okay, he hates it. His mommy does bad stuff. He thinks Mike does bad stuff. Okay, so Friday he tells you, you guys have the conversation of bad stuff, bath salts, and he still comes back Sunday and asks you if you have any.
The bad stuff was not just bath salts. It was in general.
But you just said it was.
He was telling me about the things that people were talking about, because apparently his class is a halfway decent class, like good kids. Okay, but when they go outside, in which one of the moms, I know who she is, if I could show you a picture, her little boy is in the opposite class that Anna's in, and he's just a nightmare. Okay, so I guess on recess or outside, they have conversations about this. And all he was talking about is the people that were talking about bathing. That's it. He didn't have any, he didn't say to me, hey, I'm gonna whatever. I'm telling you, someone peer pressured him that they could hang out and play. Just to see. Peer pressure. Gannon had no intentions of doing nothing but playing at somebody's house.
It's exactly
Whose
what
house?
she was gonna do.
I made that clear to you. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's all. That's not like Gannon either. So do not tell us.
Yeah, I knew she was trying to build that narrative.
That is the truth, okay? Because you can sit here and say some things are not like Gannon, but we've caught him doing certain things, okay?
Like what? When?
Exactly.
We'll catch children do some things, and we have to be like,
Like?
we always say in our life,
Like?
that's not like them. We not be instilled in them and hope that they make the best decisions when they are crossed with these things. But the bath salts has completely nothing to do with what Gannon was gonna do. Gannon was not gonna go do anything bad with bath salts.
But hey, listen, I don't. My battery's getting low, so I just want you to know that if my battery cuts off, I'm not changing my theme here. That together, one of the first things together is you give me these polygraph results, okay?
And I agree that you can meet me when I need them.
No, you send it to me and then I'll meet you.
I am not sending it to you.
Okay, then we're not together. We're not together in this.
I love that.
I am not sending a copy.
Tisha, I need you to send me a copy of the polygraph results, or you don't. It's not clear to me that we're together in this.
Thwagata.
That's the end of that one, obviously. The next one is 29 minutes. I think it's up to you. I mean, we can start it or do it Friday.
Do it on Friday.
Yep.
Judge is like, I'm trying to go home, bro. I need a drink.
We might have more votes if we asked other people.
All right. With that, again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break, and I'll see you on Friday morning. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Stay offline regarding this case. You can still go do your Amazon shopping. Just don't start looking for anything about this case. Let people help you avoid any exposure of opinions or anything like that. And we will see you back on Friday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, the jury, please.
You know that judge has got some 12-year-old scotch waiting for him at home. You know it. That's a scotch belly right there, y'all. Look at it.
I think you may all be seated. Record
In all its prominence.
Courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
What's your courtroom going to be like tomorrow? Can we leave stuff in here, or do you have folks coming in?
People coming in person, but most of it is
Probably the first case.
the afternoon.
Of the afternoon. We have, I have suppression hearings on a homicide tomorrow afternoon. So there will be people here. They may or may not have other evidence for that suppression hearing. I don't know.
Okay, we'll get stuff out of the way then.
Yeah, I think if you push it more to one side, I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
We're going to put all of ours on that back
That's
table.
fine.
You think that'll be fine?
Yeah, should be. It's the Haas case. Yes, Haas. I don't know if you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So it
Just move all of our stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's somebody from your office. So if something happens to your stuff, you'll know who.
Know who to go after.
That's right.
There you go.
So let's see. It's everybody else's. Let's see
Yeah, it's just WebEx.
everybody else's WebEx.
Yeah.
So it's just people from your office.
Okay.
Okay. See everybody on Friday morning.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
All rise.
All right, so that's it right there. Okay, so I think the biggest bombshell that happened in those phone calls was, I mean, because we all know, like, the evidence is the evidence. He confronted her with the evidence. She dodged it. The particle board, all of that. So, but the biggest bombshell was her blaming Landon. And I'll tell you why I feel like that's a big bombshell, not just because of the dramatics involved in that and made everybody go, oh my God, this fucking bitch, how can she do that? Not just that, but it also makes her, it shows her maliciousness. It shows her malice, is the right term to use. It shows her malice. The jury heard this. They know that she's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, yet she is trying to blame the mother of this child. Okay? That's not insane. That's evil. If there's anybody on that jury that is a mother, if there's anybody on that jury that is a father of a mother, or the father of a child who has a mother that loves their child very much and loves that person, if there's anybody, they're looking at that and listening to that and going, that's not insanity, that's evil, pure evil. So now understand also, just a reminder, they do not have court on Thursdays. We are on week 3. Friday will conclude week 3 in this trial out of 8 projected weeks. Like I said before, Thursdays I'm trying to have a guest and then do a live stream. There's no set time. Last Thursday, Annie from 10 to Life joined us, but she's a very, very busy person, and she agreed to do it. And she only had an hour, but there's no time limit. So tomorrow, what I have scheduled so far is Tracy Ann, aka Chasing Truth, and we're gonna discuss the trial as it exists so far, what we know of so far, the case itself. And I think she was live earlier, and I saw somebody in chat mention that her stream ended abruptly for whatever reason. But I am excited to have her up here and talk with her and discuss this case, because I know that Chasing Truth, Tracy Ann, is very emotionally invested in this case, has been following this case from the beginning. So I am looking forward to speaking with her, and having an in-depth conversation regarding this case with her. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. As far as everything that went on, I realized, man, it's tough. I thought it was really interesting and funny, kind of, that the judge at this point doesn't even seem to be trying. Like, he doesn't even seem to be trying to hide the fact that Leticia's voice and lies annoy the shit out of him. Everyone in that courtroom is like, nope. Everyone in that courtroom is just like, oh my God, this woman. People like her are exhausting. People like Leticia Stout, in my experience, well, I've never met a child murderer or an alleged one even, but people who constantly lie the way that she does are exhausting. They're the type of people that when they walk into a room, the energy shifts and it sucks the energy right out. And I can't stand it. I can't stand even being around people like this. I've made it a point to be able to spot these types of people pretty early on and avoid them at all costs. I don't want them in my life. I don't want to associate with them. If I can help not working with them, I will avoid working with them. Even situations where it seems like I have no choice but to be around them, I can figure out some way to not. I can get out of that somehow. I'm looking for some way to get the fuck out of that. And anybody who's not a toxic person sees that kind of toxicity after a certain age and can spot it and does anything they can to avoid it. And I saw a courtroom full of people who seemed to be familiar with this type of toxicity and couldn't stand the fact that they had to sit there and listen to all of these exhausting phone calls taking place for Al. But is as exhausting it was for all of us to have to listen to that shit. Imagine what it was like for Al. Just try to imagine what that was like for Al. Al having the strength to carry on the conversation, keep her on the phone, get her to continue to build a case against herself once they end up in court. I find that to be I all I could think about was how difficult that must have been for him, how difficult it is for him to have to relive it and sit in the courtroom and listen to it all over again. I can't imagine how it made Landon feel having to hear her get blamed for and accused by this vile, poisonous person, that she could have even done something to her own son. And to say that, I mean, to say this about this boy's mother, knowing exactly what happened to him because she's the one who caused it, knowing what happened to this boy because Leticia's the one who caused it, still having the audacity to actually try to shift the blame on Landon like that. Absolutely disgusting. And there was this one moment that really stood out to me where Al asked her serious question. Try to imagine what our life is going to be like without Gannon in it. Tell me what you think that's going to be like. And she completely avoided the question. To me, the answer should have been very simple. I can't imagine it. Simple. I can't imagine it. And she had no idea how to answer that question because she was trying to figure out a way to not incriminate herself. And that seemed to be all that was on her mind, is how do I answer that without incriminating myself? She couldn't even lie to that point, which was crazy to me. My whole thing with Leticia is that she is a constant, compulsive liar, but really bad at it. Really, really bad at it. If there's one trait about somebody that I cannot stand, it's a liar. The type of person that I can't stand to be around is someone who is a liar, someone who constantly lies. I even at a young age, when I was a teenager, I made this decision that I couldn't be around somebody who lied constantly. Sometimes people are young and they're just trying to impress and fit in, and they're always lying. They're not necessarily bad people. Sometimes people are just insecure and they tell lies all the time. But you could spot this because they're not usually not very consistent in their lies and keeping up with them. And then and sometimes their lies are so outrageous that you're just like, word, really? And I remember even being a teenager around people like this and just thinking like, there's absolutely no reason why I need to be around someone like this. I set that standard for myself where I was just like, you know what? I don't even want to. No, no, I'm not interested. It's exhausting. Why am I exerting myself by being around somebody who I constantly have to ask myself and test, are they telling the truth? Where I have to question everything they tell me because I know them to be a liar. So every truth that comes out of their mouth, I have to even question whether or not it's a lie. That's exerting. That's exhausting. I can't do it. I don't have the energy for it. I don't have the patience for it. So I dismiss people like this. And I did this at a very young age. I don't know how the hell Al puts up with it, because I promise you it's not just this. And he even confirmed it. Apparently, she stole $8,000 to $9,000 from him. And then before she could even give him a straight answer, she manipulated him into saying on Instagram that he loved her. What in the hell that was all about, I have no idea. Very, very strange. But he's like, I've seen this before. You could tell he's thinking this is classic Leticia. I've seen this before. Why he put up with it? No idea. None of my business. Whatever standards somebody might have, whatever they're willing to put up with from a spouse, none of my business. I'm just curious as to how he could have done it. You know what I mean? Like, if he felt like I love this person and this is a character flaw that I'm willing to live with, I commend him for his strength to be able to do so. Period. There's one more phone call that we're going to have to get through. I don't know. Again, there's another 5 weeks left of this case, left of this trial. There's another 5 weeks projected. So how... I don't know if they're going to play these phone calls again with a different witness on the stand. I hope not. I hope that's the last we hear of Leticia's godforsaken nail on chalkboard scratching voice and all of her lies. I hope to God that this is the last of it. But maybe not. We'll see. But hopefully, as I stated earlier, the prosecution will get to a point to where they feel that they have presented their case and proven their case sufficiently. I'm really hoping that gets to a point like that soon, because damn. I know the judge, and hopefully the judge has some power over that. Like, counsel, let's talk. Like, don't you think that you've presented your case sufficiently enough? I'm convinced. I'm pretty sure the jury is at this point. Can the people rest their case at this point? I'm hoping that happens, mostly because it will spare the family any more trauma, and it's just one step closer to them being able to move on with their lives and continue their healing process in coping with the loss of Gannon in this horrific way. So hopefully that happens, but I wouldn't count on it. But I'm here for it. For better, for worse, I'm here for it. So thank you guys for joining me. All of you guys, I really appreciate you joining me. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.